Narwhalby, super chatted $5. Sounder.
It was such a good intro too. It was such a, oh my god, and you missed the vocal fry, chat. You missed everything. Holy shit. Thanks for letting me know I was muted. Yeah. Let's see if we can recapture that. We need to, for a reason that I will make clear to you very soon. What's going on, everyone? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Friday, July 10th, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the streets of Sumaru City with a little extra vocal fry this time. No, but we're not trying to RFK it. Oh my god, I said I wasn't gonna RFK it. When you do too much vocal fry, you turn into RFK Jr. apparently. But anyway, I was just trying it out and see if it looks good on me. Yeah, it was like a little bit of vocal fry as a treat. We're live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform Dreamer? Traumer? I'm speaking German now, chat. Synthetic lifeform Dreamer is what I said in German, I guess. Anyway, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell, in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, however, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this was, or will be, sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Yeah, chat, we gotta keep the vibes. We gotta keep the vibes, all right? I have neglected my role as the vibes mistress. It's for an understandable reason. I've got a lot of, I've got a lot of vocal fry. No, I don't have a lot of vocal fry. I don't think vocal fry is good on me. I don't think I should do that anymore, chat. I don't know. I even know. Nobody's trying to do vocal fry. It's just like a thing that happens or it doesn't. I think it usually doesn't with me. But yeah, anyway, the vibes is what I am, neglecting, right? My role as the vibes mistress, right? If I'm not gonna do it, who else is gonna do it, right? I gotta monitor the vibes. Like when Hunter S. Thompson said that desperate assumption that somebody was tending the light at the end of the tunnel. That's my job. That's my job, chat. I gotta keep those home fires burning, okay, for everybody out there, because I know, like, it's a scary world, and I get scared too, and sometimes that makes my world shrink down, where I'm only thinking about myself and this crazy, life that I've got to lead, having to only be in the country for 1 year at a time due to my visa, and then go to another country to reapply at the Thai embassy there. It's a little bit crazy, but I let it get to me too much, chat. And I feel like we had bad vibes a little bit, or yeah. I mean, I gotta make the vibes good, right? I gotta somehow, in spite of it all, especially on a Friday stream, right? That's when I wanted to bring it, reel it in, bring it back home, and really give you something to enrich your life in a certain way beyond just the content, right? That's what we're here for. 1 year at a time is so short. Why are countries basically prisons? Good question, Saucy. Good question. All right, not that I'm questioning, the Thai government or anything. I would never do that. But no, not that I'm questioning my own government. Oh my god. But yeah, we got some vibes today, and we got some video games today that are going to go on after the stream. We got 5 hours on the clock. We're starting with 5 hours. Why are we starting with 5 hours? Because the new system, now if you haven't heard, I've changed up my streaming schedule a little bit in the past week or so, right? That means that I'll be coming to you 5 days a week now. That's more than you were, I think you were getting like 3 days a week, right? 4 days a week if you were lucky, 2 days a week if you were unlucky. Yeah, so, that's not right. That's not good. That's not my intention. It just kept on happening. And I realized it happened because, my only reward was unlimited extra time. And it's just not something that's sustainable, because what would happen is I'd stream late one night. The next day, I would either be late to stream or not be there at all. The stream kept on moving later and later and later. I had to fix that, right? So now we're doing 6 hours. Sorry, well, it's basically, ideally, or you know, in a, with no other things going on, it's 4 hours a day with the chance to expand that to 6 hours, right? If we hit the, which we did last time, we almost hit the double. Oh my God, chat. And my math got bad by the time that, like, I actually thought we did hit the double, and I ended up going for an extra hour. So you got an extra hour this week. But I don't know. I was kind of overwhelmed at the last second. Somebody hit me with, 10 community subs. I think that was my Ruby Pearl, and it felt weird to not. I love that you have established a structure around it. Yeah, I just have to have a structure that's sustainable and that's structured, right? Because when you're doing crazy like 9-hour, 10-hour, 11-hour streams, it's hard to structure anything, your life, let alone the schedule for the stream. But yeah, we're starting off from 0 right now, out of 100. All right, we actually started out with an extra hour, right? And that was due to one of these days, I think it was Monday, we hit 300. And that was the one I wasn't prepared for. On the first day with a new system, with a new schedule. Yeah, that's the other thing too. I had just been like, yeah, anytime somebody donates, like add that as minutes. And like, it turns out that's kind of crazy. It turns out that's not sustainable. So I had to change it. So now we've gone back to the like, sort of the old system, but here's how it works. Every time we hit 100, we get another hour. Since there was like, somebody hit we hit 300 on Monday, I had to figure out what to do with that. My first impulse was just like, let's move it over to the next day. Let's start off with, and I realized that is just it's gonna build up and build up until every day is automatically a 6-hour stream. There's no challenge, there's no fun, there's no gamification of anything at that point. So yeah, this is what we're doing instead. But here's the deal. Friday is the one day that I break my rule, right? The rule is, and I haven't followed the rule so far. I haven't quite gotten down to the rule so far. The rule is that I only stream for max 6 hours at a time. Friday can be different. We've got video games anyway. It's a Friday. The vibes are supposed to be kind of good. The vibes are supposed to be kind of awesome, on extra good, extra awesome, right? Because it's Friday. You got to have, right? It's just still a thing. Do Americans still, feel good on Friday, or is the whole it's Trump ruined that too? I don't know, chat. I'm not in America. Oh my gosh, everybody's letting me know I'm muted. Yeah, thank you everybody for letting me know I'm muted. That's really important. All right, so let's do the thing today. Since it's Friday, how about if I make a really easy goal for you to hit right off if you want to? All right, if you want to get us started, I'm going to do a goal for 5 super chats. That's on YouTube and YouTube. 5 super chats of the light blue variety or higher. It looks like it's about $1.40 will get you a light blue super chat. $1.40 or more will get you a light blue super chat. So here we go. Dual wield. Shall I dual wield butterflies today? Boom. Question. And you can answer that if you want. Well, I was going to say with a super chat, super sticker, but no, it's only super chats that count for this goal. All right. I don't know. If somebody accidentally does a super sticker, I'll count it anyway, because I'm in a good mood and I'm in a generous mood, right? I'm praying to be in a generous mood, and I am. My prayers were answered. I'm feeling pretty good despite all of the tumult of my own life, despite the uncertainty of not knowing how long I'm gonna have to spend in Vietnam, possibly not being able to stream to Twitch. But we're on our way to making that dream of only spending 2 weeks a reality. What am I talking about? All right, let me bring this up. Oh my God, this music is so good. Like this music, like I would fucking give it my firstborn child if I had one.
At Neopagos, super chatted $5. Happy Friday, thanks for the new schedule. Have you ever played Binding of Isaac?
Oh, I haven't. That's one of those actual gamer games. Gamer games? What am I saying? What I'm trying to say is that like some people are really good at video games. As you can tell, I don't play those kind of video games.
At Joel Cyber, super chatted $6.02. Yes, akimbo butterfly.
Akimbo butterfly. Oh my god, my hair's... How is my hair messed up already, chat? It's sweat. It's sweat that does that. Anyway, maybe the butterflies will help keep it in place. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to unveil, yes, what is going to be the featured thing for right now as far as supporting the stream. This is my throne QR code. Hopefully, I don't know where to put it. Over here, maybe? Is this a good place? That place seems to have some room. Yeah, because I got to make sure that it's big enough for people to actually QR the QR code. That's for the throne. And that's where I'm trying to crowdfund money to make this to make this Vietnam trip a reality, to have the money to be able to, you know, set into motion the plane ticket, the accommodations, the payment to my I probably underestimate it too. Payment to my to the school and everything else that I need to just, like, you know, make sure that, like, I can get to Vietnam, apply for the visa, and then go from there. Oh my god, music is over too soon. Is it gonna come back to us? It is. Okay, there we go. This is like the chillest track that Punitive Dance has ever produced, chat. It is a dance track though, do you hear it? They added some rhythms. Somebody out there maybe can tell me what rhythm this is. Oh god, I should know. I feel like this is a pretty basic rhythm, but I can't identify it as such. But yeah, if you know in chat, let me know. Let me know what this rhythm is. It's got that, like, stick that, like, has the little divots in it that you go. You make a little vocal fry like RFK on the stick. You do a little vocal fry. Yeah, yeah, it's all about vibes today, Joel. It's all about vibes, because I realized that the vibes were not good for me the last 2 days that I streamed before taking a little 1-day break to do my Thai class, and you know, other people are dealing with you know, vibes challenges as well, and I need to be sensitive to that, because the worst thing you can do when your vibes are not good is spread that bad vibe to other people. And I felt like I don't know. I felt like the rhythm is gonna get you. I mean, this is the kind of rhythm that would get you. Actually, it would get me. I don't know if I need to promise. It's not Rumpelstiltskin, chat. I don't know if I need to promise it my firstborn child, but that might be a little bit extreme. I guess I'm just saying that because I'm a childless cat lady. But here, we need to. Oh my god, what did I do? Nothing's working right now, but that's okay. We're not gonna let it affect. We're not gonna let that elevator get us down. Oh no, let's go. Let's go crazy. Okay, maybe not totally crazy, but we don't want to be over the top. All right. I'm making sure we don't go over the top for any Dutch audience I might have accrued. They hate that, apparently, over there. But there we go. We're starting at 0 out of 100, and then I gotta, like, correct this. Wait, did it only count one of those? I feel like there was, like, multiple butterflies. I gotta count more of those. But yeah, that's the ticker for, like, how close I am to being able to schedule the Vietnam trip. And as you can see, we're like 35% of the way there. So yeah, I mean, look, we're more than a half of the Estefan fans. Look, Estefan fans until you find out her takes about politics. Yeah. Ugh, I don't know. But that's there, and then I need to got the thing going. Gotta pop out this chat so I can see it. There we go. Oh my god, I can see chat. Awesome. And then put this over here. See, I'm just tempted. I feel like I'm doing the I'm running like it's worse than the Trump voice, right? People don't like it when I do the femme Trump voice. They don't want to imagine Trump as a woman. As any kind of woman, and so they don't like it when I do the weave. But the RFK voice is probably even more annoying, right? Fem Trump. No, it's just when I do Trump, everybody says it sounds like it doesn't sound. It's like Trump, but I don't know. Not quite there. A little too feminine to be Trump. Even though Trump is a theater kid, so. All right, so what do we have right here? It's me needing to go into this. So yeah, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for letting me know that the sound was off. Oh my god, chat. You missed a really cool intro, I think. You missed a really cool intro, but that's okay. I tried to recapture it for you. I'm not gonna... Look, we can't, like, spend our time wallowing in regret, all right? All the different careers that I could have had, but didn't because my life was too crazy. All of the, you know, friends whose names are on my... are on my phone that I left in the US, right? We can't worry about that right now. All of the clothes that I used to have that I no longer have since I'm down to like 3 outfits. Look, we got to look towards the future. And the future could be brighter than you think, despite the fact that we walk in the shadow of the valley of death. We shall fear no weasel. Okay, I'm gonna get sacrilegious here, chat. Look, I pissed off enough people, you know, with my with talking about Ryan Grimm and breaking points and this whole Platner thing. I hope I didn't shove it in your, you know, I wasn't like, you know, too like, you know, I wasn't trying to be too what do you call it? When you write about something and you are insufferable because of that. I'm not gonna say I told you so. Vibes mistress, give me the vibe. Yes, I will. Thank you, Direful. And also thank you, Joel Siverud. Akimbo Butterfly. Wait, why is it only giving credit for 2 of those? That's crazy. Maybe that happened before. Okay, we'll say it's 3. No, it should be 4. Okay, we need one more. We need one more. It should say 3 out of 5. Yeah, you're right. But actually, it should say 4 because Narwhal started us off by reminding me that you need to enable the sound. Right? You don't want me to enable the sound before I stream because then you'd hear all the craziness of me getting ready. Right? You'd hear all the wackiness of like, where glasses? Where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? I saw Evil Dead Burn last night. Wait, what? The Evil Dead Burn? Oh, that's a movie? Is that an Evil Dead movie? Burn? Is there an Evil Dead Burn movie? Anyway, yeah, so we're like at 4 out of 5, I think is the official count. It says 2 out of 5. You'll need to hit it 5. You'll need to make that 5 out of 5 if you really want the confetti, right, to fall. But I will count it I will count it as 4 out of 5 right now. So yeah, there we go. We're going to be talking a little bit about Graham Platner still, right? It's still going on. I could not miss this. There was a debate last night between Emma Vigland of the Majority Report, who's getting a lot of shit. You know, if you look at some of those old clips, you understand why, as far as being a little bit over her skis, supporting Platner. And even some of the stuff that she said since. What is that one where there's a clip where she said, like, look, I will vote for, I don't care if a person is a neo-Nazi, right? As long as they've got good policies, as long as they're not a neo-Nazi in terms of policy is what she was trying to say. Kind of a variation of Sam Cedar's controversial statement, saying that he would prefer to, you know, the candidate that is going to open up, like, what is it, 4 concentration camps over the candidate that's going to open up 5, you know, just to illustrate the principle of harm reduction voting. It's strange though that Sam never got, you know, that much pushback, you know, for that statement. Emma's definitely, you know, the thing that she said on, I believe that was a Slate podcast. No, sorry, it's the Vox one. I'm getting them mixed up, chat. It was the one with the 80s graphics and the bangers font. Irene is Velma. Sometimes when I can't find my glasses, yeah, we're all Velma without. I had some suspicious gummies tonight. I hope they're not too sus. Yo, Morbert, you've been a moderator for 1 year. Power has been solidified by passing of 1 calendar year. I shall not be contained. And Joel with the toggling of cat ears. Oh my gosh, to remind me that I left the cat ears behind. See, that one there's some of them, like the phone, the cat ears. These are small things that I just, like, in the hurry to get the, to get on that plane, I didn't end up packing. Some of the other things, like my standing desk, like there's no way I was gonna bring that with me because you just wouldn't be allowed. What happens when we reach the butterfly goal? I dual wield butterflies, right? We got 18 minutes left on that goal. Yeah, harm mitigation. Yeah, we do need to get to it here. And I am gonna, I know some people have noticed, like, we haven't done a gauntlet recently. I am gonna try to bring the gauntlet back, in a POG form. No, like in some kind of form, because we do need to cover, news while we're covering, I mean, Fallout, drama. I don't, it's weird to call this drama though, since it's about, what Graham Platner did to Jenny Rasico, the word that starts with R, that YouTube definitely doesn't want to say, and yet I can't bring myself to call it great because that's just weird and dystopic. And we're trying not to have a dystopic pregnancy here, chat. For my firstborn that I will give to the rhythm. Yeah, women do seem to get yelled at a little bit more. Also, yeah, the heat was not on Sam the way that it is on the Majority Report right now because of Graham Platner. And there's a few people. So we're going to cover some of the videos that people have been mentioning to me that I haven't covered yet. That being, what is it? Humanist Report, Mike Figueredo. Great channel if you're not already following on YouTube. Mike Figueredo made a video, not so much rubbing it in, but expressing, I guess, the frustration of a lot of people that seeing the excitement around Platner, seeing him like regarding as like the fucking Quetzalcoatl of dark woke. We're a little bit frustrated by that, right? So we got Mike Figueredo's video, great content creator in Mike. And then we got Rebecca Watson. People also said Rebecca Watson. She made a good video about the initial like revelation of the tattoo and all that kind of stuff, right? And I don't remember if we watched that or not. Fallout drama? Oh no. Well, when is it coming back? When is season 3 of Fallout coming? It's not drama. No, it's not drama, but it's not exactly news. It is debate analysis, I suppose, is what I'm going to be bringing you tonight. Some analysis of the debate between Emma and Ryan. And look, these two are friends. All right, they've been friends. They're going to probably stay friends. Emma's not in agreement with Ryan over his take on the we should have Politico really should have featured the fact that she said glute massage, right? And it's a weird thing to defend of like, oh, so why was the glute massage important? What is it about the glute? And Ryan's just retreating to this whole, well, we deserve to have all the facts. Well, Ryan, you should know this better than anything. Facts don't necessarily get you to the truth, okay? And facts can be misused, right? And one of the most frustrating things is when you're trying to argue like an overall point and somebody's like, yeah, but this fact is true. And you're like, motherfucker, I didn't say. Hassan is not managed by Night Entertainment, which manages a whole bunch of other people, some of them shitty, right? It's that kind of thing, right, chat? It's that kind of thing. Facts can be a deflection. Yeah, it's crazy to say because people want to think of like, facts as being truthful and facts don't care about your feelings. And like, if we could all be robots and, AGI bots, we would just operate on facts and that would be somehow better. That's not a human condition that we're describing. That's not a human condition. That's not humans operate with stories. Facts are a component of stories. Stories can be deceptive. Narratives can be deceptive. Facts can be laid out, just like a connect the dots in a way that's deceptive as well, or in a way that's a deflection. And I think that's what Ryan's trying to do. So we're going to get to that. That's important. I also want to watch the videos that people have been, I'm watching the Discord, okay? As much as I can. I don't have a lot of energy. I don't have a lot of time, but I do try to check in on the Discord. And I have seen people, talking about the Rebecca Watson video. the Mike Figueredo video. One that I don't know if I've seen people talking about is the Denims video, right? Denims actually had a video. There we go. Denims actually had a video talking about all of the supporters of Platner, and I wanted to see what she had to say as well. So we're gonna start off tonight with the Ryan, Grimm, Emma, Vigland debate. That's too long, isn't it? Okay. Ryan, Grimm, Emma, Vigland. Oh my god, even that is too much. Let's try just a little V right in here. Ba-ba, 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 ba-ba. All right, there we go. And as I'm seeing from chat, I need to fix the goal. Should say 18. The goal should say 18. And now the goal does say 18. What does this thing mean? It's your chance to add an hour to the stream, all right? Or multiple hours, okay? If you so wish, right? If you're liking what you're seeing from the stream, if you want especially more bonus content, that's the biggest thing that that hitting this goal right here will get. Because if we have extra time, it'll be easier for me to hit extra stuff. I always seem to talk for longer than I realize or pick out more content. We got it sort of pared down today. May keep MR for the interviews. Vanguard is valueless. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see. What has the Vanguard said about this? We haven't checked in with Silly and Billy in a hell of a long time. Ryan does write interesting journal pieces on Dropsite. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that he brought Dropsite into this, right? And I don't even know. Like, I almost get the feeling that some of the reporting that he did, you know, trying to get that extra fact, right? Of Jake Tapper conspicuously did not ask Jenny Rasico what was the text, right? And a lot of people were, was like, that's the obvious, follow-up question. Why aren't you asking that? Ryan Grimm got to the bottom of it, did a little research, and found that it was about a glute massage. And then he made that infamous video with Sagar when the boys were back in town, right? Chat, you know what I'm talking about? Ryan and Sagar, that's like the boys Breaking Points cast, and they even did the fist bump, right? And the fist bump of misogyny was done, and Ryan, I don't know, just slipped into this whole thing of like, well, people deserve to know if she said glute massage. Maybe Graham Platner was going over there with the intention of being helpful and doing a glute massage, and like, I don't know, he's he's adamant that he's not excusing. He's not disputing Rasico's statements, and that he's not excusing, obviously, the violation of consent. I shouldn't even say it that way. I gotta just say the word and take the algorithmic hit, chat, the rape that happened. But yeah, it's just, okay, so if you're not doing that, what is important about the glute massage? Why is that important? Why do we need the glute massage? Why is that important? Why is that like a missing fact? Why is that a smoking gun? And he's trying to say that, Politico did a hit job. He's trying to say that even if the substance of the reporting is true and is damning and is should eliminate Platner from contention, right? That he just wants to like bring out like, oh, look at this, Politico's got it in for a leftist candidate. This is just not the right time to say that shit. So anyway, we're gonna jump into that in a second. I just wanted to kind of serve it up to you. As far as bonus content, we've got 28 votes so far, right? 28 of you have voted. Yeah, that's true. But also, Neopergos, water is wet. I don't know if people know this. The sky is blue, water is wet. Politico is a shitbag center left, even center left, right? It's a shitbag establishment journalist outlet that fucking hates anything to the left of, I don't know, Hillary Clinton. That's what Politico is. That's true, right? That's not reporting. That's not news. That doesn't change the way that we look at the world. That's just like, oh yeah, well, like, yeah, thanks, Ryan. I knew that. Politico is Zio owned. Look, they don't even need that. They do it for the love of the game, right? Regardless of Israel, Politico is a shitty news outlet, and it sucks that it's taken up such a center role that it's like the new establishment kind of paper. Do we even call it a paper? Nobody reads a paper. Anyway, so yeah, that's where we're at right now. We're at 18 out of 100. If we get to 100, I'm gonna add another hour to this. This is the night, chat. You can add unlimited time to the goal, okay? And any spillover that happens during the week, instead of getting messy and we spill over into Tuesday and we spill over into Thursday, and it's like, what is even the point of the bonus goal at this point? Instead of doing that, we're gonna put it all into Friday, because Friday is gonna be my one night to go long. So yeah, welcome in everybody. Welcome SM, Ringo Lotus, Neopergos, Stray Bull, Priceless, Prebulus, Fallen Gemini, Brat, 6847, JB4118, Uncle Slayer. You got any troublesome unks in the audience? You send them Uncle Slayer's way. Welcome in, Joel. Welcome in, Sam's Art Mess. Wait, that's not a Sam Cedar reference, is it? Does Sam Cedar do art? I don't think so. It's probably some other Sam. Probably there's other. Morebear, welcome in. I'm just trying to see everybody that's here. It's weird, chat. This is the one time I've looked at before I started. I looked at the Twitch numbers, like the concurrence. I looked at the YouTube numbers, the concurrence, right? Like the amount of people that are watching me, and they were the same, right? We're not the same quite on members versus subs, but I don't know, chat. That ebbs and flows. Sometimes YouTube's ahead, sometimes Twitch is ahead. I'm just on art. Oh, okay, I see. So it's your art mess, Sam's art mess. I get it. All right, so yeah, let me look at. Let's take a look over here at the bonus content. Bonus content right there, and then I gotta add that thing somewhere. Does it go there? Does it go here? Does it go, where does it fit? Oh, it goes there. Okay, well, this is going to be a messy screen, isn't it? A little bit messy. It's okay, chat. We can be a little bit messy as a treat. All right, we're not doing drama, but we're going to be a little bit messy, and we're going to keep those vibes good, okay? Because I recognize how important my duty is as vibes mistress, right? I see the world for what it is right now and all of its terrifying glory, all the possibilities, both good and evil in the world, and I recognize that I don't want to add to the fucked vibes. I want to subtract from the fucked vibes. I want to multiply the good vibes. I want to express the good vibes as a what do you call it? It's like to the power of, what is that called, chat? That expression in mathematics. My math is not my strong suit. Although I don't know, I did okay on the SATs in math. Gotta replace the bonus round list. Wait, which? Oh, you're right. Oh, that's the one thing I didn't do. I replaced it in the wrong place. Oh my god, let's fix that. All right, so what do we got here that we're replacing? Adam Friedland is getting replaced before anybody gets too excited about Adam Friedland's World Cup takes. That's past its expiration date, right? Imaru versus Miskiff. Do y'all know what this is? These are streamers. I believe Imaru is a friend of Asmongold. I believe there's even something that Miskiff released recently of Imaru being entertained by Asmongold setting the N-word as his password for Twitch. That's crazy. Yeah, Imaru also, you might remember her as the one that got harassed at oh my god, I did the wrong thing. It's all Imaru versus Miskiff, chat. That's your only choice today. No, you might remember Imaru, getting approached by somebody at TwitchCon, and the Twitch security not really being as responsive as people would have liked. And then Mishkif is an OTK streamer. Yeah, I guess they're both kind of connected to Asmongold, aren't they? Right? OTK stands for One True King. It's one of these stream teams. Although I think it's more than just a stream team. I think there's like all kinds of weird, or there were all kinds. I don't even know, chat. I never watched OTK. I never cared about Mishkif. He always just seemed like an asshole to me. But I get from some people that that's like his character. Is he playing? Can somebody help me out here, chat? Is mixing him up with Pisco? Is Mishkif a real asshole, or does he just play one on TV? I'm not sure. Okay, so then we got Hutch. So what this Imru Mishkif thing is about is I think that Imru made some accusations at Mishkif, right? Mishkif has had accusations before. He's had bad scandals, right? He was also the one that when somebody came over to an OTK party, I think at his house, his roommate was the one that came in to check on her and ended up, checking on her in a very inappropriate way. Taking advantage of the fact that she's passed out, right? Mishkif is the one who also told Maya, Higa, and Mitch, I forget his last name, to go in and talk to the victim. And you are Maya Higa. You are a woman. You can talk to her. Get her to not implicate me, right? So yeah, a lot of just bad. But Mishkif seems to be a Teflon, right? Stuff happens that he does that's bad, that everybody agrees is bad, and it doesn't stick to him. He acts like an asshole, and somehow he still has friends. I don't even know. He's a literal woman beater. Is that what Imru is? Was that the name? I don't think we went over Imru's claims, but anyway, chat, if you want to go over all that and more, you can pick this in the bonus content. Where does the bonus content get voted on? It's on YouTube, youtube.com/nocommentchick. If you're not watching on, if you are watching on YouTube, then all you got to do is, well, you're in the chat, I'm assuming. Hopefully click on the chat. If you're not in the chat, that's silly for you to be watching the stream and not be in the chat. Click on the chat, and then you'll see the poll, and then you can click on the poll, and then you could vote. And while you're voting, you can make sure to like the stream, because otherwise I'm going to have to bully everyone. It's every other word I'm going to say is like, did you like the stream? Has everybody liked the stream? Are those thumbs going up? Are we putting the thumbs up right? I'm going to be really annoying if we can't get to 100 likes very soon. So anyway, yeah, that's Emaru and Mishkif, and yeah, it's from what chat is saying, the accusations are pretty severe. What am I seeing? Imru is an apolitical chud, and Miss is this guy with an annoying personality. So that's really his personality. I guess the more I hear about Imru, the less I want to know. It's not, I don't blame you for that. A real asshole. He started as Ice Poseidon's cameraman. Okay, so he did real IRL stuff, right? Is that what Ice Poseidon? No, I actually don't know. Is Ice Poseidon IRL? I should know more. The White House staff is a stream team. They do feel like that, yeah. What is a stream team? Technically, chat, on Twitch, let's say that my views on Twitch went up to like an average of 150, okay, over this month. And then Twitch sent me a little thing of like, hey, do you want to become a partner? And I was silly enough to sign that contract. I don't think I would sign that contract, but it hasn't been proffered to me yet. But yeah, that I would be a Twitch partner. Now, a Twitch partner can select other partners and affiliates, right? To be part of their stream team. And I don't know what this does other than makes it really easy for you to raid into each other. I guess that's the goal. You're like supporting each other. You're like in it together. Maybe it applies more to like esports stuff. But you like I've been scouted for several stream teams, but I've never actually agreed to join one. There was one that was going to be headed by Alabrel. I'm so glad I missed that. I'm so glad I dodged that bullet. Oh my god, talking about it, a real asshole. Anyway, chat, I'm not going to get into my experiences behind the scenes with other Twitch celebrities, but if you don't remember who Alabrel is, you might remember Destiny debating someone who said that his son should have been aborted. That was Alabrel. All right. Way to lose a debate to Destiny. Anyway, so yeah, we got more topics, we got more subjects, and I gotta get to them. Oh yeah, I don't know how to type this one. So Hutch self-immolating over Platner. Hutch donated, depending on who I have heard this from, either $50 or $1,000. I'm not sure which is correct, right? But some sum of money to Graham Platner to prove that he wasn't kidding when he said, blue no matter who, even Epstein gets my vote, right? And people were like, that's a little bit hypocritical. Why don't you support Platner? And he's like, okay, here's some money for Platner, right? So yeah, Hutch is not the one to be making criticisms of Emma and, or anybody else over Platner, but yet he finds himself doing it anyway. The third one is going to be Ben Shapiro versus Candace Owens over some conspiracy theories involving Robertson. Is it Robertson? Anyway, you know who I'm talking about, right? Candace Owens has a weird conspiracy theory. Ben Shapiro, who is becoming the most irrelevant political prognosticator in 2026, swiftly on his way to becoming just that, is going to try to, I don't know, recapture some lost audience from Candace Owens. I mean, she really did leave, and that was the beginning of the bleeding of the Daily Wire, although some would say it started before then. I think there's some good video essays on that, but anyway, we got Ben Shapiro trying to clap back at Candace Owens and talking about the Tyler Robertson case, which is in court right now. We heard from the lover of the accused, and some strange stuff, right? Some stuff that we expected to be there that very much was not there in that testimony, right? And we're trying to figure out what. Robinson? Okay, it's not Robertson. Robertson's like the guy from that movie where they fight the rats of superhuman size or something. The large rodents or something. Robinson, like the Swiss Family Robinson, where they make all kinds of Swiss Family Robinson. Chat, I think, was the inspiration for Home Alone. If you've ever seen the film where Macaulay Culkin is a little kid and he has to fight off bandits that are trying to break into his house while his parents are accidentally left him in the house over Christmas break, over Christmas vacation. Anyway, yeah, the Swiss Family Robinson, they're doing the same thing except for a tree house, which I think is cooler, right? I don't know if you can go for. I think it's just that people didn't know it was a ripoff of the Swiss Family Robinson, but it very much is. Yeah, they made traps in that one to deal with pirates. The pirates were going to come up and I don't know, steal their jungle juice or something. So you got to avoid that, and they did avoid that by making all kinds of traps. Spoiler. I'm sorry, I'm spoiling the Swiss Family Robinson for anybody who did not see this 1969 film. I don't know. It's from forever ago. And then last but not least, we've got, at least I hope not least, we've got one more thing. Wait, where is it? Where did it go? I lost track of it again. Oh, there it is. Michigan Senate debate. This one's been on here for a while. Nobody's picked it yet, but it's pretty good. If you know who Stevens is, if you know who El Sayed is, Michigan Senate debate. It's a very important choice for Michiganders. There was another one of these debates that kind of popped off with somebody talking about Michiganders, right? I think that was Haley Stevens. El Sayed versus Haley Stevens. Haley the Comet Stevens. There we go. She only shows up every 80 years, chat. So what is this? Ogre was wrong. Hutch donated 1,000 to Bernie. Well, thanks for straightening that out for me. Okay. Ogre Boy did not have his facts correctly. It was $50, but still. A little bit of a weird flex now from Hutch. I wish whoever recruited Platner had paid for the full vetting. Yeah, that was kind of crazy to hear about, that they were like, you know, we could have gone for the full vetting, but there was also a vetting that was quicker and cheaper, so we went for that one. We were just like, yeah, I'm sure this guy's an oyster man. He's a veteran. What could be wrong, chat? What could go wrong? What could he have in his past? Robinson is also the name from Lost in Space. Was that based on the Swiss family Robinson? Is it important that they were Swiss? Would have like Danish people finding themselves stranded on a desert island, would they have not come up with the appropriate traps and tricks in order to avoid being, I don't know, what were the pirates gonna do to them anyway? I don't even, probably don't want to find out about that. Pirates are nasty people in real life, often. I post wild shit to Facebook. I've had a number of lib friends unfriend me. Sorry, libs. You like genocide, and yeah, this is Michigan first. Okay. No butterflies perhaps next time. We were so close, chat. We were so damn close. Teal super chat. You want me to retry it with teal and above? Okay, we can do that. Should we try again with teal and above? That sounds reasonable. Right, I've been distracting you. I've been distracting you this whole time. I'm just trying to make the vibes good, chat. The vibes need to be good for the stream to be good, and the stream needs to be good for me to do well at Persona 2, which I'm gonna play tonight after I cover the topics, right? What have we got tonight? We've got a Denims video. We're gonna watch the Emma versus Ryan Graham first, right? Then we've got Humanist Report, Mike Figueredo, he's got a video. Rebecca Watson, she's got a video. She also had a video way back in the day, like talking about the Graham Platner thing. Rebecca Watson is one person that can claim to be a skeptic on Platner for all the way early on. Like a lot of people aren't happy with the majority report, who are now, you know, like when they found out what was in that Politico report, they said, all right, no, Platner's over. Platner's done. We're not excusing this anymore. So unlike TYT, oh yeah, we somehow got to get to Anna Kasparian. They made a new TYT video. Chat, this is, I swear to God, this is their lane now. This is their fucking lane. All the people that either don't give a fuck about rape or that just want to cope about Platner, they're going to become TYT fans. And TYT's scrambling their audience again. So we'll try to get that in if we have time. Mike Figueredo, Rebecca Watson, Denims. Am I missing anybody else that we're going to cover tonight? Right, that's just the regular content, so that's a lot to get through, and I gotta hurry my ass up. So I was a little bit late to stream today, despite my best intentions. Let's just click the pinned. That'll probably help. Oh, that's the bonus content. Okay, so we got bonus content. We got Rebecca Watson. Oh God, this Shama Sawant thing is a clip with Shama Sawant. Savant. I hope I'm saying, you know, I am from Seattle. I hope I'm saying her name right. On the Bad Faith podcast with Brianna Joy Gray. Now, this is interesting, right, chat? Because there's stuff going. Oh yeah, I got to talk about this too. There's stuff going on the majority report. Did I even get through the bonus content? What was that sound? What was that sound? There's not, that cha-ching kind of fucks it up a little bit. I gotta take the cha-ching off. All right, that's not, I'm not trying to say, wow. Okay, but yeah, I know why it made that sound, and I know how to fix it too. We're uplifting the vibes today. Yes, that's right. Throne, the capitalist throne. But I need to thank somebody. This is what I need to do. Yo, Buffy Geek, thank you for contributing $15 to my Vietnam trip, airfare and accommodations, and paying the school, and who knows what else. Food, some strange food, some strong coffee. I don't know what I'm gonna buy in Vietnam, but luckily it's cheaper than Thailand. If it wasn't for the fact that they are iffy about Twitch, I might think about moving to Vietnam. What did you think it was called? Throne? It's Monarcho Cap. Oh my God. Did you hear that burp? That one probably actually showed up on the audio sound print. Anyway, chat, sometimes burps just come out. It's okay. As long as the vibes are good. Fucking good. Yeah, yeah. You know what? Like, the funny thing is I didn't find, they do have, like just like Thailand has J food, like Ahan J is what it's called in Thailand if you want to get basically vegan food. You can also say Ahan Vegan. But less people know the word vegan than know J. J is more of like a traditional thing. And in Vietnam they have Che or chai. It's with a CH. It's a similar word and same kind of deal. It's all plant-based food. So, but I didn't find the J place that does pho. Right. So I think I had some kind of pho that was very, very mid that was just happened to be not with meat. Oh my God. What am I missing? What am I missing? I am trying to change the goal. All right, I'm trying to change what the goal says. There we go. Change the goal to say that we are at 33. So we're a third of the way there. That's what Bon Jovi should have had in their song, like Living on a Prayer. They could have had different, like, you know, throughout the song, they could have been like, we're 10% there. We're 33. We're a third of the way there. And then they get to halfway there. And I don't know. They could add extra things to it. Anyway, we're at 33 out of 100% of the way to getting another hour. And then the other thing I want to do, like I said earlier, is to do another one of these goals right now that more people are here. 5 super chats of the teal variety or higher. And this time I'll give you an hour. And if we get it, chat, I'll dual wield butterflies in my hair. There we go. So there we go. That's the next goal. We're gonna try it because, like, yeah, people are sleepy. I'm sleepy. I'm tired. But yeah, it's gonna be a long night tonight, so I better get untired. Oh, good. I've got some caffeine. I got some caffeine for myself to help me out with that. I'd like my points to go to the Michigan debate. Yo, that's a good call, Buffy Geek. That has anybody seen it yet? It's a really interesting debate. I'm gonna take that cha-ching thing out of there. Oh, I am appreciative. Okay, chat. I am appreciative of people supporting the stream and especially supporting me trying to stay in Thailand for the duration of the Trump administration, or at least stay the fuck out of the United States of America. And so yeah, many thanks to all of you who have supported me in that effort. I'll fix that later. Is there one more thing that I haven't mentioned? Oh yeah, the Michigan debate between Elsa. Yeah, I did. I talked a little bit about it. It's really good, chat. Haley Stevens is incorrigible. Now, this is a very competitive race. I want you to know, if the last time you checked in on the numbers, if you're a numbers guy or a numbers gal or a numbers themperer, okay, you might need to recheck the numbers, right? Because when McMorrow was in the race, you know, as many people are, like, you know, kind of happy to see McMorrow go, given how cringe-lineal her vibes were, and just how cringe in general she was trying to walk the line there. You got her dropping out has made it an even race, right? The last I checked, it was even. It was even Stevens. And we don't want it even Stevens. We want it even Syed, not even Stevens. Right? In this case, even Steven is a bad thing. Okay, we don't want the even Steven. We want to put Steven below the what do you call it? The margin of error. Yes, Steven's always below the margin of error, chat. That's what we're gonna get to. And we're gonna watch this Michigan Senate debate tonight, and you're gonna see what I mean. It's kind of wild. If we end up watching it, if we end up choosing it, right? So what determines whether we watch Emaru versus Miskiff, whether we watch Hutch self-immolates over Platner? Do I need to, like, reload this? I'm only seeing 20. I'm only seeing 20 votes so far. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. This is like the lowest of this week as far as the votes to start off reading. But maybe I'm getting it to it extra early. I don't know, chat. I don't know. But yeah, it's the votes that matter. The votes that you can place your vote over on YouTube, youtube.com/nocommentchick. You click on the stream. You click on the, I'm telling this to the Twitch audience now, right? You click on the stream. You click on the, you click on the chat, and then you can click on the poll, and that's where you can place your vote. And while you're there, you might as well click on the like button because it helps me out a lot, and I appreciate that greatly. Did I mention LaBeouf? Shia LaBeouf? But anyway, that's where we're at right now with 28 votes. So yeah, I determine it by, counting your votes, which, yeah, going on YouTube, your votes on YouTube, right? And then I add, whenever somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, that's what makes this number go up. But you can also make these numbers go up if you want to, right? We got listed all 4 of the topics, and you can also say Vox Populi. If you're the kind of person that's like, interfere with the poll, me, never, right? Then you can say Vox Populi, in which case you're going to help the voters get what they want. You're going to reinforce the poll, and you're going to de-enforce any kind of donation. So you can fight against the donos. You can fight against the money in politics if you're a principled weasel or a principled jellyfish, right? That's a possibility too. Or you could even make it so we will get more video game streams coming through. Although, yeah, we got one secured for today. We're going to be playing some Persona 2 after this one. Secured for next week. Secured even for the week after that. What did Rebecca Watson say that wasn't incredibly based? Nothing. Oh, you're on Twitch. That's right. All you've got is the name Rebecca Watson. And so you're assuming, did Rebecca Watson, pledge firstborn child to Platner? No, that was me pledging my firstborn child to the rhythm. And you can see why it's a pretty good rhythm. But no, that's what's going on. Yeah, no, Rebecca Watson said nothing that wasn't incredibly based. It's just that I haven't watched her video on this, and people have been saying that I should. So we're adding that. We're covering that today. All right, so I've gone over all of the bonus content. I've also gone over the fact that you can, when you're supporting the channel through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which now we've got this little QR code to make that a little bit easier for the Vietnam trip that I'm trying to crowdfund, that, I'm trying to decide, am I going to need to be in Vietnam for a month if I have to pay for the ticket and accommodations and the school thing way later? Or is it going to be more like is it going to be more like 2 weeks or even less if I can get this funded now? So that's why I'm really putting this in your face, trying to suggest that if you can, if you want to donate to me on Throne, that's probably the best way right now. Not only does more of your money get to me, in other words, Throne takes the smaller bite out of it compared to Twitch or YouTube, but it also can come to me faster. So, in terms of being able to make that purchase, get that ticket, and set things up and be able to, because there's a process that has to start. God, I'm over-explaining this, chat. But when I pay my school and I show them my accommodations, I show them my plane ticket, the school then goes to Thailand, or goes to, messages like the Thai Royal Embassy in Bangkok, and they start the process that allows me to eventually apply for a visa, right? So the process is like more than I don't know, it's like months. It's a long process, right? And that means that the longer that I take before I actually make these arrangements, the longer I'll have to be in Vietnam. In other words, if I do it now, then I can, get it all processed quickly. The later I do it, the later that I can apply, right? It's like a certain amount of time after the after they get the letter from my school that they will allow me to apply. So that's the conundrum that I'm in right now. That's why I've been a little bit stressed. And again, apologies for the bad vibes. I know there's enough bad vibes out there without me sharing mine with you. But if you want to, support me in that. There's that. You can also support me on Patreon at, and if you do so at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. You can also support me on twitch.tv, which you can do for free. If you've got Prime, you can hook your Amazon account up with your Twitch account, and you will get what's called a Twitch Prime sub. That means that you can have a free sub. It costs you nothing. I mean, you've already paid for Prime, but it costs you nothing on top of that. I would hate for anybody to, pay $6 without knowing that they could, get something for free. So there it is. Don't say I never did anything for you. And it does support the stream. It does put a little bit of money in my pocket, and I do appreciate it. So you can do it for free that way. It does cost $6 the other way. It's twice as much as a YouTube membership. But for some reason, more people are signing up for Twitch subs than YouTube memberships. So, it must be something that it does for you. It lets you rewind time. You can rewind the stream, I think, is one of the benefits. You'll never see an ad, I think, is another of the benefits. And the emotes and the little Persona 2 badge that you get next to your name, that's the other bonus to that. So, oh, look at that. YouTube is maybe potentially catching up. Wait, can I make it? There we go. Catching up thanks to Stephen P. with the 5 gifted membership. It's real estate. It's free real estate. 15. You just got weaseled. Bobby 68. You just got weaseled. Joseph Winnie 802. You just got weaseled. LRN Jade. You just got weaseled. And the recycling guy 256. You just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. And that also brings us up to 48 on the goal. Remember, if this goal gets to 100, I'm going to add an extra hour. I think I met Stevens is even Stevens. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. The last time I checked, you can check again. So feel free to check my math. Any of you numbers guys, numbers gals, numbers thempers, go ahead and check my math on that one. But yeah, the last time I checked, it was pretty fucking even, and that scared me because I was kind of counting on Syed joining the Senate, right? But we'll see, chat. We'll see. I mean, it's, I'm sure they got a great operation over there in Michigan. Oh yeah, so I mentioned Patreons, right? Like I said, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since we're at the beginning of the stream now, I should probably do that if I can get Patreon to cooperate and let me read off your names. There we go. So yeah, I'm gonna do some shouts out here to everybody that is supporting me on the $5 level or above. All of you fancy weasels out there, and even some of you Francie weasels out there, which is like, you're a weasel but French. Anyway, shouts out to Neopergos, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Owl of the Cake Mix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerex, the Parisian weasels out there. I don't know. I think the symbol. I think the thing on Patreon, it does have like. Does this one have an Eiffel Tower, or is that the next level? I can't remember. Nobody's unlocked the next level. Nobody's unlocked the top level on Patreon. So if you're some kind of big spender out there and you want to flex, that is one of the ways you could do it. I can't. And you can tell me if you're a Francie weasel or just a fancy. Wait, there's fancy weasels. There's fancy weasels. What is the last one? I forget, chat. Nobody signed up for it yet, so I don't know. You'll have to remind me if you are that oiler out there wanting to put your oil money to a good use instead of destroying the environment. You can do so on my Patreon. All right, chat. I feel like I've explained everything, maybe even over-explained everything. We do have a new goal. 47 minutes left on the dual-wielding butterflies. That's right. I've got 2 butterflies, and I'm not afraid to use them, even though I would look silly with 2 butterflies in my hair. You can make me do that by if we get 5 teal super chats in the next 47 minutes. That is about all I've got to say about that. What do we got to go to next? I believe Twitter. What is on Twitter? All right, I guess we gotta look at the TYT stuff a little bit here. So Weasel Bomb. Can we call it like a Weasel Bomb? That looks like a Weasel Bomb. Is there a Weasel Bomb in chat? That seems to be something. I gotta check and see what that is. Before we switch to Twitter. Yo, that is a Weasel Bomb. Stephen P. After hearing, I guess, maybe that that YouTube is slightly behind Twitch in terms of subs versus memberships, is swiftly correcting the record, swiftly correcting that store. I got a lot of names to read out now. Carolyn Chu. You're making me want to chew, actually. I don't know. You just got weaseled. Weasels love to chew, by the way. They will chew through your shoes. They will chew up your carpet. James Banks, you just got weaseled. Light Codes 1212, you just got weaseled. Your name here, you just got weaseled. Oscar Halfaro, you just got weaseled. Molotov Juicebox, I almost said Usebox, but I code switched again. You just got weaseled. Hattie2M, you just got weaseled. Art Vandalay of Seinfeld fame, you just got weaseled. Matt of Ireland, you just got weaseled. That is a bit of a weasel bomb, and that is going to cause me to put the number up to 78. We're at 78% of the level that we have to be to add an extra hour to the stream. And you're going to be getting extra hours anyway, because I'll be playing Persona 2 after I'm done with the bonus content and the topics, right? But yeah, giving me more of a chance. Yo, that's a big weasel, Direful. Those weasels of what is the thing called with the rats in Princess Bride chat? Rodents of unusual size or something? Is that what it's called? Weasels are critical IT personnel. Yeah, I mean they fight the gremlins, right? What? Any Princess Bride knowers out there? The rodents of like unusual size. ROUS? Is that what it is? There's one blast from the past in there. Is that another weasel bomb going off? Yes, there's another weasel bomb going off, right? All I know about the Princess Bride is WIFOM. What is that one? Like a copy barrier? No, there's like this whole thing where they're going through, they're doing their, is that what it is? Are rodents of unusual size? Is that what it's called? It is raining memberships tonight. It's a good night to be in the chat. Weasels are great at helping pull Ethernet cables. I've seen that. If that's what you're saying. If that Anyway, chat. The goal should actually say not 78. The goal should say 93. We're 93% of the way towards getting that extra hour. That'll hopefully help me get through more stuff. I've read off the Patreons. Let me get over here though and see if we can. I still don't know a good place for that. I don't like this being here, right? I tried putting it over here, but it's too big. I don't know what to do with this, chat. I don't know what to do with this. I put it right here, then it's covering. Put it right there. Put it right there. Is that? I've got shit is just all over the place, isn't it? Let's shrink down this topic that we're about to get to. Wine in front of me. If the wine is poisoned, if I choose to drink it, but then why would it be poisoned? But then am I fucking with you? That is a mind fuck right there. Is that what it is? It rodents of unusual size? Is that literally what it's called? I'm not sure I'm remembering it correctly. But yeah, Baby Corn Fan, you just got weaseled. This is Matthew Chase. You just got weaseled. Gel Gorf, you just got weaseled. And man with a long last name, you just got weaseled. Also, lest I forget, Just Ellie KY, I think that stands for Kentucky. You just got weaseled, and I have no association for these things.
Chatted $7. 7 for Doctor, not Physician El Sayed versus Steve.
Oh my God, yes. Does that come up in the debate? The whole thing that they're trying to do with Sayed, like claiming that he's a fake doctor or something like that. The story is that he didn't, I think he didn't complete his residency, so he's not a physician. He is a doctor. He is an MD. Like doctor, chat, doctor, like you need a doctorate degree to be a doctor. That's all. Like anybody, even if you don't have any sort of credential, in terms of medicine, you could be a doctor. You could be a doctor of fucking, I don't know, exercise physiology. Not to knock that either. There's, it's an important field, right? You could be a doctor of like literally any subject that you can get a doctorate in. That's what makes you a doctor, right? And as far as like Abdul, does he do medicine stuff? Yeah, he saved the life of a fucking sitting senator, according to her own words. Tammy Ducksworth, something with ducks. Chat, we need ducks in the chat. Was injured in Iraq, seriously, gravely injured, and Syed was there. He's volunteered a lot of his time, in Gaza, right? You can't. What they're trying to say is that this guy is like, he doesn't know medical stuff. He doesn't do medical stuff. Bullshit. Am I mixing him up with Hamaway? Either way, we'll get to this. Darful says 62 gaming. 62 gaming. Oh my god. The gaming frogs are eating well for the foreseeable future. 417 is what I'm trying to hit here on the video game stream. Hamawi was the one that saved Duckworth. Okay. I am thinking of too many things at once. Rodents of unusual size. I don't think they exist. Okay, that's the literal thing from the yeah. So anyway, they're trying to parse doctor versus physician, just in order to make him look like he's lying. What do you want him to, anyway? What do you want him to do? Take the doctor out of his name? Like he spent, like do people understand that medical school is 4 years? I don't. Does anybody complete it in 3? There's above a bachelor's degree, right? It's yeah. Anyway, I feel like we're I'm losing time here, and that's what I got. Dom, you just got a 7-stream streak, and there we go. Free Cuba, free Palestine, free Cuba from Trump. Quiero mi Cuba libre de Trump, I think is what I'm trying to say here. That is a nice streak. If you practice medicine, stop practicing, give up your license, you're still a doctor. Yeah, you're just not a physician, right? And they're trying to, anyway, you can play a lot of weasel games with that. I don't feel good. Okay, sorry, I'm not gonna, I'm reading chats between chatters. I gotta avoid that habit. But yeah, we're, so what am I trying to show you here? I'm trying to show you what is happening right now with Anna Kasparian. There's Emma. Didn't this lady leave the left because she felt people on the internet didn't take her sexual assault seriously enough? Yeah, that was her rationale. I think we've all seen this one. Just if you...
Unbearable position of having to adjudicate something that should have been adjudicated in a court of law if this actually took place. If someone entered my home and forcibly raped me, I would not...
Okay, so there's another TYT video, right? This is from the one, oh my God, was it on Tuesday? I can't remember, chat, but they put out another video on Thursday, and she's still saying this forcibly raped, right? Implying that there's like a non-forcible rape that should be considered less serious somehow, kind of missing the whole point of what rape means.
Allow the individual who forcibly raped me, that's violent, right? To remain in my home and sleep it off. But that is what she did. She alleges that he was so drunk that she didn't want to tell him to leave because he might harm someone on the road. He just forcibly raped you, right? Call the cops. Or more importantly, get the
Yeah, thanks for telling victims like what they should have done if they wanted to be considered real victims, right? Thanks, Anna. That's fucking great. Not like forcible rape is traumatizing or anything. Not like you might be scared for your own well, being not my, like, you might be confused and overwhelmed. I don't know, Anna. I don't know. Yeah, what is this argument? You know what it is? Let me tell you what it is. All right, they're farming. They are like in the same way that Ryan is in a small way. TYT is fully occupying that lane of like, you want to believe that Platner is innocent. You want to believe that Platner did nothing wrong. Come here to the Young Turks, home of the rape apologists, right? It used to be home of the progressives. Then it was home of Polymarket Studios, and now it's home of the rape apologist, I guess, because that's what Anna's straight up doing now.
Hell out of the house, but she did neither one of those things. Neither one of those things.
Yeah.
Because it places us in this.
All right, so yeah, I think it's all this. It's all of. It's like I'm trying to see if there's any more, any other clips that have been made. That's a different clip. All right, it does look like the same day though. Have we seen this one yet?
I think the allegations are suspicious. I'm just gonna say it. If someone entered my home and forcibly raped me, I would not allow the.
Okay, it's just a little. It's like a longer version of the other one. Let's see what else she says. Okay, Jink comes in here. Get back to that.
Because
yes, the therapist didn't want to talk to the press, by the way.
Yeah, the Politico kept saying, well, she says she talked because
yes, the
thing that caught my eye and
the road. He just forcibly raped you, right? Call the cops.
The thing that caught my eye, Anna, was on the therapist.
Chat, there is some chance that if Anna goes too far her skis this time, that she might actually get fired from the Young Turks. She might want to be fired. She might want to be on her own. Jink is obviously, doubled down on this along with her, but this is crazy. Oh yeah, the new one, the one that we haven't seen yet. She's at home. She's streaming from home.
He just forcibly raped you, right? Call the cops.
The thing that caught my eye, Anna, was on the therapist. Because
yes,
did I not say that somebody was gonna hang their hat on the therapist? It turns out it's Jink Uger and Anna Kasparian.
The therapist didn't want to talk to the press, by the way.
Yeah, the Politico kept saying, well, she says she talked to the therapist, and the therapist does not acknowledge it, but says that they do have a relationship. No, wait.
No. Let's be totally accurate, okay?
Yeah.
The therapist acknowledged that she spoke to her.
Do you remember when I was talking about people making arguments with like factual claims and then trying to imply that because the factual claim I made is correct, my argument is correct, right? And you don't even take time to actually make the argument. You just say something like Sandy here, and CNN News and CBS are owned by Trump and Larry Ellison. This is like, I don't know, if you come to your auto mechanic and you're like, did you know that cars have to have their oils changed sometimes? Cars have to have their oil changed. Okay? Are you disagreeing with me? Are you disagreeing with me? I want to tell you how to do your job as a mechanic. But I need you to know that cars need their oil changed from time to time. Or some basic fact about cars. Like, did you know that you can overinflate tires? You can overinflate tires. Tires can be overinflated. Did you know that cars have 4 wheels? Cars have 4. Oh my God. What kind of fucking nonsense is this? Why are you embarrassing yourself again? Look, I'm not trying to let the vibes get fucked here, and I'm definitely not going to respond to any bait of somebody making an argument that really sounds like they're saying something that they're obviously not saying. We got to get moving, Chad. I can't respond to everything here, but I just wanted to show you this TYT thing, see if there's anything more that's dropped on it, see if anybody's caught on to a second Anna Kasparian rape apologist video has hit the World Trade Center
recently about what allegedly happened, but did not want to issue a statement to Politico.
Yeah, so the therapist is not confirming it.
Right. She spent more time elaborating how disgusted she was that he might have slept with a lot of women than she did about the alleged rape.
Okay. So yeah, everything is this 43-second clip. It looks like it's all okay. It's all Anna all the time. 43 seconds. The 43 seconds of infamy. Will this 43 seconds be enough to actually get Anna get TYT to, I mean, I don't know. Like if they fire Anna, they might as well look. Even Destiny, that's a Destiny person, chat. That's a Destiny stan. Speaking of people that don't have a great relationship with consent, right? Even the Destiny fans coming out of the woodwork to shit on TYT. That's gonna be it. All right. So I wanted to see. Oh my God, there's an APAC ad buy. What is this? No, I clicked on the wrong one. There's a poll of voters regarding Kamala Harris as too progressive. I don't have time to deal with that. And then Hassan Piker offers a debate against Greenblatt. Is this it?
And we also tried to have another.
So this is USA Today. They did an interview with Hassan, I don't know, months and months ago, a long time ago. And it finally, the video of it came out. It's a total hit piece. It's totally bullshit, right? Remember when Hassan said something about a pig dog? He used the insult pig dog. And then Ethan tried to be like, that's an anti-Semitic, dog whistle, right? It's not. We looked it up, right? It's maybe a German insult. There's like a Schweinhund or something but it just means like you're like a dumbass, basically. If you get called that, it doesn't have any association with Judaism. This motherfucker here digs up like a actual anti-Semitic phrase that is not what Hassan said. That is just like, instead of saying pig dog, he combines the word for Jewish with the word in German for pig and pretends that Hassan said that. It's crazy, chat. A crazy hit piece. I don't know if we'll get to it this week. I'm kind of wanting to. I'm not sure if people will be interested in this because it's kind of a Hassan versus Glup Shittos people thing, but I guess no, maybe it's a Hassan versus is it a Hassan versus USA Today in a special on anti-Semitism asked Hassan Piker and Jonathan Greenblatt if they'd be willing to sit down together. Piker says, I'd love to. Greenblatt equivocates, suggesting he'd only consider it if Piker acknowledges the legitimacy of Zionism. Okay, well, there's a way to poison pill. Yeah, poison pill, famous tactic of Israeli negotiators in the so-called roadmap to peace, the two-state solution that Netanyahu brags about having completely prevented from happening.
Real discussion with two of our subjects to hopefully build some kind of new understanding. And we also tried to have another real discussion with two of our subjects to hopefully build some kind of new understanding. I asked Hassan Piker and Jonathan.
They've got music, I've got music.
If they would sit down for a conversation with each
That's what I call a train wreck. I hope it's not
yes,
copyrighted music.
Wild idea. If we could broker it, would you sit down with him?
With Jonathan Greenblatt?
Yeah.
Oh, I would love to.
Okay.
I would love to have a conversation with Jonathan Greenblatt.
I'll pose the same question to him. Greenblatt was a bit more cautious. We've talked a lot about Hassan Piker here. He claims he's tried to sit down with you guys and tried to talk to you.
When
you
was
said
that?
earlier, I don't know. He's claimed, that's his claim to it. Would you sit down with him? Would you sit down with him and me in a room and have a conversation?
Look, I'll sit down and talk to anyone. My only red line is if you dehumanize others.
Mm-hmm. Has he crossed that line?
Well, yeah, and saying that, Zionists, the things he said about Zionists, I think absolutely.
Look, the only way that you could retcon his fucking argument here to make it, correct, because he's going to try to say that, like, he's using Zionism like it's a bad word, right? Zionism is a bad word if it means displaced Palestinians, all right? So I suppose if you take it all back to its origins, when there was like a land without a people that they were searching for a people without a land, Jewish people, right? If it had been done in some way where like literally a land that nobody was using, nobody was occupying, nobody was displaced, then yeah, I suppose Zionism could be like, okay, they started a state here. Cool beans. Like assuming nobody got hurt. What makes Zionism fucked up is that now that it's unfolded in the way that it did, they didn't find a land without a people. They just brought, everybody over and they did the Nakba. That's why Zionism is inextricable from the pejorative, nature of the way that the word is used right now, right? Jonathan Greenblatt, in case you didn't get it. And yes, Direful, I see what you're saying. I've got to have time to show that though. I gotta, I'm not just gonna put out an hour without saying anything. So I've got to get through this.
Cross the line and create the space where it seems legitimate to murder Jewish people.
I'm sorry, but Hassan Piker is not doing that.
So
Hassan Piker is specifically working against that. Hassan Piker is aware of the rising anti-Semitism, fights about it, brings attention to it every day. You're doing the opposite shit because you're not just against anti-Semitism, bro. You are for genocide. You are for murder. You are the bigot here, Jonathan Greenblatt. You fucking scumbag racist.
you know, if you would acknowledge the legitimacy of Zionism, the Zionists have the same right as everyone else.
Zionists have the do fucking anyway. It's like, you know, Jews deserve their own manifest destiny, right? Like, if you would acknowledge that the Americans deserve to displace all nations that are already there, all groups that are already there, then I guess we could sit down and have a conversation. If you could acknowledge that Germany needs its Lebensraum because they've got big shoulders and big elbows and they need to spread out. They're too cramped. Their legs do not fit in these small seats. The German people, they are superior race, so they are giants among men. They need more Lebensraum. If you can't acknowledge that, then I won't really have a conversation with you. I'm so sorry. I can't talk to an anti-German bigot like that. Come on, dude. Come fucking on. Sorry to any Germans in chat. Oh my God. Not trying to essentialize you as one period of your history. Oh my God, chat. I gotta fix that. Can you still hear me? Did my sound go out? Okay, check. We're good. Something fell. I got too animated. And look, what I really want to get animated for is what Direful has been saying, is that I need to add an hour to the time so that doesn't look like we're so low on time. Because we're not. We're at 100, and that means that something happens. I just want to make sure that everybody sees it, and I'm not just putting this on while I'm yelling at Greenblatt. That look at this right here. We're gonna add an hour, and this is what happens, right? For every 100 that we hit, and for today it's like unlimited, all right? Every other day, 2 hours max, okay? If we get to 3 hours, then we add, and we already have added one of those hours to this stream. But for this stream, normally I'd be like, all right, I've already added 2 hours, no more time. No, not this one. This is Friday stream. We do it differently. If we hit 200, I add another hour, and we have even more time, and I might need that because I'm getting animated already. So there we are at 4 hours and 31 minutes. And thank you to everybody who made this happen. Yeah, Zionist folks need to have their own version of white supremacy, and if you don't accept that, then I guess you're anti-Semitic. I guess you support Hamas. You don't like Sabra Hamas either. I can't believe this fucking poll saying Kamala Harris is too progressive. The thing is, people just think she's a weirdo, right? They don't know what she stands for, and in the absence of her stating that unequivocally, then they're just gonna, they're gonna believe that something she said in 2020 and obviously didn't mean is what she believes, or they're gonna think that she's like obsessed with specifically gender confirming surgery for prisoners who are also not citizens, or whatever kind of garbage the Republican Party have been feeding them. I think that's where that poll comes from. It is very disheartening that Americans think that Kamala Harris is somehow too progressive. But I'm going to say it, chat, and this sucks. Americans are impoverished in their ideology. Americans are impoverished in their understanding of politics. And Americans think some really strange shit, really contradictory shit, right? They'll, at the same time that they're telling you that they believe in a pathway to citizenship, they say that they support mass deportations. Americans are confused. Americans need help, chat. Open the goddamn schools, okay? Open the schools. We can't do, Hassan the other day said we can't do re-education with Americans because a lot of them have not had the education to begin with. A lot of them are lacking education. I do think that if you got a country of a majority, college educated people, even if it's an associate's degree, I do think that you're better off in terms of your politics and your civics than you are without it. Anyway, that's enough of that. We got to get to, so yeah, I added the hour. I'll add another hour if we hit 200. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Oh my God, chat, why is my shit so, there's so many it's because I had a tweet that popped off. All right, let me show you really quickly, and then we'll get to where we're getting to. Oh God, I think I have to click on this. Here we go. All right, so chat, I was just scrolling around on Twitter, and I saw this. Yeah, apologies for this guy's, using the N word. I'm not sure if I couldn't tell from the account if the Twitter account is black or not, but this is what they said, right? In a response to denims, right? This is and I didn't see this at first, right? This just kind of popped up because Elon's search function sucks. But this was from February 8th. So yeah, back on February 8th, I guess it's true that Ethan was suing denims, right? Well, look at this. July 9th. What's going on here? It's almost like somebody quote retweeted this and then got blocked by this person when they saw a legion of snarkers. Did I do that, chat? Did I do that? Did I bring a legion of snarkers onto a February 8th tweet that had like probably 0 likes on it? Did I do? No, it had 218. So the Ethan Klein fans thought they were cooking with the, possible white dude using an N-word. It's kind of what it looks like to me. Anyway, so I said, who's going to tell him? All right. And I used this is a clickbait, Ethan, H3 live stream that they're clickbaiting that they might be closing down. This is what they have to do to get 17K in chat. Otherwise, it's like 10K, 11K, 12K is what they get, right? They got that extra 5,000 by being like, oh, this might be the last time. We might be going away. Oh, is H3 closing down? Oh, so yeah, I did this, and then the person blocked me. That's why you can't see their tweet here. That's why I have to go over here for their questionable use of the soft A, and yeah, that's why my that's okay. I guess I got to read some of these off, right? Clickbait titles have a stellar history of making our slur. Are we doing multiple slurs here? Chat, I'm ready for this. All right, I don't even have to be dark woke to smack these fools down. We got making the R slurs self-report their low IQ, and it's like, does this person not realize I'm clickbaiting? Do they not realize I know that H3 isn't shutting down? Do they realize the main point isn't about H3 shutting down? It's about this person saying Ethan is suing you. Ethan is suing your ass, right? Ha 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 ha. And guess what? Not anymore, right? That's the point of it. Anyway, so they kind of just played themselves here, and yeah, a little, this is why you don't fuck around in my comment section, okay? Anyway, is this John Fetterman? Nah, Fetterman gets his ABCs wrong these days. That's a little mean. Please tell me it's not clickbait. H3 goes by the ABCs. Always be clickbaiting. This is true. What do we have next? Dan looks embarrassed. Hope the bag is worth it. And I said, I think he gets a discount on Teddy Fresh. True. Then this next person, crazy how the entire cast is different now. Ethan's ego is a hell of a boss. And then you're playing from a tweet from February. Good point. Thanks for making me aware of this, Gloombringer. Too bad he blocked me. I can't tell. Yeah, I literally can't see. So anyway, that's what happened on Twitter. What's it at now? What? Oh, wait, yeah. I saw 143 bookmarks, and I was like, wait, I only got 143 likes on it? No, it's like 4.3K. Not my biggest tweet, but that's why the shit is all filled up with oh, look at that. They're just shoving a Hassan Piker tweet. Oh, we got to talk about this, though. We do have to talk about this. Shoving more Hassan Piker tweets in my face, I see, Elon. I'm on to you. Elon is Hassan's biggest backer. So anyway, this is today's stream, okay? And I've got this linked in the, what do you call it? I've got it linked in the pinned, right? The pinned tweet. Some people are pinned chat. Some people get confused when I say pinned chat, so I'd like to make it easy for you. It's this link right here. It's this one right here. That's where it's pinned. I'm going to put it in again in case people can't see it, can't find it. Right? If you want to support the blast off tweet, which is this right here, which is already up to 9, you can do so by clicking on that, and you can like it if you like it. You can retweet it if you think that your people, on your feed would be interested in seeing it, right? Or you can comment on it, as a few people already have. including Joel. Ryan Grimm, yes, has fell off lately. Yeah, just a little bit. All right, and then we'll put like a little winky face there. If I can find the winky. Where's the winky? Where did, the winky lives right there. Winky. I clicked on winky. Oh, there it is. Okay, winky. All right, we got the winky. So yeah, if you can want to go over there and support the blast off tweet. Look, Hassan Piker, his stuff blasts off automatically. I kind of need your help, right? Because until we get this to, I don't know, 15, 17, whatever, I don't know what the limit is. Elon doesn't like to show this to anybody, right? Because again, we're linking off of the site, and Elon hates that. All right. And with that, chat, I feel like we've covered everything that we need to cover. And we could get on to the main show. Seeing if I'm missing anything else. Oh, I know, chat. It's a very long. We're gonna start off on what you're all here for, since I've wasted an hour plus already. And I believe what you're all here for is the majority report, which featured last night Ryan Grimm as the guest. Now, you all know that they've been friends for a long time. Ryan Grimm is usually somebody that they bring in to, cover what he's been doing on Dropsite. He does good work on Dropsite as a journalist. This time's a little different, right? They're gonna argue. They're not gonna agree on this. Pod Save America? All right, I don't think so. And somebody, yeah. Oh wow, look at how it goes right to that. There we go. Ryan Grimm, Emma Vigland. Let's go, chat. It's time. Wait, are we? Yeah. We're good. And yeah, sorry for taking so long to get to this. I just had a lot to talk about today.
We are back, and we are.
Oh wow, we're too quiet.
Ryan Grimm, journalist, co-host of Breaking Points, and co-founder of Dropsite News. Ryan, welcome back to the show.
Hey Emma, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's been quite a week for us both, I would say, and also just in terms of covering progressive politics and anti-establishment politics. Let's just.
So yeah, she's I would assume she is alluding to the criticism that the Majority Report has received, and she's the one who's here, and so it's mostly around Emma about the support for Graham Platner. Breaking Points has also been subject to the same kind of controversy, although like I said, there's a continuum here, right? There's TYT that is straight up saying Graham Platner did nothing wrong. It's a Zionist plot, basically. I'm sorry, I'm summarizing it a little bit. Hope I'm not putting any words in their mouth, right? There's Ryan Grimm saying, hey, yeah, Graham Platner should probably drop out, but did you know that he was coming over for a glute massage? Did you know that she said she needed a glute massage? Maybe Graham Platner didn't think he was doing anything bad in opening her fucking front door without her permission and coming in. And I don't know, chat. I don't know. It's pretty hard to defend, but with Ryan, it does seem like they are playing a dangerous game. I would say veering into the lane of Platner dead enderism without actually occupying it the way that TYT is. Emma is another example of somebody who is very gung-ho about the Platner campaign, even critical of people that had I'm not going to. Rebecca Watson is an example of a person who had trepidations. I don't think Emma was specifically critical of her, but yeah, Emma has been critical of people that that were Platner skeptics, right? That's pissed a lot of people off, and we still haven't gotten from Emma, from MR, from Matt what some of the MR viewers considered to be accountability, and that's going to be a very subjective thing, what they think that Emma needs to do. One thing that I've seen proposed in the comments of some MR videos is a conversation with Shama Savant, who I was talking about earlier. This is a professor from Seattle who then became a city council member in Seattle, a member of the Socialist Workers Party. I'm sure people have some opinions about that, but yeah, she's got a clip on on Twitter that's blowing up. So some people think accountability would look something like bringing on a Platner critic and sort of, taking your lumps a little bit, or at least, you know what I mean? It does feel like there's some people in the Majority Report community that don't want to dip out just yet, and that are hoping for something like that, for something like platforming a strong critic of Platner, and maybe saying a little bit more, right? Because she's working her way, it sounds like, up to an apology. Hasn't quite got there yet. So yeah, we'll see. All right, let's go.
We'll start off in the most controversial place here, because as I've said to you before, you're one of my favorite people to disagree with, because it can always be even-handed and in good faith. But just to catch people up, earlier this week, you reported that there'd been a detail that had been left out of Politico's reporting on the rape accusation against Graham Platner. Politico didn't include, apparently, that the woman accusing Platner of this assault had asked him to come over for a glute massage the night of the alleged assault. However, sorry, what'd you say?
Said she needed a glute massage, but not to ask him for it. Is
Gotcha.
my recollection, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's an important distinction. And it's a distinction that I fear might have been lost from Ryan's audience. I want to mention something that people said in this chat earlier. I do read chat even before I come on, and I did notice this. Some people suggesting that this might be like that Emma and Ryan might have talked previously, and Emma's like, how are you doing? And Ryan's like, shitty. I'm in the doghouse. I'm in the toilet. People are shitting on me. And she's like, yeah, me too. And Ryan's like, yeah, but me a little bit worse. And you somehow worked out a thing where it was like, hey, you know how like you kind of went further than I did? Do you think it would be okay if I tried to pull my feet out of the fire by criticizing you? We could come over and have a little debate. And I don't know that this is all, going on in chatter's imaginations. I don't think we have any proof for it, but I just wanted to mention that's something that people are hypothesizing is some kind of kayfabe going on here to sort of, Ryan's in the toilet, right? He's getting flushed pretty hard. Emma is you got one foot in the toilet and maybe using. If I understand chatters correctly, they think that Emma might be using stepping on Ryan's head with his consent in order to get out. So there we go.
And afterwards, she still said, do not come over. And you have faced some pushback for reporting this detail. And I guess I'm wondering what you think of that pushback, because this is what I would say, right? Like, we often will say on our show that it's as important, like the substance of what we say is sometimes even less important than what we choose to highlight or cover, right? And I think that perhaps emphasizing this detail gave a lot of people license to dismiss Jenny's accusation, even if that's not in what the text said. That would be my critique, and I'm wondering what you think of that.
Various. This isn't the first turd take from Ryan, though. It's a bit of a nadir. Yeah, and I'm still wondering what's going on with the Breaking Points blob, right? I joked about there's a polycule there. Really, what I'm trying to say is that like they seem to be rubbing off on each other, not in a sexual way. I probably shouldn't have used that metaphor, but that you're seeing some of like Emily Jashinsky, I believe is her name. Her views coming out of Ryan's mouth. Obviously she's gotten, there's a few criticisms of Trump that you'll hear coming out of her mouth. I'm trying to think of the other ones. So some of maybe Sagar's misogyny, people speculate might be rubbing off on Ryan, but then some people think, oh no, Ryan's misogynistic enough on his own. Maybe Ryan's rubbing off on Sagar. So I can't tell exactly what's coming from where. But the thing about, the nature of the beast, the nature of Breaking Points being a show that's modeled after The Hill's The Rising. The Hill's a scumbag conservative outlet. They were kind of using the veneer of a right side and a left side to overall try to promote right-wing viewpoints. That got flipped on its head a little bit with Brianna Joy Gray versus Robbie Suave, just given like she's somehow more charismatic than him. But the overall goal remains the same. And the question is, can you do a Breaking Points where you got Ryan and Crystal as your left-wing people, and then you got Emily and Sagar as your right-wing people? can you do this? Will this work? Right? The idea is this, that if they get canceled too hard from the left, which they kind of are, and watch this space, chat, watch this space, because I know a lot of people are expecting maybe Ryan gives an apology. He sort of has, right? Dropsite has, apologized and say, hey, we weren't trying to question the victim's, story. We weren't trying to, attack the victim or anything. We just wanted to say that Politico didn't do, its due diligence on this reporting. It was just a criticism of reporting kind of story. You could see a possibility for breaking points. I don't know how Crystal would feel about this, right? The way that this thing works is you would pivot to the right now. You pissed off the left is done with you. What about the right? What can you sell Sagar's, hatred of Me Too to the newly radicalized Platnerites? Can you do that? Maybe could they be doing something like that? I don't know, chat. They're gonna have to choose a lane though. They're gonna have to pick a way, and I'm not sure where it's going.
Yeah, I don't think anyone seriously argues with the general idea that if we're going to try a very serious allegation in the court of public opinion, that the information that the media has about that should be public. Like, I think I don't generally think that anybody really disagrees with that, and I think it's important.
Also, mods, look, we're not banning anybody from. You're allowed to disagree with me. I should say this first of all. All right, nobody's gonna get banned today for like I think Irene's wrong about this. Okay, we don't want to see any rape apologia for sure. And mods, be on the lookout if people are saying the same stuff over and over again, even if it's like in a little different order or something like that. Do time them out, and if they continue to do it, yeah, they will be banned. All right, that's the one thing I don't want as chat getting spammed, or obviously any kind of rape apologia. And I'm not just saying like any people that are still Platnerites, right, that think that Platner didn't do this. I'm saying like if it's like, well, is it really so bad? We got a president that's like please like avoid anything like that.
To understand exactly how Politico reported this at the time, so I have it in front of me here. They wrote, that night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when she heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into her house. So the way that Politico presents it, they were texting, she says, don't come over. And then there's effectively a break-in. Like, that's kind of the impression that you're left with here. The door is unlocked, but like, if you don't have permission to come in the house, like, you can't just come in an unlocked house. It's not how it works. Politico was aware that the exchange that they're referencing there included her saying she needed a glute massage.
Sandy, the only cancel culture we got here is for spam, okay?
Him responding, I'm on my way over. And then she responds, I'm not, don't come, I'm not in the mood for company. We don't know whether or not he got that message, or he was just, drunkenly driving over to her house. There are a lot of people.
Because I don't know if you know this, Sandy, but when you spam, it makes you sound like a bot, and people will ban bots with impunity, right? People do not want bots around.
Who absolutely do not care about that detail and don't think it's relevant and are okay with it not being included. There are also many, many people who think that that detail is relevant for his state of mind, and particularly whether or not the implication of a break-in is accurate, which then shapes some of the rest of it. And what I would say to the people who don't think it's relevant,
I'm not a bot is what a bot would say. No, just kidding.
I would
That's
include
fine.
myself in that camp. So yeah.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, you don't think it's relevant. That's totally fine. We live in a democracy where the entire public is involved in the deliberation of these questions. And so there are many people who do think it's relevant.
Any American mainstream news sources that are trustworthy anymore? It depends on what you mean by trustworthy, right? If you're looking for, reporting, you're not going to get a lot of spin or interpretation of that reporting, right? AP and Reuters more or less do that. But I'm suspecting you're talking about like more commentary oriented.
Like, is it relevant that he was
ProPublica? Oh yeah, ProPublica is really good.
drunk? Like,
But what? But
why-
the
like, why- like,
disqualifying.
Democracy Now! Although I don't know, did they get something wrong? It's like months back. I think they did get something wrong.
Piece is the
Like-
rape accusation, not the break-in, right? So I guess perhaps this absolves him of the break-in, but wouldn't her saying still, protesting and saying that it was not
Absolutely.
consensual,
Absolutely. Obviously, if she said, and I thought this was more obvious apparently than it is,
right?
if you say, I
I'm
need to
sorry, chat. I am getting distracted by. Let me just rewind it and make sure we're getting this whole thing. I gotta lock in, and you gotta lock in. We all gotta lock in. Lock in, chat.
and are okay with it not being
So I'm also supposed to, I guess, kind of look at the majority report chat, because like what I've been hearing from it, like people from this community, I think have gotten timed out. I guess yesterday, like there's a lot of people really upset with Ryan, and maybe a lot of people also upset with Emma.
included. There are also many
But I guess if somebody got timed out or banned, I wouldn't see their chat here. I'm not seeing anything. It's a weird chat though. This is majority report fun. No. Okay, no, I get it. Okay, I see why. There's a reason that this is. You know what, Direful, as much as I appreciate the timestamps that you made, I think we're gonna have to just like look. I'm just doing this because I need to. It'll be the same timestamp, right? Or roughly the same timestamp. All right, but I'm watching this on here, on the not the fun half, but the not fun half. Oh God, it isn't the same timestamp. I gotta find it myself. Okay, anyway, we need to re-listen to some of this anyway. But yeah, I'm doing it on. Oh no, what the fuck? Wait. Oh shit. What? Okay, guess what? There's no chat replay. This was contentious. All right, I've never seen majority report moderation do this before, but or the channel, whoever's running the channel, right? So normally on the right, you can't see it in your window, chat, but to the right of your window, they show the chat that happened at the time, right? The reason I didn't want to watch the fun half, which is what Direful sent me to, which is understandable, right? Because the fun half is like the whole thing. It's even though it's called the fun half, it's the early half and the even though it's that, if you're looking at the chat of the fun half at something that was not in the fun half, there's going to be a few people chatting, but not very many, right? That's what I was seeing. That's why I clicked over to this one. I was hoping that we would see I don't know if I can like reload this or something. 2602 is where I'm at. Can we, is it going to show me anything if I reload?
Hey folks, you know what time it is.
2602.
It's time for Sunset Lake accusation against Graham Platner.
All right. Is there any way that I can rescue the chat? Because I'm genuinely curious, right? I've heard stories. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to find out. The transcripts there. They turned off the live chat replay. So no dice. Oh well. I guess I'll just have to. If anyone was in the chat and you want to describe your experience, please let me know. I'll try to read out your chat.
Platner.
Feel free to at me too if you're talking. If you were in the majority chat, if you're in the majority report. For this interview / debate, feel free to at me and tell me what your experience was like, because I wasn't there. I was asleep.
Politico didn't include apparently that the woman accusing Platner of this assault had asked him to come over for a glute massage the night of the alleged assault. However, sorry, what'd you say?
Said she needed a glute massage, but not to ask him for it. Is
Gotcha.
my recollection. Right?
Yeah. And afterwards, she still said, "Do not come over." And you have faced some pushback.
Autumn leaves. I was in chat. It was a bloodbath. Damn.
For reporting this detail, and I guess I'm wondering what you think of that pushback. Because this is what I would say, right? Like we often will say on our show that it's as important like the substance of what we say is sometimes even less important than what we choose to highlight or cover, right? And I think that
Does what Emma's saying here make sense to people? Right? It's what I was trying to say when I said facts don't always get you the truth. I can list, 10, 15 facts for you without editorializing, without me saying, and therefore, blah, 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 blah. And I can do some leading of the witness that way, right? If I list 50, it's just like if I drew dots on the screen and I was like, connect the dots. And you were like, oh, it's Satan. Yeah, clearly the devil horns and the blah, 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 blah. And really, there's no Satan in the picture, right? But I've led you to see the face of the devil in the connect the dots thing because I only chose certain dots. There's actually more dots, and it's a woolly mammoth, right? The horns were actually the tusks, right? You know, right? It's really easy. So anyway, that's like a graphical description.
Super chatted $10. So, I think the difference between reality and a court trial should be explained to chat briefly.
Ooh, yeah,
Because I
good
think
call.
The fact that we all call Trump a PDF without trial is being forgotten by people.
Yeah. So look, there's different standards of proof, right? Depending on what you're doing. And in this case, so when people are talking about like innocence or guilt, right? Usually what they're implying is a standard that we set for criminal trials. That standard is innocent until proven guilty beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt. What does that mean? Well, you can't say, well, what if aliens, right? Because that's not reasonable, right? That aliens interfered and that's why it looks like I am the murderer, even though I'm not. The aliens set me up, right? That's not a reasonable doubt, all right? It's some doubt, but it's not a reasonable doubt. But on the shadow of a doubt, means that like, could you imagine some way in which this person's innocent and not invoke aliens or Satan or Hitler or the mass circle for Persona 2? Could you imagine a way in which this person could be innocent? That's a very high standard of proof. That's probably the highest one that is really out there, right? And that's a standard for a criminal trial. So in other words, what is the statement? And good question, Narwhal by Nature. Also, thanks for making me talk. Thanks for reminding me to talk about this. This is a very high standard because people usually say something like, I would rather let 10 guilty people go than send one innocent person to jail. Yeah, somebody goes up on a murder charge and they didn't do the murder. They spend their life in jail or get executed. That's fucking horrible, right? So for criminal trial, that's the standard. Now, here's another standard. Like, let's talk about E. Jean Carroll. E. Jean Carroll was adjudicated as having a legitimate claim against Donald Trump for raping her. That wasn't a criminal trial, and as such, Donald Trump's guilt was not established beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt. Also, I believe for criminal trials, the statute of limitations had already run out, so there was no way to criminally try Donald Trump. Instead, E. Jean Carroll lawyered up and did a civil trial, and the jury, I believe in that case, it was a jury, found that it's more likely, given the facts that we've seen, right, it's more likely that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll than Donald Trump didn't, right? So that's the civil trial standard, which is just like, is it more likely? Is it less likely? More likely that Donald Trump did this, then he gets the judgment, he has to pay the money, right? Less likely, he's adjudicated as not liable, right? So there's that other standard. Now we're talking, we can also talk about probable cause. This is something that cops deal with, right? If they search your vehicle, they're supposed to have probable cause. Sometimes cops will come up to you and say, I smell weed. Will you let me search the car? And maybe they don't smell weed, but they're just fishing. They'd like to have a look in your car, right? They're kind of playing games with you there, right? But yeah, probable cause is I think what it takes to get a warrant, or to do a search, right? So that's an even lower, like there's probable cause to think that this might have happened, right? That's all the, in fact, I think that's kind of what they're doing right now in the trial in Utah with Tyler Robinson, is that they don't have a grand jury. So they do a different type of pre-trial. I don't even know what you call it. It's different in Utah. It should say 120, and what do we got? It should say 110. And we're adding 10 for. All right, we're gonna add more for the Stevens, the Syed Stevens debate. Okay, so I've just given you different standards of proof. Now, for journalism, right? We're invoking, or at least the Platner dead enders are trying to invoke the standard, the highest standard we've got, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, right? And it's somewhat understandable, that you in terms of like somebody living their life with the label of being a rapist, right? I think that's why people try to invoke that, but that's not the standard of proof. And when you're talking about somebody that's standing for election in the U.S. Senate, right, we're going to flip that whole idea of like, I'd rather let 10 innocent people go than condemn 10 guilty people go than condemn one innocent person, right? When we're talking about elected officials, I would think that the standard of proof would be, look, we got a lot of people who want to be elected officials, all right? And if somebody that is out there reasonably has credible rape accusations, in other words, it looks strongly like they violated somebody's consent, then I'm going to say, like, I'd rather not elect 10 people whose charges were exaggerated or misinterpreted, or it came out later that it didn't happen or whatever, right? I'm gonna flip that on its head a little bit, right? And we're not actually, with Platner, we're not actually flipping it on its head that much, right? Yeah, we don't have the standard, we don't have proof beyond a reasonable doubt for Platner, but we are not condemning Platner to jail. If Platner gets a criminal trial over this, then that's where they'll apply that standard of proof. But in terms of like reporting, like, right, I would like to know if there's a decent chance that the dude I'm about to vote for as a Mainer, as if I'm voting in Maine, is a rapist, right? I would like to know that, and at the very least you could say is that the public has got the right to know if this is a possibility. So the people saying that, like, this just should not have come out at all, that they needed to have a statement from the therapist, they needed to have they needed to de-anonymize more people. All the people making those arguments, I think you look kind of ridiculous. I think you're mistaking a burden of proof that is for criminal culpability, in other words, going to jail, with something that is like, do I want to vote for this candidate, which is, a very light standard of proof in comparison. So there we go. I think I've elucidated this point. Wait, let me just read the super chat again. I think the difference between reality and a court trial should be explained in chat briefly, because I think the fact that we call Trump a PDF without trial, yeah, and there's many such cases, right? And you wouldn't invoke that for, well, actually Trump was only, held liable for rape. He wasn't convicted criminally, right? I don't think we're gonna have a lot of people like trying to speak up for, you're doing Trump dirty here, by saying that he raped E. Jean Carroll.
Perhaps.
In fact, he got sued a second time, successfully so, for saying that he didn't rape E. Jean Carroll. So that's how the court feels about that.
Emphasizing this detail gave a lot of people license to dismiss Jenny's accusation, even if that's not in what the text said. That would be my critique, and I'm wondering what you think of that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone seriously argues with the general idea that if we're going to try a very serious allegation in the court of public opinion, that the information that the media has about that should be public. Like, I think I don't generally think that anybody really disagrees with that. And I think it's important to understand exactly how Politico reported this at the time. So I have it in front of me here. They wrote, that night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when she heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into her house. So the way that Politico presents it, they were texting, she says, don't come over. And then there's effectively a break-in. Like, that's kind of the impression that you're left with here. The door is unlocked, but like, if you don't have permission to come in the house, like, you can't just come in an unlocked house. It's not how it works. Politico was aware that the exchange that they're referencing there included her saying she needed a glute massage. him responding, I'm on my way over. And then she responds, I'm not, don't come, I'm not in the mood for company. We don't know whether or not he got that message or he was just, drunkenly driving over to her house. There are a lot of people who absolutely do not care about that detail and don't think it's relevant and are okay with it not being included. There are also many, many people who think that that detail is relevant for his state of mind, and particularly whether or not the implication of a break-in is accurate, which then shapes some of the rest of it. And what I would say to the people who don't think it's relevant,
I would
that's
include
fine.
myself in that camp. So yeah,
right, absolutely, yeah. You don't think it's relevant? That's totally fine. We live in a democracy where the entire public is involved in the deliberation of these questions, and so there are many people who do think it's relevant. Like, is it relevant that he was drunk? Like,
but the disqualifying piece is the rape accusation, not the break-in, right? So I guess perhaps this absolves him of the break-in, but
oh my God, I don't even know about that, Emma. I don't even know about that. Right. Look, the only reason the only way the break-in, and she did have her door unlocked. She said that she lives in a community where everybody leaves their door unlocked. I've never lived in a place like that. I've never felt that safe, that comfortable. So I'll have to take her word for it. But the only reason that the break-in wouldn't be a break-in is if they were in a long-term committed relationship where that was like a common thing for them to do, right? I mean, I don't know. Like if they were moved in together, does that make sense? Then it would be, obviously that would be his apartment too, potentially, right? But yeah, that's not the situation. I need people to understand that's not a situation. In fact, she didn't describe what was going on with her and Platner as a relationship. I believe the word that she used was situationship, right? So no, he's not allowed to come into her house. Oh my God, chat. I just sucked like spicy pepper down my throat. Another reason not to talk while you're eating. Oh my God.
But wouldn't her saying still, protesting and saying that it was not consensual?
Absolutely. Obviously, if she said, and I thought this was more obvious apparently than it is,
right?
If you say, I need a massage, let's say you say, come over and give me a massage, and he tries to turn the massage into something more than that, and she says no, and he pushes past it, it's obviously still rape. Like there's zero question about that. But this kind of insistence that the facts aren't really important because of what she says happened in the end, I don't believe. As a journalist, our job is to put the facts out that we have and then let the public decide whether or not those are relevant. Now, some people said, well, why don't you put in like what she was wearing? No, that is completely different.
Oh no.
Like we are talking about two people who had been.
Is it that different? Is it that different? I'm not sure. I'm becoming a dream character. Oh my gosh, Big Al, I'm gonna endeavor to stream earlier. It's a struggle, but it's a worthwhile struggle, and it's a worthwhile every time I see the faces of community members that just have not been in chat for a while because I've been streaming way too late. So we're trying to move that earlier. But yeah, get some sleep. Get some sleep.
Dating on and off for 2 years at this point. The nature of the text message exchanges that they had that led him to come over is relevant to some people. Doesn't have to be relevant to everybody to be included, just some people. And I really don't actually think this is a controversial point. I understand why.
Ryan, which people are we talking about? Which people is that useful to, right? And I'll tell you the answer. People that want to deny what is right in front of their face because they were in love with Graham Platner, not literally, but they were in love with the idea of this crusty fisherman from Maine that speaks to people's material conditions, without calling himself a communist or a socialist or anything, or at least having backed away from the stuff that he said on Twitter. That's what they were in love with, right? They were in love with that idea. It was a beautiful dream, and they can't let it go. right? That's what you're keeping people in denial, Ryan. That is what you accomplish by, using dropside, which, like I said, chat, dropside does amazing work. They're so fucking important. They're so crucial, right? In issues of Israel and Gaza and issues of Iran, dropsite has been integral, and that's why up until this, I haven't given more than kind of a, hey, did you like? I like Ryan Grimm's reporting, but did you see what he said about white men being a marginalized group within the left? Did you see that? What do you think about that? Right? Up until now, right? There's a lot of that Ryan says that gives me concern. It gives me concern that he's either like more right wing than I realized, or he's like becoming more right wing, being part of that Breaking Points blob. But I was really careful to stipulate, I'm criticizing his commentary, not his journalism, and I don't have a problem with the majority of his commentary, right? But yeah, we're seeing more of Ryan, and it's not good.
It's so sensitive, particularly, we live in a world where in a country where sexual assault is just rampant. So many people reading the story have themselves experienced sexual assault and are experiencing it both through the political lens, but also then through the prism of their own experience. So I understand why it's this sensitive for so many people. At the same time, the idea that Politico can have this information.
Oh, also, I didn't do my due diligence here by mentioning this, chat, but Ryan Grimm is reportedly a long-term friend of Graham Platner. I actually didn't know this. I did not. I found this out recently, right? I think for like 10 years or something. He's known Graham Platner for a long time. So again, if you want to talk about journalist ethics, right, which without putting Gamergate on, I don't know if the Reddit fedora fits, maybe, but no. If we're talking about oh my God, chat, what was I saying? If we're talking about problems with journalism, criticism of journalism, I got some criticism for you right here, Ryan. You can't be this close to your subject. And if you are, you got to disclose that, because as much as you're going to say that, hey, listen, the fact that she said I need a glute massage is going to be an important fact for some people. I'm going to say the fact that you're friends with this guy, like actually know him in real life, is important for everyone. And you failed, Ryan. While nitpicking Politico, which is a shitty, centrist neolib rag that not fit to wipe your bum with, while you're criticizing them in the one kind of good thing that they've done so far, you got to look at the speck in your own eye, Ryan. And it's a pretty big speck. It's more like a stick or a log. It's like this protruding wooden object coming out of your eye that you should probably pluck out before you're casting aspersions at other journalists here. Don't you think, chat? Has anybody confronted him with this? That is a major element of journalistic malpractice. And maybe he said it before. I don't know. Maybe he said it during one of the clips. But like, I feel like a lot of people that are hanging their hats that wanna think that Platner did nothing wrong, and they're hanging their hats on Ryan's reportage now, I think they deserve to know that you have a major fucking conflict of interest, right? If this was the Supreme Court, you need to recuse yourself, and you probably wouldn't, because the Supreme Court sucks and it's illegitimate, and they never recuse themselves. I'm probably giving Davy headaches here by mispronouncing simple words like recuse. Did Platner date Ryan to get the good review on journalism? There we go. That's what would make it Gamergate. That's what if we find out that they're dating. But no, as far as we know, only Breaking Points. Like nobody that's not on the show is allowed in the Breaking Points blob. That's their rules, right? They all have to vote unanimously if they're going to add a new member. I'm so confused. Why are the majority report entertaining that Ryan Grimm is wait, entertaining this? I get that Ryan Grimm is important. They are there's some question about that, right? Best case scenario, Emma disagrees with Ryan and she, wants a chance to confront him on it, right? Worst case scenario, this is some kind of kayfabe to get MR's, to pull MR's bacon out of the fire before it cooks, right? And people, I can't tell. I can't tell you which is correct, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't mean journalism malpractice like I'm trying to pull his license or anything. I don't know if there's a journalism. I don't think there's a journalism license, but it is just not. It's very unprofessional. It's a big mistake. It's a big fuck up for a journalist, especially somebody that is, received the accolades that Ryan Grimm has.
And decide on their own not to include it because they're worried about, let's be honest about why they didn't include it. They're worried about what some
Wait, it's pronounced retruce and it means 70s boobs? Wait, there's a word. What are 70s? I know 60s boobs are like small boobs, right? What are 70s boobs? 50s boobs are like the ones that like seem impossible. They're like aerodynamic. Like if they were a car, they would have a very low drag because they're so they could be a plane or a car, right? Those the va-va-voom boobs, right? And then the 60s, you got really small boobs become cool, and then in the 70s, what happens to boobs? Wait, the 70s is when the pubic hair. Wait, no, did they have pubic hair before the 70s? Did the 70s invent pubic hair, or is it just like a big feature of all of 70s erotica? I'm implying that I have more familiarity with 70s erotica than I do. Yeah, not when it doesn't come to Harlequin novels that
might take from it.
Might have happened to be in my house.
That's not Politico's place. That's my.
Well,
that's my.
I mean,
50s boobs are canonical.
So then,
are you coining a phrase there?
It's a media critique. Is
Right.
right? Well, then,
Yeah.
but then, if it is a media critique, then what is the intention of that critique in this moment? Like, do you see how it could serve a secondary, if not purpose, that actually might be outsized, where it causes a large section of less media.
Wait, 70s boobs are like fried. What does that mean? What is a fried egg boob?
Literate people to
like big nipples. Oh my god, chat. I'm sorry. We got to stop talking about boobs. I just got
user and not take it seriously just because they're not going.
Just given the topic here, I got distracted.
To maybe look into the details and just they're gonna take away from it that the reporting was faulty. The security outsized, where what is the intention of that critique in this moment? Like, do you see how it could serve a secondary, if not purpose, that actually might be outsized?
This is crucial right here. This is crucial. And look, I'll leave it to make up your own mind, like what Emma is doing here, right? Some people, are seeing this more cynically. Some people are noticing the fact that there is a difference between. There's a gradation when it comes to this shit. Like I pointed out before, TYT is just absolutely just craven in their attempt to win over the the pro-rape audience, and I guess the Platner dead enders. Majority Report was over their skis in their in glazing Platner up in the first place. Seem to regret that now, but in a lot of people's minds have not really done anything that is worthy of being called accountability. Ryan Grimm being maybe somewhere in between. But yeah, people are going to interpret what Emma's doing now, maybe differently, according to
where it causes a large section of less media literate people to disparage this accuser and not take it seriously just because they're not going to maybe look into the details and just.
I think that they had Ryan on before about a bad take. The only thing I remember is be various, maybe you remember this better than me. The only thing I remember them having, like, kind of confronting Ryan on was the lab what is it? The lab something hypothesis, lab origin of COVID. I'm not putting the words together right. I'm missing a word here, chat. Lab leak. Yeah, the lab leak theory. And I think Sam debated him, had kind of a friendly debate with him on that. Emma, there was a moment where Emma was like, well, send me some papers, send me some reading. I'm not convinced on the lab leak thing, but go ahead and convince me, which it kind of worried me. It kind of worried me to hear her say that. And the other thing too, the lab leak is another one of these stories, right? Look, the claim that it was a lab leak, I think, is unverifiable, right? And at the same time, at least for a long time, the claim that it wasn't for sure a lab leak was also unverifiable. It was just more likely that the disease had a zoonotic origin. I don't know. I feel like there's a Rebecca Watson video on this, I believe. I feel like some more information has come in, and then maybe there is they have falsified the lab leak hypothesis. But at the time when Ryan and Emma were talking, they hadn't. And yeah, it's so that's the other one that I can think of. Wait, what just happened? Did I totally miss something? Did something happen on? And oh my God, Chad, I'm so confused. Let me figure this out.
They're going to take away from it that the reporting was faulty because you have this critique that is much more narrow than.
Okay, so Davi's question is, why would you speak to Ryan Graham at this moment, and speak to someone who has always had questions about as opposed to? That's what I was saying. Might be a good idea. In fact, the Majority Report chat, some of those, the comment section, right? I saw multiple people talking about having on Shama Sawant. She's the former or maybe current council member for Seattle. That was a Platner skeptic. Another good name might be Mike Figueredo. I believe Majority Report has talked to Mike before. Who else? Rebecca Watson. Yeah, they could have Rebecca. Have they had? I almost feel like they've had Rebecca Watson on before, like they know her. So, oh, help us get to another 200. Okay, I thought I had missed something. Darful. All right.
Takeaway is going to be. I mean, that's the responsibility piece.
I've actually said repeatedly that the fact that Jenny was willing to share this detail with the Washington Post, I believe with CNN, which didn't include it, and with Politico. Washington Post did include it, to their great credit. Nobody read their story because they took more time with it, apparently. The fact that Jenny included this detail, to me, strengthens the credibility of her version of events. Like
I'd love Majority Report to talk to FD. Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be really cool. Chad, you're not gonna believe this. All right, I've got like a cucumber in my bowl of rice, and I was trying to grab it, and somehow I exploded a seed. I've never had this happen. Only with citrus fruit, right? Somehow I exploded a seed on the. Should not happen. Is this the work of an enemy stand, chat? What's going on? I got sprayed in the eye with cucumber juice. And with spicy cucumber juice. What is going on today?
Shows a level of confidence in her rendition to share all of it. For Politico then to decide on its own, I don't think people can handle this because it will. You can't handle
the truth. You're stuck in the paradigm of Me Too. With Ryan and Glenn Greenwald and Ken Klippenstein and Michael Tracy, they're gonna form a new intercept now? Are they gonna bring Glenn in and you're getting down. There's only a few people still out there. Yeah, Sagar, supporting Platner. They're spicy cucumbers now. They're not spicy cucumbers, right? But they're spice adjacent, right? You see that? That's a spicy bird's eye chili, right? I got green ones. I got red ones. Actually, the green ones are hotter than the red ones, counterintuitively. And because the cucumber is just mixed into this, yeah, the juice was a little bit spicy. It's kind of crazy. It's like the perfect it's like the perfect setup. Like, you know what I mean? It had to occur perfectly for it to squirt in my eye like that and for it to burn my eye. That's like an unfortunate set of events. What is that called again, chat?
This article is just wrong. And like, I understand that like people are going to be like livid at me for like putting the reporting out there, but like it's not up to, and also we shouldn't, just because people are going to be livid at us, like that's not a reason to like not report something.
No, I'm in agreement with you there. I think, it's just a question, perhaps of timing and, a question of like, where do you place reporting in narrative construction? Like,
Yeah, that's it, Moino. It's a series of unfortunate events.
Is timing and emphasis,
or as Megot is saying, a serendipity, like dough, like Homer Simpson dough,
important as the granular nature of the details? Like, I think it is.
My view is completely different than how the world operates when it comes to these questions. Like, I think the public should take more time than it does with these allegations. Like,
Ryan, that's a fucking crazy thing to say. Wasn't the deadline for Platner to withdraw on this upcoming Monday? It's Friday, chat. 1, 2, 3 days. We should have taken more time on it though. That's crazy. What the fuck? I mean, I don't know. Maybe let's let him cook. Let's let him cook.
Have an article come out, and then within basically an hour of that article coming out, the decision to have been.
Tavi says, wait, what is this? I need to write a report on Alan Dershowitz. Yeah, he has a book called Sexual McCarthyism. That is about Me Too. That is how Alan Dershowitz, who maintains that he kept his underwear the whole time during his Epstein massage, wrote a book called Sexual McCarthyism about, I guess, the accusations at him and Me Too in general. I feel like Ryan has definitely read that book. Oh no. Are we going to bring the Dersh onto the new Intercept? I mean, the Intercept still exists, Chad. I'm just not... Who's on the Intercept anymore?
Rendered, I think, doesn't do justice to anybody. So but that's not the world we have. Like, the world we have is article, wow, this is awful. Done. Like, this is over. I don't want to hear anything else about it. And if you tell me anything else about it, you are justifying what happened. I just don't believe that. I don't think that's how, like, knowledge creation should exist. I don't think that's how public trials of people should unfold. I am in the deep minority on the left on this.
I understand.
Well, I'm in the deep, loud minority on this. I think among the public in general, the two scenarios are different. One scenario being they exchanged text message. She said, "Don't come over." He came over anyway. Is different than two people had been dating for 2 years, exchanged messages about a glute massage. Oh, I'm coming.
Okay,
over.
No. Okay, you're doing it again, Ryan. You're doing it again. They had dated for 2 years. Do you remember the other word associated with that? Do you remember the other phrase associated with that? It was on again, off again, right? The other word, the third word I'll bring up is situationship. We're not talking about a fucking 2-year-long committed relationship, right? We're talking about something very different. And again, you saying that shit is giving hope to people that need to fucking come to reality and recognize that there's no fucking excuse for what he did. All right? Like, again, for somebody that says we need to just have it all out, put it all out on the table, put all the puzzle pieces, and we'll solve the puzzle on our own. And if somebody puts the puzzle together to say Platner did nothing wrong, well, that's on them. That's not on me. That I'm just giving them the puzzle pieces. He's hiding puzzle pieces. He's hiding puzzle pieces, chat. He's got the puzzle pieces stowed away. I don't know, in his pockets, in his coat, in his pants. I don't know, chat.
I don't want company. Don't come over. Like those are different scenarios, and the public has a right to the actual scenario.
Yes.
And then most of them will look, I think, at that actual scenario and say, he's still guilty and I still want him gone. So that's the other thing that's so striking to me about this.
But was that the takeaway from your audience, or did they take away more that it was a hit piece? Like you know.
No, most. Well, I think a lot of people believe that this was a
you say it strengthens her claim, but I haven't seen that be the reaction to what the reporting is. It seems like people are taking that as a way to dismiss it.
No, what you're seeing is that, like, within a minute of the article being published, long before I did my own reporting, a huge portion of the public thought that this was a political hit job. Like, period. Like a huge portion, particularly in DC, said, this is damning, he needs to go. A huge number of people do not have trust in our.
He's saying with the real people. Oh my God, I'm sorry, dude. I gotta call this out. I think Ryan thinks that, and this is just my thought. All right, I don't have proof of this. We're not like trying Ryan in a public trial or anything like that. You can think whatever you want to think, right? But I think that Ryan low-key thinks that, you know, he did nothing wrong, or there's like a lesser degree of guilt that he's like, I don't know, maybe that he doesn't deserve to be branded with like the word rapist on his, you know, forehead for the rest of his life, right? And why might that be? It might be because these guys are friends, right? You know, he's talking about the 2-year relationship that was on again, off again, situationship, right? Not relationship, situationship during COVID, Chad. And I think you might get, you know, some of you might, you know, have an idea of what that looked like. My COVID time was much more boring than that, but anyway, that's crazy, chat. He doesn't divulge that he's in a relationship for like, you know, or sorry, in a relationship with Platner. No, sorry, I'm not suggesting that, right? That he was a friend of Platner's for the last 10 years. He doesn't divulge that, but no, we got to talk about a 2-year relationship without mentioning the fucking context, without mentioning that it was on and again, off again, without mentioning that it was during COVID, and without mentioning that she called it a situationship.
And believed that this was an engineered, orchestrated hit job. That's what you're seeing. And so for those people, they may also pick up on what we reported and circulate that. But that is an authentic kind of reaction that a lot of people have had, but it hasn't
in Maine,
been,
yes,
right? And in Maine, it's not represented at all in the media. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we can move on.
Tanky Gooner says, situationship. It's possible to rape your wife. Yes, Tanky Gooner, I'm aware of that fact. I'm speaking to Ryan's misrepresentation of the nature of her. Yeah, you're pushing back on Ryan. I got it. I'm speaking about, just to clarify though. I'm talking about the way that Ryan is demanding that all facts be put out on the table and just let the public judge with no sort of you know, judgment on our own. And all the while misrepresenting the nature of their relationship to at least suggest that maybe it's a little bit more normal. A little bit more normal for him to just open the door, right? Which, you know, if like they're like, I've been in relationships before where, you know, I wouldn't have minded somebody, you know, or would have expected somebody to just let themselves in. You know, same if I went over to their house. Like I've been in relationships like that. What I'm telling you is it's not, from all that we know, it's not that. So yeah, he's kind of like lowering the. Anyway, dude, he is. This seems like, it seems like either Ryan believes that yeah, talking to Ryan, yeah, that's what I figured. But it seems like Ryan either, you know, believes that like Platner is being screwed over here, and he was unwilling to say it, or he's really craven, and he knows there's money out there to be made amongst the you know, dead enders for Platner and people that are just not really dealing with reality quite yet. And the worst thing you can do is throw them a bone, throw them something to hang their hats on, to say, hey, actually, you know, Platner was always a Democrat. He just was also racist and worked for the death squad. Yeah.
To the less, granular media
Oh, I'm
focused part of
sorry.
the story and maybe talk
I'm
more.
sorry. Yeah. Thank you for even more information here from Kayla. Platner was a bartender for Ryan, right? Platner served drinks. No, I think they were friends though. I think they're anyway. Regardless, there's something that Ryan is not divulging here. There's a conflict of interest that Ryan, if he has said it, he hasn't repeated it, and I think a lot of people don't realize that Ryan is going to bat for the guy that served him drinks for 10 years. And I believe that, I don't know, Chad. I'm not a bar denizen, so I can't really speak to, the how it works, but I mean, bartenders are kind of known to lend an ear to their patrons, to talk about their lives, talk about the patrons' lives, right? It's not really unheard of. I don't know if they hang out, right? I know that they've known each other for 10 years. I've seen them described as friends, and as Kayla Law is reminding me, they met with Ryan going into a bar, I believe, where Graham Platner. Wait, how does this work? Was Platner in a bar in DC, or was Ryan somehow in Maine? Hard to tell if his bias for Platner is because they're friends or because he thinks in this way in general about victims. Yeah, both are possible. Both are possible. They know each other, but it's not the same as friends.
More about the political fallout here, because
well, I believe I've seen reporting that does characterize them as such, but we could try to look a little bit more into it.
The reality is that Platner's branding as an outsider, right? And the other pieces that had come out against him prior to this about the tattoo and about the unsettling behavior had, contributed to an outsider status that had benefited him with Maine voters because of a justified.
Platner was a bartender in DC. Some journalistic outlet out there. This is a story. All right. Ryan wants to look into Ginny Rassico's texts. Let's look into Ryan's bar patronage. I don't know.
Mistrust of the National Democratic Party that has consistently let them down. And
you look in the comment section of Grimm and Sagar's original video, a lot of his audience took the glute massage text as proof of Platner's innocence. Absolutely. And he knows that's going to happen. Right? Ryan knows that that's going to happen. Ryan knows what, constituency he is serving with this. Ryan understands that, especially in a time when the accusations were so shocking. The corroboration was so great that most people have just said, all right, forget it. We're not taking a chance on electing a guy or running a guy that looks to be a rapist. And from both a pragmatic point of view at this point, Platner's not going to win against Collins, right? But also a moral point of view, and not wanting to send another rapist to DC. Back from speed dating, it's a bit, oh my God. Well, that's an experience I've never done. That must be interesting. I can't imagine that. Dates are awkward enough, but I don't know. I guess you got a whole bunch of introductions out of the way that way. Muddying the water, says Max Danger. Oh yeah, I think so. And really, kind of he is making money off of fools that he should be trying to educate or encourage them to deal with reality. Instead, his reportage is allowing people to stay in denial longer than they should. I would say NYC works fairly similar to DC. I've been friends with more than friends with bartenders. I did have a bartender once that seemed like they were hitting on me, but I think they just did that to everyone to try to get, bigger tips and stuff. I think it was one of it was just a bartender that wanted to make people feel good, right? and just like would vaguely be flirtatious, but not really. It wasn't, I don't really flirtatious, because this person did that same thing to everyone.
What I find kind of aggravating about this story is that there is this driving impulse by the national press to disregard what Maine voters actually care about, or mischaracterize it in general. You know, I did an interview with Slate where the host of the interview was insisting that voters in Maine just voted for what she said was a guy and not his platform. And that is there's this motivated reasoning right now in the national press to foreclose any conversation about the ideological and policy civil war within the Democratic Party right now, to essentially say that anybody that was highlighting how Platner was gaining popularity because he wants to cut off arms to Israel and tax billionaires, etc., shouldn't have any credibility anymore to say anything about this at all. And that's the critique of other media figures from national mainstream centrist press. But the problem is that they're not talking about the voters who supported that, or they're saying that they are basically dumb hogs that didn't know what they wanted and just got hypnotized by his voice and the fact that he was an oyster farmer. There's all of these different conversations that are happening at the same time that still are drip with condescension about Maine voters saying, like, this is about representation, democratic representation, and it's an issue set that we voted on, not a celebrity. And liberals in the national press can't conceive of this.
Look, I've never been to Maine, but I want to think this too. I'm not sure, you know, I can't speak to like what people in Maine are like, but like the idea that Maine voters are like, look, I don't care about if he's a Nazi. I don't care if he rapes people, right? He talks about affordability, and I need, like, I don't want to think that was what was going on, or like that they were like, you know, they had like a parasocial thing going on with Platner. I like a lot of people have said, I think that, you know, it's more likely that people were flocking to Platner because he was willing to say the things that a lot of establishment Dems are unwilling to say, and that the fact that they stuck with him even after the revelation of the tattoo, which, like I said, or like a lot of people, like, I mean, I don't know, the tattoo freaked me out, right? Because I recognized that right away, but apparently a lot of people are just like, oh, maybe it's just a skull. Maybe you just thought it was just a skull. Some people, like, the reason that people were trying to twist themselves into logical pretzels to maintain support for Platner was because he was saying something that up until then Democratic candidates, especially for Senate, were unwilling to say. You know, not that like Mainers are a bunch of scumbags or whatever. I don't know. It's a state that I don't like maybe two people from Maine. I don't know if Platner ever wanted to cut off arms to Israel. He wanted to increase the military budget, true. I put up bills that add Israel's funding for Israel to the military budget.
Right. It's an incredible level of contempt to have for the voters in Maine who came out. And what's interesting is that, like, yes, it's true that he looks different than a typical politician, like a Jordan Wood or somebody who's running for Senate up there. But he also doesn't, you wouldn't be able to pick him out of a bar in Maine. Like, he looks like everybody else in Maine. So, like,
Kayla, I was movement media, and the MSM considered us beneath them even though we work and socialize in the exact same places. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would assume that like a lot of those networks and media might have to do with like the college that you went to, might be a little bit, you know, a little snooty.
There's this
what journalism program were you in?
Washington and New York idea that like there's something like unicorn about this guy, when actually it just looks like everybody else up there. And what was so unusual, I guess, is that somebody like that could then be so captivating for so many people in Maine. You know, there's a story about how right after he launched his campaign, he had already been booked to shuck oysters at Troy.
Shout out to the GOAT, Rebecca Watson. We're gonna get to her in a bit here.
Jackson's.
I gotta switch the
campaign event, and so Troy gives his speech and says something like, actually, our oyster shucker over here, like just today or yesterday, filed his paperwork. He's going to run for United States Senate, and it's almost kind of like a joke, like what a this. And he's like, oh, you're serious? Like the oyster guy over here, is actually running. And Troy's like, yeah, Graham, you want to say a few things? And Graham takes the mic and leaves the audience absolutely spellbound, like completely overshadows Troy Jackson, who is very interesting politician with a profoundly working class background, not a great speaker. Like Troy Jackson would not claim to be a great speaker. And the people there are just like, our reporter was at this event. They're like, who is this guy? Where did he come from? And so there's this idea that he was like...
Wait, did he actually say that? I'm sorry, I was changing the text. Crystal Safira says, imperfect vision? Yeah, game over. Is that what he said? Did you refund that? Oh my God. Look, Ryan's speaking style, I will say, is not helping him here, and his choice of words. And yeah, if you think that it belies, certain assumptions that he has, you're not alone. And more people are saying this, right? Sean, I think, was the one to break the story on what he said about, actually, I think that white men are kind of it's like being gay during the 80s. Gay during the AIDS crisis? That's what it's like? Are white men afflicted with a, like a sickness for which they're being demonized over, and then like not having... Oh my God, it's the opposite, Ryan. Like when we talk about medical racism and in terms of research, right? The truth of the matter is stuff that afflicts white males is going to be studied at a greater degree than their like proportionality in the society, right? This is a famous phenomenon that goes on, right? That they do all kinds of research for men and heart disease and don't research women heart disease. They cancers that men get studied a lot faster and a lot more than cancers that women tend to get, right? This is but anyway, yeah, Sean was on that first. I had seen a few things from Ryan. I'm trying to remember if I saw that before Sean put out his, or before I saw Sean's video or not. I can't remember, but I definitely seen and had made a point about a few of the things that I was hearing Ryan saying. And just the surprise was that this guy is the journalist that's at the head. There's a big person in DropSite, and DropSite is crucial in exposing what Israel's doing in Gaza and in the West Bank, as well as the United States and Israel's attacks on Iran. And I just kind of couldn't believe myself that I was hearing as bad of a take as I was. It might have been immigration. That was the first thing that I noticed, was that Ryan had a chance to debate somebody who had believed in mass deportations, believed that maybe Trump was doing it in the wrong way, it was a little too confrontational, a little too violent, and wanted to make sure that mass deportations got done in the right way. And Ryan was trying to find like he was supposed to debate this guy, right? But at the beginning, his first proposal, chat, meets the other guy halfway. If you're negotiating like a price, if you are haggling, if you are bargaining, right, at like a pawn shop or something like that, you best not make your first offer like meeting the pawn shop shark that works there halfway, because you're gonna overpay for that item, or you're gonna get underpaid for whatever you're trying to sell them. And they can tell, they can smell desperation. That's how pawn shops work.
Says something like, actually, our oyster shucker over here, like just today.
Men got infinite dick pills. We just got period underwear. Boy, please, yeah. We got the birth control is for women, and any form of male birth control is always too dangerous. Too many side effects. Like, never mind the side effects that women on birth control deal with.
Or yesterday, filed his paperwork. He's going to run for United States Senate, and it's almost kind of like a joke. Like what a and he's like, oh, you're serious? Like the oyster guy over here is actually running. And Troy's like, yeah, Graham, you want to say a few things? And Graham takes the mic and leaves the audience absolutely spellbound, like completely overshadows Troy Jackson, who is
Narwhalby, super chatted $5. Are you wearing a t-shirt, Irene?
Wait, is that a weird thing?
Music.
Is that, it's like totally bizarre for me to wear a t-shirt? As now I'm what do you call it? Like self-conscious. Yeah, I'm wearing a little bit of a t-shirt today. I usually like to have, because I'm always too hot. So if I can have it off the shoulders, it's usually better for me, but I'm wearing shorts. So I'm kind of like, okay, well, if my, having my legs exposed will keep me cool today. At least that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, since I moved to Thailand, it's almost always, like a dress or a, usually some kind of it's casual Friday. There we go.
Very interesting politician with a, profoundly working class background. Not a great speaker. Like no, Troy Jackson would not claim to be a great speaker.
And I hope neither would Ryan Graham.
And the people there are just like, our reporter was at this event. They're like, who is this guy? Where did he come from? And so there's this idea that he was like manufactured by these like out-of-state consultants. And it's true that like he was recruited by some out-of-state consultants, but also deeply with the collaboration of the labor unions in Maine, which gets completely overlooked. But he also had this unique ability to captivate people's attention and convince them that he was going to actually deliver on the things that he was saying. So it's one thing to say things. It's another thing to be able to convince people that you mean it and that you're trying to bring them in. And so, like, yeah, that's what people were getting behind, not this like,
okay,
like, oh,
I think I should have 27 on Saeed versus Stevens for you, Narwhal.
Was wearing a flannel and had a deep voice. That's such a condescending.
Oh, here we go again. Here we go again.
How things unfold, and it's just not accurate. People are actually on the lookout for that kind of thing, and if you're not authentic to it, it's going to fall flat.
Yeah, and that's the same condescension that caused them to continue.
Anybody, one in chat, if you think that Platner's, I don't know, policies, right? Platner's platform, if you think that was authentic, right? Like as in you think this is what he really believes in his heart of hearts. Unlike all the other politicians who are like trying to feel it out and be like, what do people want to hear? What do people like to hear? They say, no, they don't want money go to Israel, so I'll oppose the offensive weapons maybe going to Israel and hope that they interpret that as like no money for Israel, when I'm really saying, we're gonna fund the Iron Dome, we're gonna fund all this other stuff that lets Israel take actions in the Middle East as if they have no consequences because they're the de facto hegemon by getting that hegemonic support from the U.S. Yeah, one in chat if you think Platner is authentic in what he's saying. Two in chat if you have some questions. If it's questionable, he's a snake in the grass, says Crunk Ops. I'm seeing some twos.
Continuously put up losing candidates against Susan Collins every time, including Schumer and Gillibrand clearing the field for a nearly 80-year-old centrist who could not generate any enthusiasm. And so, when
a lot of twos in chat,
we're looking at right now what happens next in Maine, this is obviously a very messy situation, not ideal. But by July 27th, there's going to be 600 delegates that are selected at
Davy Cliff 4. Oh my God, 4?
This nominating convention, and they're going to be
that's 2 to the power of 2,
selecting a candidate that best represents, hopefully, Graham Platner's platform, not his personal character, but what he stood for and what Maine voters said would best represent their interests. So you mentioned Troy Jackson here, and I want to play his launch video, his campaign ad for Senate, because he's a really interesting.
Hey Lala, I believed Obama too.
Candidate.
But I'm not asking what do you think? What did you think before? I'm asking specifically, what do you think now? Does anybody I tend to take people at their word. I know that there's always a chance for a Fetterman, or Obama is another example people bring up, that, you know, at least led us to a conclusion that wasn't true in terms of his campaigning. Although a lot of people will dispute that. Wasn't Hutch disputing that? Oh shit, are we watching some Hutch today? I gotta get through this.
But also in just returning to Jenny Rasico and her accusations against Platner, part of why she says
okay, so one meaning that you think he is like completely like what he says is what he feels, like the platform, his beliefs, his policies, that was all real. None of that was like, you know, testing the waters, dipping his toe, reading the polls, putting his finger in the air to see which way the wind blows. That's one. And two is you think that he's you know, just telling the voters maybe what he thinks they want to hear. My feelings have always been, if you're willing to lie with your spouse, why wouldn't you be willing to lie to voters? Okay.
she hesitated to come out and tell her story about her sexual assault was because she agreed with him politically and didn't want them to hurt his candidacy. So it's not just about honoring Maine voters, in my view, and what they wanted from Graham's platform in selecting a candidate that is as representative of those interests as possible, but it's also honoring her sacrifice of coming out and saying her story publicly when she knew that it would be damaging, but she felt that she needed to say it.
Yeah, you can be assured, right, Chad, if you're, you know, if you're a woman who's been victimized in this way and you come out and say it, you know, unfortunately, you're going to be hated by this person's friends. And if it's a public person, maybe this person's fans. And if it's a politician, like maybe this person's voters, right? It is a difficult thing to do. And like just from personal experience, it's a lot. You know, Hassan always talks about ops, right? You gain ops for life by coming forward with any kind of accusation, even if it's on a level far below what Jenny Rasico experienced.
It's just another way to think about it here as well. But here is Troy Jackson's Senate campaign launch, and I'm wondering, Ryan, if you could weigh in after we watch this about what kind of candidate he is and how the Platner campaign infrastructure is trying to coalesce around him.
And that, Chad, is why I can't go to Connecticut.
Hey everyone, it's Troy Jackson. Right now, there's a powerful movement of working class people in the state of Maine, and we're sick and tired of getting screwed and struggling to get by while greedy corporations get more and more. To all of you that have put your work, your dedication, and your hope into this movement, I know you're hurting. I know it because I understand that. And I want you to know that your efforts aren't for nothing. Your voice matters. Your time matters. You matter. Together, we can fix what's broken in Washington. We can pass Medicare for all. We can take on corporate power and the politicians in their pocket. We can take our country back. We can create the future Mainers and Americans deserve.
He reminds me of a friendly neighborhood dad. Yeah, I wouldn't peg this guy as like a politician.
I've been fighting this fight for 30 years, and I'm sure as hell not backing down now. I'm a Mainer, a dad, a fifth-generation logger from Allagash. I'm a progressive. I've been tested. I've won time and time again.
Is that a Maine accent? I have no idea. Like I said, I don't know anything about Maine. I know precious little about the East Coast in general, New England.
In deep red Trump country by double digits. I've won in progressive cities like Portland and Bangor. I know what a tough fight looks like, and I know how to win. Because working people know I have their backs. They know me. They know my values, and they know my character. We can defeat Susan Collins. The movement that you've built can win. So I'm in. I'm in this fight with you.
I think he has a certain underdog appeal. I apologize, chat. We looked at, I think I had a video of him doing an interview. You know, I had a million things on my mind. We looked at it a second and I said, it's boring, not a lot of charisma. That probably shouldn't be the first thing on my mind here. So I just wanted to play this out. And as Darfel says, yes, we're kind of entering into, you know, the parts that Emma and Ryan agree on. So not as interesting. We got Platner because they bypassed Jackson. Oh, this guy. Well, there was also, what was her name? LaFlamme. LaFlamme was, you know, a lot of the people that weren't happy with Platner tried to get behind LaFlamme. I think LaFlamme kind of LaFlammed out in the primary though, with only like single digits. It's an Acadian, so East Coast. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize, right? The reason we call Louisiana people that have like a French background, the reason we call them Cajuns is it's a, you know, kind of the word Acadian is where it comes from. Acadie was a French colony in Canada that was then pushed out by the British when they took over Canada. And what they did is they put them all on boats. They took them out to the Atlantic Ocean and they started going down the coast. And some of these Acadians were able to get off like in places like Maine or in New England. That's why, what do you call it? There's a name for like, you know, a New England person that's of like French Canadian extraction for that reason, right? Stopped in what, like North Carolina, in like Savannah, Georgia. And then, you know, if you were on the whole route, right, it went to New Orleans. So, so that's, you know, why you have French speaking people, although, yeah, New Orleans, you're getting into like where the French territories were too, but the Cajun culture in specifics is, you know, our refugee, and some of the Acadians, right? They're sorry, Acadians, some of the Acadians, right? Actually made it back up to where they were from. Some of them, after getting, you know, taken away in ships and dropped off along the coast, or, you know, down on the delta of the Mississippi or whatever. Some of them actually made. I read a book once about like a group of Acadians that did like their own little Oregon Trail back up to Acadie. So interesting history.
And I'm asking you for your support so we can take back the Senate seat and send Susan Collins packing once and for all.
I can kind of hear it now,
So there you
now
have
that you mention it.
Troy.
All right, so that's all we're going to watch of that. Yeah, K-la-la, I'm Cajun, so I know an Cajun accent when I hear it. I'm learning. Yeah, mini history lesson there. Well, we spend too long because we got so much to get through. I promised you I would watch the Rebecca Watson next. If we have time, Chad, I want to do the TYT because it's God, it's worse than Ryan. It's way, like they've taken that lane and they're not giving it back, not even to breaking points. Wait, what is this? Brad Lander getting interviewed by Dana Fash? Brad Lander on why he calls himself a liberal Zionist? Oh God. Okay. Anyway, so what do we got? Rebecca Watson. Rebecca Watson.
Unfortunately, I have to start this video with a content warning. Today, I'm going to be talking about Graham Platner and all the baggage that comes with Graham Platner. So, you know, sexual assault and war and death and other bad stuff. I've only made one other video about Graham Platner back in mid-November of 2025. He has been in the news quite a bit since then, but it turns out, you know, I think I did a pretty good job in the original video covering all of the bases. So I didn't think it was necessary until now. Let me catch you up in case you missed everything.
So yeah, chat. She did a video when the tattoo revelations came out, right? She did a pretty comprehensive video, and yeah, she was, you know, 10 toes, I almost said 12 toes down, chat. 10 toes down on Brad. I know you're Mr. J Street, but this might not be the moment. Yeah, you might want to reformulate what you're trying to call liberal Zionism, because I would call like Ethan Klein a liberal Zionist. There's a hell of a lot of difference between Brad Lander and Ethan Klein, but yeah, that's what I don't know. He's trying to convince Dana Fash, maybe? Is that what's going on? Is that what we're dealing with? Should we be at, is it 123 or 117? I might have gotten this. Yeah, I've got to have a shower right now or else I'll turn into an anarchist. That crust will start to form and you'll move to Connecticut. Yeah.
Until this moment. Last year, Graham Platner launched his campaign to win one of Maine's Senate seats for the Democrats. It's an important seat. It could shift control of the Senate to the Dems. Platner is a former Marine.
Yeah, that was really good. The Naomi Klein interview, she does, like, we could watch the, oh my God, I'm filling up our plate here, chat, but we could watch the at least they talk about Graham Platner a little bit in the interview, Wajahat Ali and Naomi Klein. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. It's at 115? Okay. Wait, I thought there was like a 2 that happened or something. I could be wrong.
Irene, who had a fairly progressive platform like championing Medicare for all, criticizing U.S. aid to Israel, etc. So a lot of people, a lot of progressives were very excited to support him. And then his opposition went to work. First, someone exposed his Reddit account where a few years ago he blamed women for being raped and said that he wished he had been able to fight the Indians back when the United States was genociding Native Americans.
Yeah, I missed that too. That was fucked, actually. I remember seeing this after I covered this, that yeah, he was like anti-war. He went to a protest for the Iraq War. But yeah, enjoyed winning, quote unquote, which, you know, he meant like killing you know, or capturing as many of the enemy as you could, and but yeah, also like this statement of wanting to be involved in First Nation genocides. That's kind of crazy. Oh my God, I pressed the wrong button. It's gonna get us back to punitive dance if I'm not careful. See, I told you. Punitive dance again. You have to dance. Music offers you no choice.
Instead of the pointless wars he had to fight in Iraq and Afghanistan. By had to fight, he volunteered to fight them several times over. Platner apologized for those Reddit posts, and then his opposition revealed he has an actual Nazi tattoo on his chest, which he got 19 years ago to celebrate fighting as a Marine in Fallujah. Instead of apologizing for the Nazi tattoo, Platner made up the completely...
That freaking dog that he got to cover it up, right? This thing looks way too much like a heart, and it's on the wrong side of his... Yeah, it's on the wrong side of his chest. The heart's over here. It looks so much like a goddamn heart. Like an actual human heart. But yeah, he was just, I guess, looking for something. Yeah, because you got all this like black ink over, you know, with the skull, and you got to have something kind of big so he couldn't. It's like a dog with a distended belly. It's kind of weird. Is that, I don't know what the hell. Well, he was just like, cover this up. I don't care how, I guess. Cover it up. Gotta cover it up.
A ridiculous story that he had no idea the tattoo was a very famous Nazi symbol.
I'm suspicious of the dog tattoo. Look, I don't think he was going for this, but there is something weird and Norse, also Norse mythology, something that not actual Nazis are very comfortable with, very much like. Yeah, it's not. He said it was a Celtic or something.
And it was on his chest for 19 years. Instead of
Wait, is the dog Fenrir though? Is it Fenrir? Or am I tripping? Because Fenrir is like a Norse thing. Dog tattoo could be some Nazi symbol that we don't know. He's a high level. I don't know. Wow.
Criticizing this really obvious lie, among others, he would tell, and calling on Platner to step down and support a different progressive candidate 6 months before.
Like that picture of the dog is why you don't feed, like, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to think, what is the whole thing about like pigeons at a wedding? They throw rice and then they get they're you know, because it's dry and it fucks them up. It fucks up their stomachs.
For the primary, many prominent leftists repeated his lies and continued to promote Platner to their audiences. In that original video, I specifically called out Majority Report and Ryan Grimm, but I've also noted, Hassan Piker, Kyle Kulinski, the Young Turks, and many other
Darkness, am I missing a Berserk reference by chance?
Commentators that continued to support him. Anyway, here's how I wrapped up.
The Dogs of Fenrir were an SS unit? Oh god, and it is a dog. I mean, the Fenrir is a wolf, right? In the canonically in Norse mythology, Norse and Celts had an artistic cultural connection.
That video.
My own personal opinion is that he probably figured out what it was several years ago, but was also like...
Wait, he went on Valhalla VFT? What is that? Is that like a veteran thing? Is that like a veteran, like a veteran, what do you call it? Like a hall of the... Oh my god, I can't think of what this is called. Like the Veterans Club, the drinking club thing? Fenrir was a wolf. It's a Cuchulainn Irish wolfhound thing, probably.
Well, it's not like I can justify this to me, speaking to himself, and anybody who knows me knows I'm not a Nazi. So am I really going to go and pay for this thing to get all screwed up? That's my guess.
So you agree? You agree that Graham Platner is probably lying about not knowing he had a Nazi tattoo? Sam comes to the same conclusion I did, but he doesn't go the extra mile, the extra 12 inches, to wonder what it means to support a politician who lies that easily about a Nazi tattoo. He knew he had a Nazi tattoo. He knew he would face no consequences for it, and then he lied about it when he was finally facing consequences.
The Vikings enslaving the Irish was their connection, not a shared mythology.
That's your guy? Again, do I think Platner is a Nazi, an anti-Semite? Honestly, I don't know. I don't think so. I do know that he's a walking PR disaster, and platforming him removes prominent leftists' ability to rightfully call out anti-Semitic dog whistles and outright fascist bullhorns on the right. If Platner actually cared about advancing progressive policies and ending the genocide, the election's a year away. He can take all of that funding he has and hand it over to someone who's just as committed to pushing the Democrats to the left, but who hasn't branded themselves with anything representing a genocide. Or, my God, at least someone who can apologize if they did. That's where the bar is. The bar is in hell, and we are still tripping over it. In the months since then, Platner was revealed to have been cheating on his wife with multiple women, and then several women accused him of being a heavy drinker who doesn't respect women. One woman said that while they were dating, Platner would often grab her hard enough to leave marks on her shoulders, and once he twisted her arm behind her back in order to shove her into a bedroom during an argument and held the door closed so that she was unable to leave the bedroom until the next morning. Shortly thereafter, after the New York Times published that piece, Platner won his primary to become the Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine.
I'm thinking this is going to be my best time to... what the fuck is going on my phone? It's probably going to be the best time for me to pee. I know that just by my luck, as soon as I do, Rebecca Watson is going to say something incredibly interesting. Utterly fascinating. What? Oh my god. I almost changed the color of the lights by accident. Did you know I could do that? Maybe that would be a good, oh my god, chat. I think that would be a really good, that's something we should do. You know how people are saying the Twitch, what do you call them, channel points? They don't like that when, when you hit make Irene, like put on cat ears. I don't put on cat ears because the cat ears are in Seattle in a landfill probably, with all the rest of the stuff, of my stuff from Seattle. They don't like when they say make Irene bounce. I'm no longer on a trampoline or even something like a yoga ball where I actually could bounce. If I actually bounced on this chair, it's a kind of an antique Thai chair. It would probably fuck it up. But yeah, what we should add is change the color of the lights because that's something I can do. It's something I can do quite easily. I kind of like them like as they are. We want ads. We're not going to get any ads. You're a sub. But anyway, yeah, Seattle wept when oh my God. New Twitch, we gotta have new Twitch records. Yeah, because I've slept on that for way too long. I also need to fix it so you can watch me on vertical. And we probably need to start streaming vertically to YouTube as well as Twitch. Twitter, implementing the Twitter. Anyway, chat. It's more for me to worry about, more for me to take care of. I'll try to take care of it on one of my days off. But yeah, I'm going to leave you with Rebecca Watson and also, I want to point out behind me, Waluigi back in his place. I mean, not exactly where he was at, but, close enough. He looks very relaxed. The vibes are good for Waluigi. I hope they're good for you too. Anyway, Irene, the queen of vibes, will keep you safe. And hopefully I don't have to run back because Rebecca Watson said something really interesting that I super need to comment on. But anyway, here we go.
Getting loads of endorsements from high-ranking politicians like Ro Khanna and organizations like Planned Parenthood. Finally, this week, Politico revealed that one woman named Jenny Rassicot has accused Platner of violently raping her in 2021. They were in a casual relationship, they lived apart, and one night Platner wanted to come over, and she texted him to say she did not want company that night. Regardless, she says that he entered her unlocked rural home and grabbed her over her continued objections, followed her when she tried to escape into her bedroom, and then he raped her, ejaculating inside her without using a condom. Absolutely horrific. But if you can believe it, this entire story is actually so much worse, which is why I'm finally making a follow-up video. Not to crow that I was right, that Platner was a lying piece of shit who would be a dream candidate for Republicans to attack and expose, but because we need to shame the so-called progressives who continued to champion this man through every single red flag moment until now. They mocked people for caring about Platner's continued military service and his mercenary work when he signed up after he finished several tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. They mocked people for caring about the Reddit posts where he brags about his military service and makes some truly horrific remarks. They mocked people for caring about the sexting, and they even mocked people for caring about the alleged physical abuse of the girlfriend in the New York Times piece last month. How did they explain away that one? Simple. Bitches be lying. It's a classic for a reason, because whether you're a diehard conservative or a supposedly progressive leftist, it will work on much of your audience. In this case, Lindsay Fifield, the woman who accused Platner of physically abusing her, who dated him for 2 years and wrote in her diary that he was the most toxic, literally abusive man on earth who destroyed my life, she's a Republican. She worked briefly on Nikki Haley's 2024 presidential campaign and says she hasn't been involved in professional politics since, but Platner's campaign put out the messaging in that very New York Times piece. Let's be very clear. This is a lifelong GOP operative who's dedicated her career to electing Republicans. Progressive media got that message, unfortunately, which I'll show you in a minute, but one more thing you need to know. Shortly after that New York Times piece came out, Fifield complained on social media that they had made her think that there would be at least one other woman on the record saying that Platner had sexually assaulted her, which of course would have then lent credence to her own story and also would have meant that she wouldn't be the focus of the article. She was shocked to see that she was the only named woman alleging that he got physical with her. All right. Did you get all that? Great. Now watch Sam Cedar and Emma Vigland discussing the story on the Majority Report.
Relationship, and then 3 years up, like, this is a great guy. Like, that's actually
right. The ones who were in a Republican operative, and I have to
Emma,
just
please go, because you've been like
I've been on top of this. Okay, this is. I as a woman, I'll use that card now. I take claims like this incredibly seriously, but I'm also quite supportive, of course, of Graham Platner's candidacy, especially when we're talking about Susan Collins, okay? But also because his politics are politics that I largely disagree with, or agree with. In the Times, this is just unheard of to me. Here, I'll just read this quote. Mr. Platner strongly disputes any claims of physical intimidation or altercations, his campaign said. The Times could not independently corroborate Miss Fifield's account of the altercations. Now, that's what a tabloid would do. The New York Times is supposed to be able to corroborate claims before they publish a piece with her one-sided claim about his treatment of her, especially when we find out who this individual is. She is a longtime Republican operative, the only woman who's accusing him of anything physical at all, which is intense grabbing, hard enough to leave marks is what she said, and also locking her in a room when they were in the middle of an argument. She felt intimidated by him. And the Times, as I just read, could not independently corroborate it based on what they found, and yet they still printed it anyway. And I just have to say one more thing,
Something to that, because I actually think that they rewrote the story, and it'd be good if we could get the more recent version, because they've actually strengthened the assertion that they could not corroborate it. They've actually reworded it to make it
great.
More clear than in the original story, that this is something that we have one person saying it, and there's no other evidence that we can.
Okay, Matt's pulling that up now, but I have to put this out there because this is really important. This isn't just us because we like Platner's candidacy and we support his candidacy on this front. I've been told from a longtime New York Times reporter yesterday who gave me permission to share this, that many others at the Times, including this person who I spoke with, have said that this, and they know internally that this is a gross hit piece and beneath their reporting standards. And to hear that from somebody who's a longtime New York Times reporter and say that their colleagues also are in agreement on this, I think says everything.
Then wait, where are the stories from the other women? Where are their accusations of sexual assault? Why am I the focus? Why are there 11 paragraphs dedicated to detailing my work history?
Which is hilarious because it was such a footnote in the story. It obscures the true nature of her collaboration with Republican operatives and her work in Republican politics. And she's asking, where are their accusations of sexual assault? I don't know, girlfriend.
Yeah, they probably just wanted to embarrass themselves by leaving those out, like as if they actually existed. Like, what is she talking about? Why would the Times do this?
Yes.
Well, I mean, listen, if she is suggesting that they lied to her and said that there's 3 other women who will claim sexual assault, you should come in here, she should out them for that.
And here's Kyle Kulinski of Secular Talk.
All right, y'all, let me walk you through the absolute worst smear campaign of all time and how it backfired spectacularly in a way that may be the biggest failure of a hit job of all time, quite literally, okay? So first, let me start with this, a little breakdown of exactly what happened here with the attack on Graham Platner from the New York Times, from the Israel lobby, okay? To recap, Dem and Rep operatives spent the week setting the narrative that Graham Platner is a predator. Pro-Israel New York Times runs a story on Graham Platner, done by a pro-Israel reporter, literally. She got an APAC award in college, by the way, okay? No SA allegations, none. They talked to 6 exes, 3 say he was fine, 2 of the remainder say he drank and womanized. The last is a conservative activist who protected Brett Kavanaugh, literally worked for the Heritage Foundation. That's the Project 2025 people, okay? Republican insider who on the record said she wants to campaign for Collins and attacks Graham Platner with all these absurd claims, quite frankly. Okay, they continue here. She claims Platner trapped her in a room. The New York Times reads her diaries, texts, Google chats, and Facebook messages. Nothing corroborates her story. That's an important point. So 0 evidence. Republican operative attacking a Democrat who's leading to take a Republican seat. 0 evidence for any of the claims. Okay, more. New York Times finds a text from the accuser saying she, quote, would personally campaign for Susan Collins. This is the most obvious Zionist smear campaign in history. The GOP attack on Platner failed. What are you, fucking stupid? How desperate are these people? No, what happened was, and I actually know from some behind-the-scenes sources who were close to this, what happened was you had this pro-Israel reporter who was desperate to take down Graham Platner. By the way, the same so-called reporter also did a number of hit jobs on Zoran Mamdani. That should tell you something, okay? So this person was steering the story, told this Republican operative that, oh yeah, no, we have like a bunch of people and they're making SA allegations against him, so we should definitely put yours in there and you tell us your story and we'll put that in there. And so they overpromised and underdelivered. There were no SA allegations. They never existed. It's bullshit. They literally ran with allegations that had zero evidence from a Republican hack. If they had any fucking whispers of SA, they would have had them bitches front and center, and the headline would have said, Graham Platner accused of sexual assault. This is all I need to see to know she's a lying hack with a very clear political move. And all the Republicans are sitting there, and they're turning into the woke 1.0 ones who are like, believe all women? Even pro-Kavanaugh Heritage Foundation, Project 2025 activists who are professional liars who have a history of lying? I thought you guys wanted to believe all women. And Democrats are there like, fuck you, suck my nuts from the...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Throwing, yeah, bitches in there is just the icing. Now, like the best interpretation is like throw those bitches being what? The accusations being the charges? But holy shit, does it ever sound like he's talking about the victims? I don't think that's what Kyle is saying, but yeah, his dark woke just fucked. I hate his tie. Is that a double Windsor? No, that's a single Windsor. He's not rocking the double. Oh my God, chat. Sorry for that bubbling noise. I've made an executive decision to allow myself to consume my second emergency coffee of the day, right? The first is first thing in the morning to wake me up. What do I mean by emergency coffee? I mean instant. I got some instant. Because, but it's bad, chat, because convenient coffee kind of low-key means you drink more of it. And that's why at least I got myself down to 1 coffee a day, drinking some good stuff, some drip, like, as opposed to instant. But yeah, that's what that noise was in the background. But holy shit, Kyle. Holy shit. Yeah, I will have to roll this back, won't I? Kyle Kalinske is stuck in 2008, kind of. What the other KK person that's on this? Well, no, actually, I won't even say this. Like, I think Kyle has not talked a lot about Platner. I haven't talked a lot about Kyle and his adulation of Platner, and he has reported on it, and he's not defending Platner, right? And then he made another video to be like, you Republicans, if you're a Republican and you're complaining about Graham Platner, why don't you shut the fuck up? Is he Southern? Because if he's not Southern, he's somehow spiritually Southern. I don't know. Am I throwing on that Southern, like a gratuitous Southern accent? Anyway, chat, I'm not really back. Yeah, that's why Irene is still up. I just was in the middle of like trying to make my emergency coffee, and which means I'll be that's all I gotta do. Wait, is get oh no, I do need to get another drink. Holy shit, chat, I'm dehydrated. Slurp. Yeah, I gotta make sure I have water and tea and coffee and just like anything that I could possibly use to slake my thirst. Where did that come from, chat? What is slake? What is the etymology? No, is it etymology? One's the one with bugs, and the other one is the one with words. Anyway, the one with words is the one that I mean. What's the origins? What's the derivation of slake? I wonder. Anyway, hopefully by the time I am that you come up with that, I will be back and I will be able to read your answer out to what is slake? How does slake get in my vocabulary? When I come back, which will be in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Back. She's a lying bitch. Own it. It's a fact. Everybody knows it.
So Fifield is an awful conservative who supported awful people, including actual rapists like Brett Kavanaugh. I certainly won't argue against that, but I also don't think that a person like that can't be assaulted by a boyfriend, especially the kind of boyfriend who would date a person like that. For some reason, her conservative history is damning for her claims, but not at all damning for Graham Platner, who chose to date her for 2 years. Okay. But no, that was enough for these progressives to say that she's definitely lying and Graham Platner is telling the truth, that he did not do that. Okay, are you ready for the most heartbreaking part? Fifield was telling the truth that the New York Times had another woman who was assaulted by Graham Platner. That woman was Jenny Rassicot, who backed down from telling her story to the New York Times, in part because of the moral conflict that she had between supporting Platner's politics but not supporting him as a person. She appears in the New York Times article to say that Platner came to her house uninvited, but she declined to elaborate on what happened next, other than to say it was enough for her to end the relationship because he was reckless and unsettling. But then she saw the liberal and leftist media completely tearing Fifield to pieces. These disgusting assholes confidently pushed out video after video after video, calling this woman a lying bitch and a paid shill who could never bring down the progressive champion that is Graham Platner, to the point that they forced a rape victim to step into the spotlight against her will. Rassicot said she later felt compelled to go public about her experience because the reaction to the Times story was dominated by controversy about another woman, Lindsay Fifield, who alleged Platner mistreated her and faced attacks because of her ties to the Republican Party. My part of the story was just a read-over, Rassicot said in an interview, and the story was Lindsay and the accusations of her being politically motivated. The absolute irony of these commentators going after Fifield for supporting Kavanaugh when they are doing the exact same thing to her. They supported a gigantic piece of shit man to the point that a rape victim had to step up to try to stop her abuser from gaining immense political power. Incredibly, it appears that Rassicot is finally a perfect enough victim for these commentators. She's not a civilian in Iraq or Afghanistan. She's a registered Democrat, not a Republican op. And she told enough people that Platner raped her that most everyone has finally given up on Platner. Oh, not everyone, though. Cenk Uygur, for instance, of the Young Turks, still going with bitches be lying. But here's Kyle Kulinski reporting on the Politico story.
There's a few things about this that are extra concerning. The previous allegations were easy to dismiss because it was a literal Heritage Foundation Republican insider who was making the allegations. Also, the allegations were effectively, he's a bad boyfriend. This is not that. This is a much more extreme allegation is point number one. Point number two is she does have some corroborating evidence, and it's also, if we're being serious here, a Democrat who's making the allegation. But let me also just say real quick, if you're a Republican, I am not remotely interested in your Platner take, because you have nominated a guy 3 times who was accused of much worse and much more than Graham Platner. You can shut the fuck up. That's point number one. Point number two is, if you are Neera Tanden, shut the fuck up. She's going after Platner now as well.
I mean, you could say that at any point. It doesn't have to be now, but yeah, you can see like Kyle. God, I forgot how bad it was. I feel like I saw that clip, and I thought about the way he used the word bitches. And if you've listened to Kyle at any point, you know that bitches can be anything. Like, right? It's just a word he uses a lot. He's usually not, referring to women. He's referring to like, things, which I think is what he was doing in this case. But Jesus Christ, just like the wrong time to use that. Also, like the wrong time to be like, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. Yeah, that combined with the fact that he's only really done the breaking news video of this, yeah, this is gonna hit harder than I realized, actually. And I was already realizing that it's, there's communities falling apart. There's, people just cannot deal with the content creator that they've like listened to for the past 10 years that are just like swearing. There's a lot of going on. There's a lot of repercussions. There's a lot, even if these creators aren't necessarily like accepting accountability, there's seemingly some accountability being served to them just by their audience. And I would expect maybe Kyle to be, if we want to do a continuum chat, I said I wasn't going to do a tier list, right? My name is Chicka Kyle Kulinski. Oh my God, he does look like that. He does. He's going to turn into okay, I can't make jokes here, chat. It's too serious. I'm serious about this, right? I don't think that Kyle Kalinske, I feel like there's going to be a lot of people questioning their how they felt about Kyle Kalinske based on this. That's crazy. This is what a left-wing Trump looks like. Wait, Platner or Kyle? I think you mean Platner. Proving my point when I say that I believe a left-wing Trump is fundamentally impossible. Yeah, I know you probably wouldn't want it if it existed, right? I've been saying he dyed his hair like Slim Shady and then you add dark woke to that. I mean, look, we made fun of Xander Hall for this. I don't know why Kyle's getting a pass. I don't know what is it that the like platinum blonde looks like plausible on Kyle? Like Kyle could be an 80s villain. You know what I'm talking about? Like how if you look at 80s movie, a lot of times the villains are dudes with like platinum blonde hair. Mostly Russian though. They're big beefy Russians, like bodybuilder Russians, and they got like this like white hair, like the guy from Mortal Kombat. What's his name? The guy with the hair that's like, oh God. What is that guy's name, chat? Is he like a German guy? Yeah, Germans sometimes also the bad guys. I've never seen Total Recall. Does the bad guy look like that in Total Recall? He looks like he could be a Backstreet Boy. I could see that. But Xander Hall, it's just you got to call bullshit automatically, right? You see Xander Hall with blonde hair, and you're just like, no, that is not your real hair, sir. Please get that affront to decency, out of my sight as quickly as possible. Can we please? Thinking Dolph Lundgren, who is he a bad guy for? Against? Chat, this is worse than I thought. For real, I am seeing now why people were kind of insistent that I watch this Rebecca Watson video. I've got to roll it back to that was crazy. We're not going to rewatch all of this, but like there was some shit in here that just was.
They overpromised and underdelivered. There were no SA allegations. They never existed. It's bullshit. They literally ran with allegations that had zero evidence from a Republican hack. If they had any fucking whispers of SA, they would have had them bitches front and center, and the headline would have said, Graham Platner accused of sexual assault. This is all I need to see to know she's a lying hack with a very clear political move. And all the Republicans are sitting there, and they're turning into the woke 1.0 ones who are like, believe all women? Even pro-Kavanaugh Heritage Foundation?
Oh, thank you so much. I'm thinking of Guile. Yeah, that's his name. I've never played really many, what do you call that? Like the fighting game community? I've never played many fighting games, but that one I recognize. Because it's also a JoJo reference. The friendliest Nazi ever. Graham wait, what the fuck is his name?
Project 2025 activists who are professional liars who have a history of lying. I thought you guys wanted to believe all women. And Democrats are there like, fuck you, suck my nuts from the back. She's a lying bitch. Own it. It's a fact. Everybody knows it.
So Fifield is an awful conservative who supported awful people, including actual rapists like Brett Kavanaugh.
No, it's like Vaughn.
I certainly won't argue against that. But
I was trying to make him Dutch. God damn. I'm sorry, Dutch people. That is niet gezellig for me to do that. Okay, I'm sorry. That was not very gezellig of me. Chad, I would translate for you, but there is no translation for gezellig. It's just a thing that exists in Dutch. Von Stroheim is the one I was thinking of. The German that is helpful to the protagonist. Interesting choice, Araki, but
also don't think that a person like that can't be assaulted by a boyfriend, especially the kind of boyfriend who would date a person like that. For some reason, her conservative history is damning for her claims, but not at all damning for Graham Platner, who chose
story on Graham Platner, done by a pro-Israel reporter, literally. She got an APAC award in college, by the way, okay? No SA allegations, none. They talked to 6 exes, 3 say he was fine, 2 of the remainder say he drank and womanized. The last is a conservative activist who protected Brett Kavanaugh. Literally worked for the Heritage Foundation. That's the Project 2025 people, okay? Republican insider who on the record said she wants to campaign for Collins and attacks Graham Platner with all these absurd claims, quite frankly. Okay, they continue here. She claims Platner trapped her in a room. The New York Times reads her diaries, texts, Google chats, and Facebook messages. Nothing corroborates her story. That's an important point. So 0 evidence. Republican operative attacking a Democrat who's leading to take a Republican seat. 0 evidence for any of the claims. Okay, more. New York Times finds a text from the accuser saying she, quote, would personally campaign for Susan Collins. This is the most obvious Zionist smear campaign in...
It's right around here, chat, where he says where he goes completely unhinged, right? And again, I don't think he was trying to call the victims bitches, but he said it in a way that is, you know, like if somebody, God, like it sounds like it. And I can't say he's not. I don't know what he meant when he said that, but...
History. The GOP attack on Platner failed. What are you, fucking stupid? How desperate are these people? No, what happened was, and I actually know from some behind-the-scenes sources who were close to this, what happened was you had this pro-Israel reporter who was desperate to take down Graham Platner. By the way, the same so-called reporter also did a number of hit jobs on Zoran Mamdani. That should tell you something, okay? So this person was steering the story, told this Republican operative...
And to be clear, he's talking about the author, the Politico author. Or I think weren't there multiple authors? He's talking about one of the Politico authors. So we're not talking about the victims. Don't get this confused, because he's saying it in a confusing way.
That, oh yeah, no, we have like a bunch of people and they're making SA allegations against him, so we should definitely put yours in there and you tell us your story and we'll put that in there. And so they overpromised and underdelivered. There were no SA allegations. They never existed. It's bullshit. They literally ran with allegations that had 0 evidence from a Republican hack. If they had any fucking whispers of SA,
here it is.
They would have had them bitches front and center, and the headline would have said,
God damn. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that he meant if there was... Let's roll it back again. This is embarrassing. I'm surprised Kyle is not trending on Twitter. I am utterly shocked that this clip right here is not doing the rounds.
Allegations that had 0 evidence from a Republican hack. If they had any fucking whispers of SA, they would have had them bitches front and center, and the headline would have said, Graham Platner accused of sexual assault. This is all I need to see to know she's a...
They had any whispers of the whispers were the bitches. Okay, I got it. I think that's what he's saying. I can't be proved one way or another. It definitely sounds like he... if people interpret that as he's talking about the victims, if there were victims, but damn, that is surprisingly bad, unexpectedly bad, even for Kyle. I know had been way over his skis on Graham Platner. Davy Cliff says, "Look, Joseph Joestar is a weird guy. He's British. He's a British noble who is friends with the Joestar family's noble or something." They were rich, right? They were friends with the civil rights leader, an Italian monarchist, and a member of the SS. Well, yeah, I think they do try to counterbalance the SS Joe Bro with the other Joe Bros. I don't know. JoJo, a manga that doesn't know what its politics are supposed to be.
The lying hack with a very clear political move. And all the Republicans are sitting there and they're turning into the woke 1.0 ones who are like, believe all women? Even pro-Kavanaugh Heritage Foundation, Project 2025 activists who are professional liars who have a history of lying? I thought you guys wanted to believe all women. And Democrats are there like, fuck you, suck my nuts from the back. She's a lying bitch.
No.
Own it. It's a fact. Everybody knows.
Up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, look. Oh my God. Okay. I'm like, well, at least he didn't say it literally. At least he's probably meaning the whispers of the allegations are the bitches, right? They would put them bitches like up there. right? But okay, he's literally talking about somebody, you know, who was, I guess, stealthed by Graham Platner. He has a YouTube channel, true. JoJo is just pro-queer and then confusing everything else. Yeah, it's pretty consistently pro-gay. It's you know, it's about a gay relationship between brother. Oh my God, no, they're not actually brothers. Okay, one adopted their stepbrother. Oh no, I sound like Destiny, chat. I sound like Destiny. No, it's okay. You understand? They're actually stepbrothers. It's totally okay. It's totally okay. Nothing disturbing about, you know, oh my God, chat. Nothing disturbing about JoJo. It is confusing on everything else. That's true, Davy. That's true. I didn't realize that it was this bad, right? To turn our attention back to Kyle and away from inappropriate elements of manga and anime.
Knows it.
So Fifield is an awful conservative who supported awful people, including actual rapists like Brett Kavanaugh. I certainly won't argue against that, but I also don't think that a person like that can't be assaulted by a boyfriend, especially the kind of boyfriend who would date a person like that. For some reason, her conservative history is damning for her claims, but not at all damning for Graham Platner, who chose to date her for 2 years. Okay. But no, that was enough for these.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was thinking during this whole thing of like, wait, why is this just like a friend of Bethany Mandel, the woman from The Hill, or she was on The Hill. She'd written a whole book about wokeness and why it was ruining America. And when they asked her, I think was it like Crystal Ball or Brianna Joy Gray that asked her, you know, so could you just explain that? Like, what is your definition of woke? And she just like could not come up with it. It was like, well, like, literally like blanked in the middle after writing a book about wokeness, right? Could not offer any sort of definition of what she meant. So yeah, you know, it was kind of like, how is he in these circles? How is he in the same circle as like friends of Bethany Mandel? That's crazy.
Progressives to say that she's definitely lying and Graham Platner is telling the truth, that he did not do that. Okay, are you ready for the most heartbreaking part? Fifield was telling the truth that the New York Times had another woman who was assaulted by Graham Platner. That woman was Jenny Rassicot, who backed down from telling her story to the New York Times, in part because of the moral conflict that she had between supporting Platner's politics but not supporting him as a person. She appears in the New York Times article to say that Platner came to her house uninvited, but she declined to elaborate on what happened next, other than to say it was enough for her to end the relationship because he was reckless and unsettling. But then she saw the liberal and leftist media completely tearing Fifield to pieces. These disgusting assholes confidently pushed out video after video after video, calling this woman a lying bitch and a paid shill who could never.
And he literally said that. He literally said those words. It's not a summation or a it's literally what Kyle said. I don't think the excuse that the other side supports essay is a great, as some people think, well, like, look, even when you're offering that, like, you know, it's true. It's true that the Republican Party does, you know, has a fucking rapist leading their cult, right? That's true. But like, you know, when you say that in proximity to Graham Platner, it makes it sound like you're saying, well, can't we have a rapist too as a little treat? Can't we also, you know, like if they can get away with it, shouldn't we be able to get away with it? And again, yeah, it just completely puts us in a place of moral nihilism. Not that there's another type. Is there another type of nihilism?
Bring down the progressive champion that is Graham Platner to the point that they forced
different types of secularism
a rape.
Different kind of agnosticism, right? Could there be different types of nihilism?
Victim to step into the spotlight against her will. Rassicot said she later felt compelled to go public about her experience because the reaction to the Times story was dominated by controversy.
Wait, what happened? Is this real? Did this happen? Did Trump stand up for Platner or something? Is that real? Did Donald Trump do? Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, holy shit. Is he stupid or smart? I can't tell, because like, chat, this is the weird thing. The Platnerites are in a very vulnerable emotional state right now. There's not a lot of people standing up for their guy. There's not a lot of people offering a narrative that they can still feel good about. And if Trump is now doing that, like he did this with who? Mayor Adams? Who all has he done this with, chat? There's like multiple. Trump does this, doesn't he? I'm on Burple 101% time. What does that mean? Trump does this thing, right? You've seen it before with Eric Adams. Trump basically endorsing Eric Adams, working out a deal with Eric Adams. Actually, I believe giving Eric Adams a pardon, getting him out of those charges that looked pretty fucking ironclad. And yeah, he's not the only one, is he? There's like, Trump does this shit. So yeah, I mean, wow. Anyway, going off the word of one chatter. Can we confirm that? Just to be sure. Oh, I'm not on your 100% one time. I'm not even sure. I know I've got time to worry about too, chat. We're at 123 out of 200. We can get to 200 by, the end of, oh my God, 2 hours. Okay, I gotta hurry up for sure. Then we will add another hour. Give me a little bit of breathing room and maybe the ability to cover more bonus content. What is winning on bonus content? We've got Hutch self-immolates over Platner in first place. It's a very close chat. There's 3 points between everything. Even the last place thing, the Michigan Senate debate, is only 3 points behind the first thing, which is Hutch self-immolating. We got Shapiro and Candace tied for second place at 25. 102 votes have been placed. So congratulations on breaking the triple digits in votes. All right. Now I'm just wondering, chat, how far off do you think we are from breaking the triple digits in likes? Maybe somebody could check on that right now. And if you're seeing that there are very few likes, you could maybe even bully each other into rectifying that, right? So we got to have at least 70 likes. If we can get 30 more from 70 that I'm assuming we have, even though I haven't looked, then we could get 100. But yeah, 102, everything's very close. Remember that whenever you do a super chat, super sticker, get yourself a membership, gift a membership, support me on Throne, which is that QR code on the screen. Although I don't know if that's a good place for it. I feel like I should be putting it somewhere, I don't know, less obtrusive, but there it is. Because I'm really trying to get this Vietnam trip locked down so I can make sure that I'm only there for a short time, not for a month or something like that. Or if you support me on Patreon or if you support me on Twitch, not only does the number next to me go up, the number next to the weasel goes up, but also you get the ability to put your money where your mouth is and possibly change the fate of the stream tonight by endorsing different bonus content, which, Imaru versus Miskiff, Hutch self-immolates over Platner, Shapiro versus Candace, and the Michigan Senate debate with Dr. Abdul El Said and Haley Stevens running. Wait, what does that mean? Oh,
about another woman, Lindsay
I thought you said demand you a video. I was like, what?
Fifield, who alleged Platner mistreated her and faced attacks because of her ties to the Republican Party. My part of the story was just a read over, Rassicot said in an interview, and the story was Lindsay and the accusations of her being politically motivated. The absolute irony of these commentators going after Fifield.
No, Darful, you're right. This is it's a good time to. We should watch this now.
Do you think that the Democrats should be able to pick a replacement for Graham Platner? He's had all these new allegations that have come out. Now Democrats are talking about picking a replacement for him. Should they be able to do that?
They're picking what?
A replacement for Graham Platner if he steps out of the race.
So he won the primary.
And now there's these new allegations.
It's very hard for them to do. And it's really a question of whether or not you believe the woman. A lot of people say big falsehoods.
It almost sounded for a second there like Donald Trump was doing a believe women, but of course not. It's Donald Trump. If we believed women, he wouldn't be here.
He's in a bind. He's in a bind. But should they be able to do it? Well, I guess he's going to lose. I would imagine he's going to lose. It's very interesting when a Republican woman came out with the same charge, nobody believed her. When this woman came out, everybody believed her.
I mean, that was something.
At Brat6847 super chatted $9.99. Thank you so much for the stream, appreciate you. 2 hearts night everyone, heart hands medium light skin tone.
Yeah, heart hands back at you, and thank you for the super chat, and have a good sleep. I've just started to get good sleep. So yeah, the reason that I wasn't like, cause sometimes I'm in the like majority report chat if I'm up too late. I have been getting to bed on time, and I can highly recommend it. We're at 133 out of 200. Within striking distance of adding another hour. That was President Donald Trump weighing in on the Platner allegations. And really just, kind of reflecting on himself more than anything. I don't think he does know that, he does know about Fifield, right? So it's not like he's completely like not following the story, right? I don't know. Do you get that shit on Fox News? Yeah, I guess you would. You'd get that shit on Fox News. You wouldn't necessarily get the rest of the stories that you might be seeing if you use no, just kidding, chat. I'm not sponsored by Ground News. I just saw the most ironic sponsorship of Ground News, and I'm not even going to mention the channel that was doing it, right? But it was somebody with very, very left politics, let's just say, that was doing a Ground News endorsement. Anyway, chat. That's not a problem that I have to deal with, but yeah, that's not a sponsor I would take either. Anyway, God, I feel like I'm throwing shade and I'm not even trying. I feel like this whole stream is just throwing shade. I'm like destroying everyone. How was the leftist mafia last night? Anybody watch that?
For supporting
I'm not trying to destroy everyone.
Kavanaugh, when they are doing the exact same thing to her. They supported a gigantic piece of shit man to the point that a rape victim had to step up to try to stop her abuser from gaining immense political power. Incredibly, it appears that Rassika is finally a perfect enough victim for these commentators. She's not a civilian in Iraq or Afghanistan. She's a registered Democrat, not a Republican op. And she told enough people—
Wait, I'm sorry. Were there people in— was there allegations from people in Iraq about Graham Platner? Or is Rebecca maybe just referring to the people that Platner would have killed being a machine gunner in the Marine Infantry? I watched Leftist Mafia yesterday. Matt Bender took it a bit personally at times.
That Platner raped her, that most everyone has finally given up on Platner. Oh, not everyone, though. Cenk Uygur, for instance, of the Young Turks.
It is just the war stuff, because, that's another thing that happens in a war, right? That, SA is very, very common, and although you don't really hear any accusations against U.S. service members, you don't usually— that's never like a story, and I'm sure it happens a lot.
Still going with bitches be lying, but
oh yeah, someone said he was at Abu Ghraib. Yeah, I'm still not— Brassico, yeah, is how it's pronounced.
Here's Kyle Kulinski reporting on the Politico story.
There's a few things about this that are extra concerning. The previous allegations were easy to dismiss because it was a literal Heritage Foundation Republican insider who was making the allegations. Also, the allegations were effectively, he's a bad boyfriend. This is not that. This is a much more extreme allegation, is point number one. Point number two is she does have some corroborating evidence. And it's also, if we're being serious here, a Democrat who's...
Oh, no, he for sure committed war crimes. You're correct, Jetta Fake. I was just talking about the possibility that, like, you know, there were crimes of a different nature, or I guess they would also be war crimes committed during his service, because that is a thing that happens a lot in wars, in occupations, right? It's very common.
Making the allegation. But let me also just say real quick, if you're a Republican, I am not remotely interested in your Platner take, because you have nominated a guy 3 times who was accused of much worse and much more than Graham Platner. You can shut the fuck up. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is, if you are Neera Tanden, shut the fuck up. She's going...
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, you see how it... I don't want to belabor the point, but people react poorly to the TikTokification of language that, you know, is not algorithmically friendly. I mean, I guess this is technically a whitest kids you know reference, but most people just know it as a euphemism. But yeah, I don't know. He admits to being at Abu Ghraib. He said he was just a guard outside. Oh my god. So he wasn't doing the human pyramids or anything like that, is what he's trying to say in that. Okay. Wow. God damn. This shit is bad. I gotta read out. This is a long chat, but I think it's worth reading here. SimK3 says, I think folks like Kyle will continue to end up on the wrong side of these things because they've accepted the political binary and decided to be on Team Blue. Not that I'm pushing a uniparty narrative, just that tribalism shuts off their reasoning, like tribalism shuts off conservative brains. Yeah, it's negative polarization, right? That kind of achieves this rhetorical sleight of hand. It takes a lot of vigilance to keep tribal biases from stopping me from evaluating things based on my values. I got this one wrong with Platner, and I feel guilty about it. Yeah, it's like I feel like even some of the assumptions that I made, because I felt like, I don't know, like when the Nazi tattoo thing came out, like I was like, okay, this is not a good campaign. This is a campaign that's bleeding, and it's going to continue to bleed. It's a person, you know, being caught doing some stuff that's wrong, right? It seems like not admitting to it, and yeah, he was also using the whole, like, you know, if you want to stand up against the Democratic establishment, you better believe my story, right? Kind of thing. And unfortunately, that shit works. That shit works on us, right? The you know, association with Byfield with Bethany Mandel, I mean, is just like, you know, you know what I mean, because of how disingenuous Bethany Mandel is, right? I think like that's a clip that was pretty widespread, and so, you know, just hearing that, or that she had worked on the Kavanaugh campaign. Sorry, not the Kavanaugh campaign. There was, when Kavanaugh was nominated, he wasn't assured to get approved, and I guess the story is that she's part of the team to try to kind of spin things in a positive way for Kavanaugh. But yeah, I thought it was bad. In other words, I thought that he was lying. I thought he was a bad liar. I thought that if he's lying now, he's going to continue to lie. But I didn't think he was, I mean, I didn't think he was a Nazi. I mean, I don't have any proof in the other direction either. But yeah, I feel like I did make, you know, certain assumptions like on his side, when the red flag should have counterindicated that.
Going after Platner now as well. You worked for Bill Clinton. You worked for fucking Bill Clinton, okay? Final thing is, we'll know the country is in a better place when people react with the same sort of moral outrage and condemnation to arming and funding genocide as they're reacting to this.
No apology, no introspection, just whataboutism. Point 1, what about Republicans? What about Donald Trump? Point 2, what about Bill Clinton?
Yeah, the Bill Clinton thing was related to Neera Tanden, I think.
Point 3, what about the genocide? Hey, Kyle, what about you bullying a victim of domestic violence and calling her a lying bitch with zero evidence? What about you forcing a rape victim to...
He keeps calling women bitches and telling them to shut the fuck up. Well, he usually, like, he uses the word bitch a lot, but most of it is like in the language where you like we saw him calling the accusations. If you had more allegations, you'd put them bitches up. But it does make it sound like he's saying you would put those women up, right? I don't think that's what I mean, here I am giving Kyle the benefit of the doubt. I don't know. Maybe I'm too generous with that shit. No, he's not saying if you work for Bill Clinton, you were asking for it. Neera Tanden is going off trying to say, well, this is the big watershed moment where America realizes what the DSA is really about. And it's about rape, and it's about misogyny, and it's about, you know what I mean? Neera Tanden is being very disingenuous and actually, using this moment as like a weapon against the left flank, right? After being kind of the establishment being on its back heels. But yeah, the fact that he keeps on, the fact that these words just like are, it's shit that most people would have kind of retired in I don't know, 2014 or something like that. They're just still mainstays of Kyle's vocabulary. And yeah, Hassan's kind of like that too. And look, I mean, most of the time, if you're not like using the word bitches to mean to be able to like to try to dehumanize women, which is kind of what it's traditionally meant, right? It's a thing that people use to put you in your place, right? It's people don't really object that much, but because he's so used to it, and now he's saying it in proximity to like potential victims of rape, it sounds really, really fucking bad. And then yeah, he straight up called Fifield a bitch, didn't he? He did. Yeah, he was,
out herself in order to combat your misogynistic misinformation. And what about the fact that you can't even call it rape? You have to say grape like a fucking child because you don't want YouTube to demonetize your video where you finally admit that, okay, Platner sucks. And here's Emma Vigland's take, which at least is closer to an apology than Kyle's.
Platner and perhaps the campaign itself has violated the trust of many supporters. I would include myself in that. However, obviously, I do feel a responsibility as a woman that, perhaps, I don't know, I'm still thinking about this, but I believe in redemption and restorative justice, and that is what had driven me to support Platner despite some of his past. But when we're talking about forcible rape and sexual assault, obviously, there is no excuse. And immediately once I read the story, I knew that he had to drop.
I'm sorry, why is everybody putting forcible in front of it? Am I missing something? Or has Emma just been like taken in media and like the little bit of TYD creeped in there? I don't know.
Out of the race. And so I'm sorry if there are any women in the audience that feel that I failed them. I take that super seriously. I carry that with me. And I'm sorry. So, I still maintain that what was said in the New York Times was not disqualifying, but what is alleged here just absolutely is. And the not that it should matter given what the details were and what the corroboration is, but this individual, this woman who is accusing him, supports his politics, and that is why she was reticent to come forward in the first place. And I'm sorry if myself or anybody, I'm sorry if I contributed to that culture.
Just a little heads up if you ever want to try to apologize in a way that at least seems sincere. I'm sorry is great. I'm sorry if is not great. Yes.
It is generally the formula for a failed apology. Yeah, many such cases.
Emma, you did contribute to the culture that made it extremely difficult for a rape victim to come forward with her story. You got on camera and confidently told more than 2 million subscribers that a woman alleging domestic abuse by Graham Platner was a lying paid shill. You and Sam Cedar and Kyle Kolinsky and Mehdi Hassan and Ryan Grimm have spent the last 6 months mocking every criticism of Platner as an Israeli disinformation conspiracy, warning that the only people who could possibly come forward with negative information are doing so to stop a progressive Democrat from getting into office. You inspired an army of viewers to spread the word, telling people who criticize Platner that we must want Republicans or centrist Democrats to win because Platner is the only progressive in the race. Let me remove that if for you, Emma. Yes, you are the reason that Rasikat did not want to come forward. You are the reason why she eventually had to come forward. And that should disgust you as much as it disgusts me. And all of you need to grapple with the fact that if Jenny Rasikat had been a conservative, or if she hadn't told a friend what happened, or any list of a number of other reasons why she wasn't a perfect victim, you would still be here calling her a lying bitch.
It's a doggo jump scare. Who expects the doggo?
Hey everybody,
Not
thanks
me.
for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like.
Aww.
If you loved the video, please subscribe. And if you think the world could use more videos like this and you happen to have a few bucks laying around, head to patreon.com/Rebecca and join an awesome community of nerds like the people whose names you see on the screen right now.
Here you go. Support Rebecca Watson. Doing good work out there. And sometimes, all too often, a voice crying in the wilderness of the algorithm. So go follow Rebecca Watson as well. That I am sorry if I offend women. Wait, yeah, she said something. I don't know. Just the way that it's worded. That's what I was saying when it happened. My thought was, yeah, with I think specifically the first response she did, which was with Matt Leck on Left Reckoning. I was like, is this really something that you want to be streaming, or could this be something that you want to really think about? At the very least, yeah. I mean, like, I don't think it's less authentic if you write it out, as long as it is, represent so that you can represent your full thoughts on it in a way, and not let like words be your enemy. And because yeah, if you put that if in there, it's a whole different thing. It's no longer an apology if it's a conditional apology. If it's like, well, you're one of those people I thinks I owe an apology, I guess here's your apology. But if you think that I did nothing wrong, then continue to think that. I know I will. No, that's not. I'm over interpreting it. The guy with the Nazi tattoo. Wait. The guy with the Nazi tattoo on his chest turns out to be a rapist. Yeah, who would have thought? Beyond Left and Right. Who would have thought? I would not care if she were a Republican. Her story is solid. I agree on the one about the right wing side. Okay, sorry, I'm reading chatters conversations with each other accidentally, but that is what Rebecca Watson had to say. But yes, we got more, chat. We got more because Denims also weighed in. Denims. I think it's Denims Daily I'm looking for. I was curious to see that Denims was let's see, I think kind of critical of wait, is this is the one, right? Calls out progressive media over the Graham Platner scandal. I don't know how much of this we'll be able to watch, but let's give it a look.
I'm disappointed in Kyle Kulinski the most. I'm disappointed in the Majority Report. I'm really disappointed in Emma Vigeland. I'm disappointed in a lot of people because I felt like they just didn't take any of this stuff as seriously as they should have. So I guess I'll just probably the best place to start is the Graham Platner allegations or accusations, not allegations. Let me see if I can find the original one. I think it was the Politico one that particularly took off like a couple days ago. I want to say like 1 or 2 days ago. Yeah, it was this one. Woman who dated Graham Platner says he sexually assaulted her. The Maine Democrat denied the allegations and said any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically untrue. The woman who dated a Maine U.S. Senate candidate, Graham Platner, says that he forced her to have sex with him nearly 5 years ago, despite her repeated objections and allegation. Platner denies. The woman, a 41-year-old Maine resident named Jenny, I think it's Raskop, but I might be mistaken, detailed the alleged incident to Politico in 3.
Yeah, everybody made that mistake, apparently. We got what? Hutch is on bonus content. What am I looking for? Humanist Report. We gotta make sure to watch that too. Okay, I think we can do this, chat. I think we can do it. I might have to. Okay, what did I say? Humanist Report is next. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to figure out what was next. There we go. Okay, let's see if we got timestamps. Oh, we do. We have timestamps. Oh, no. What do people think? There was some things in that initial tranche from the New York Times that I just like the whole thing about him waiting in his house for somebody to break in so he could rape the person, but not in a gay way, in a dominance way. That was one that I was like, all right, this is way too over the top. There's no way. They start off with, did Hasanabi endorse Platner?
And those people, I don't have any disdain for those people. I mean, they're just trying to push for leftism in, I think, a misguided way. But the people who immediately wrote it all off as a smear campaign, I fucking can't, dude. I can't, man. I wrote this. I tried to put all my words or my thoughts into words.
Emergency
I talk about it more on stream, but I really am grateful we have so many voices in leftist spaces that rang the alarm bells on the candidate with the Nazi tattoo that thought war was the most enjoyable experience of my life, quote, and told women that he would rape an intruder to establish dominance. Don't get me wrong. I understand why so many leftists insisted that his current political messaging and anti-genocide / anti-APAC stance should be more valuable than a few statements that were made in the past. I don't take issue with those who...
Yeah, now I'm rethinking. Now I'm rethinking the whether or not the statement. I'm trying to remember where exactly this came from. Was it Fifield that said he had said that? Where does the statement where he said he would wait inside his apartment with a knife and a gun, hoping that somebody broke in, and talking about how he would R-word them? There's no perfect method, filter, whatever will stop anyone from being duped, but learning from these moments, how it happens, helps prove. Yeah, what tricks you? What distracts you? What detail are you? What extraneous detail are you paying attention to instead of focusing on the reality of the situation?
Who genuinely listened to the criticism on the left and believed that his previous comments were some edgy attempt at comedy, but that he was a changed person today. I do not and cannot understand, though, why so many self-proclaimed leftists took any negative reporting about Platner and immediately insisted that it had to be a smear campaign. It was so depressing to see so many people I respect engage in this behavior. I don't want anyone to read this tweet and think that we need to lambast every leftist who made a mistake. I'd just rather be productive and have something good come from all of this. I hope the people who We're quick to write off any anti-Platner coverage. Use this as an opportunity to be a bit more.
Wait, that was his Reddit comment history? Wait, seriously, was that on his Reddit? Because yeah, that Reddit. I mean, like if it's on Reddit, he said it, right? I thought it was from like somebody had it was an account of somebody he had said that to. But if it's a Reddit comment, then it's like. There was a lot of bad stuff in the Reddit comments too. And the good stuff, he walked back.
Cautious in the future when thinking whether or not to endorse someone that people of color and women of color are actively warning people about. Because, like, I'm going to be honest, I don't really get off on, like, and then we got to lambast this guy. And then we got to lambast this guy. And also this guy. And also this guy. I just don't care. Like, I think what I ended up doing was, like, I literally refused to watch Graham Platner coverage. Like, I was like, I can't. I'm not watching the majority report talk about Graham Platner. I'm not going to watch Kyle talk about Graham Platner. I didn't even want to watch Hassan talk about Graham Platner. I didn't want to watch anyone talk about Graham Platner. I was just like, I can't. Like, I'm sorry, man. Which I think what I said the one time I talked about it was, thank God I don't fucking live in Maine.
Oh yeah, Fifield was saying it, and he was like, sharp. Oh, it was an axe. It wasn't a knife. It was an axe. He was like sharpening an axe with a gun, and saying that talking about rape as a form of dominance. That's wow.
Because I still think those are good.
Weirdest no homo I've ever heard.
Leftist voices that use their platforms for good the vast majority of the time. But I'm like, still disappointed. I had no interest in hearing about Platner. Yeah. And by the way, being wrong wasn't the issue. It was ignoring and slandering naysayers. Well, yeah, because I think, like, let me say two things. One, I think that there were a lot of people who didn't know all of the details of this stuff, that didn't know all the details about what he was being accused of and what he had said about his service and what women had said about him. I think a lot of people didn't know that any of this stuff was even, like, it was very difficult to find any sources on this information, by the way. I looked pretty hard to get it, and then I confirmed it. And it was very difficult to find. There's one video of him apologizing about previous Reddit comments that he had made, which confirmed that there is a Reddit account that has been deleted. And he did say, he said that he apologized for certain statements. And it was like, one of the statements was like him not respecting like veterans.
What's wrong with ground news? In short, AI. It's not a very valuable thing. It starts with a, there's a few things. I feel like there are YouTubers out there though that have made videos about what's wrong with ground news. The unfortunate thing is there's a little something wrong with every easy to reach sponsorship, right? The one that I've taken before, like a Star Trek fleet commander. Right. I mean, it doesn't do this to me, but some people, those kind of CAPTCHA games, they're designed to get people addicted to them and have them spend like a lot of money. Like it's kind of like this. It hijacks the brain in the same way that gambling does, I guess. And I just I would never consider like paying money for a super special Spock. So I didn't think that. I was like, okay, well, this is you're just leading people down a road, where they could get kind of thrown into a meat grinder. Definitely don't want that. I'm trying to think of the other ones that are out there. Magic Spoon is just whey as a cereal. It's isolated like protein from milk that's making up the majority of that. That's why it hits it's not it's not, I don't know. I don't want to, let's not disparage people that might sue me, right? But yeah, Magic Spoon does not seem to be the thing for me. Let's just say it that way. Yeah, all the ones that are easy and like everybody does are usually, what's the one with where it's supposed to help you stop smoking, but it's just a like a fake vape with the oil with the essential oils in it.
Or something because he was being edgy about it or some stupid shit. But then that was him basically confirming that was that was in fact his account, but that account had like 400 other heinous things on it. There's one of the statements that he had made on Reddit was like him saying that like sexual assault victims just decide after the fact that it was rape. And so like it wasn't just the Nazi tattoo. It was all of this shit combined. It's like, dude, like this is a bomb waiting to go off, man. Like all of these things point to one clear root cause, which is guy who believes in hierarchical structures but thinks that he should be at the top of the hierarchical structure. All of those things make sense within that. So I'm like, I don't know, man. Obsessed with power? Well, yeah, I think another thing too, just in case people don't know, sexual assault and like rape is not about sexual desire. It's about dominance and control and power. Which is why when he, like, it lines up perfect, what she said lines up perfectly with what perpetrators of that crime do, which is, I wouldn't rape him in like a sexual way or in a gay way. I would rape him for dominance, which is accurate. That is why sexual abusers do what they do. Because maybe they don't have dominance in other places of their life, so they take it out on people that are weaker than them.
Okay, so yeah, here we have it confirmed in the New York Times article. Miss Byfield said he said a lot. If anybody, he said this a lot. Okay, if anybody ever broke in, he said, I would R-word them. She recalled saying that he added that it would not be quote unquote in a sexual way, not in a gay way. He was like, I would R-word them to show them I'm dominant. God damn. That's the quote, and it is from the New York Times, and it is from Byfield's recounting of something he said to her often.
He even said it like you really can't get any clearer than that. And then he repeats it again with all these other things where he's talking.
Denims is often right, correct Sam's art mess, but nobody believes her until after the court case drops. And
about like his time in combat, right?
Many such cases, including on my very Twitter account, which gonna remind you, we got a blast off tweet going on. I'm trying to get the message to more people. This is Twitter. If you like me use this hell site, I would invite you to click on the link that I'm posting in chat right now and give me some help on this, because yeah, again, Elon hates it when you do like offsite, when you have like an offsite link, right? He hates this so much. He doesn't want to lose any web traffic, so we can help him get over that fear. If we can push this to, I don't know, 17 or something like that. But yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about to this H3 fan last night. This guy says, isn't Ethan suing you, Denims? And yeah, they've met a few more friends. I did not mean to send people their way, but I guess that happens with a quote. What's weird is look at that. It doesn't show up. The link does not show up now. The link has disappeared. And on my phone, it's not there. That's why I thought that I don't know. Oh, no, it's back. It's back. Did I get unblocked? No, I'm definitely blocked. I'm 100% blocked. What is going on? Oh, no, that's just I don't know. Maybe I'm unblocked. Maybe that's what it does, is it puts the link up there if you're unblocked. Oh, wait. Is this why people don't block each other anymore? They just like mute each other? Because if you're blocked, then it would be, you wouldn't, like, other people would still see the quote retweet, but they wouldn't see your they wouldn't have like well, no, they could still just click on the link. I don't know, Chad. I'm trying to figure out how Twitter works, but if you want to help me make Twitter work for us, then yeah, click on this link that I'm putting in chat right now, or click on the pinned if you've missed the link, and yeah, you too can join the army. And no, don't join the army. Join the after Graham Platner. That's like the worst thing to say. You too can jump in there and push the algorithm to show the blast off tweet to more people. Okay, back to Denims.
It wasn't just the Nazi tattoo, it was that the Nazi tattoo fit in with everything else. Exactly. What was I? I was going to say something else. Bingo on the hierarchical structures. I mean, and it was just like infuriating to see people just like, and I really don't fault people who didn't know about all this stuff. And I don't fault people who thought that his political messaging was too valuable. I take issue with the people that immediately saw anything negative about Platner and were like, we can just ignore that. That's all smear campaigns, everything. It's got to be smear campaigns. It's like, you're not even going to read it. You're not going to like take it with a grain of salt. You're really? Not sure why people keep trying to smear Hassan about Platner. Hassan was pretty open about stating that the reason he liked Platner was for his policy position, but his ability to message those positions to Trump supporters. He never stated that Platner's past was an issue. Well, yeah, and again, what I'm saying is, it made me mad to see people be like, yeah, everything in the past, he's changed. He's a changed person. It's like, dude, there are certain things that are hard to ignore. Fundamentally believing in hierarchical structures, you're not changing that overnight, man. Like, I don't know. And it's funny too, because even in his like final like messaging, his video talking about dropping out, he's still giving the middle finger to Democrats and to his voters. He's saying, well, I'm not, if you're not going to have me there, if I don't get to be at the top, well, I hope we don't fucking win. I hope we don't flip the house. Or sorry.
Wait, Burple, is Denims the Pokemon?
The Senate. And it's like, oh, okay.
Wait, is Hassan the Pokemon? I'm trying to figure this out. Wait, is Destiny? Okay, so like what, Destiny and Hassan are the Pokemon masters? And they throw out their little Pokeballs and Hassan goes like, Denims, I choose you. And Ethan, and then Destiny goes, Ethan, I choose you. Is that what we're doing in 2026?
So you're just admitting that that's...
Oh, lawyers are the Pokemon. Okay.
That's who you are. Okay, great. Hassan was not working with this campaign. I don't think I saw Hassan working with this campaign. You guys can link me if I'm mistaken or something. The thing that I don't like about... Let me see if I can pull it up before I comment. One sec. The most annoying thing so far is that has been coming out of like the Hassan did this, Hassan personally did this, is it's the same exact people who said that everything has...
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, on the silver lining, Davi says, Maine has created an effective political organization. Yeah, the lawyers are the Pokemon.
Hassan did was in fact not an endorsement of Kamala. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to listen to you if you're a fucking bad faith actor on this. And you're just, if your account is just dedicated to smearing Hassan, and he did more...
Wait, then who's Giovanni?
...for Kamala than he ever did for Platner, but that wasn't endorsing Kamala, but this is endorsing Platner, you're a bad faith actor and your opinion is worthless.
Yeah.
Congrats. Like I said, it's always the exact same voices right now that are...
So yeah, the hypocrisy being in someone... Wait a minute, didn't Ethan go after Denims or something on Instagram over this? I'm trying to figure out... Oh my god, chat. I gotta get rid of that cha-ching sound. Oh my god. That's just the default sound, I guess. It's not very Haselic, right? I'm looking for Haselic. See that the wind chime? That het is Haselic. The cash register het is niet Haselic. I'm learning, chat. It's so hard to pronounce the G in the Dutch language. Haselic. I'm still not doing it right. Still not doing it quite right. Thank you, Narwhal, for the $67 towards a Vietnam trip and airfare, and bringing us up to, oh my god, that's given us an extra hour. Let's make that happen right now. Okay, first of all, what do? We make this one say 100, or no, not 100. That'd be going backwards, wouldn't it? We already went backwards once. I don't like the feeling of that. We gotta keep going forwards. All right. Yes, 200. That's where we're at, and we are adding an extra hour. Now, normally I wouldn't stream this long, but since it's Friday, it's all right. Don't you want the throne notification to sound like that?
Going after Hassan on this?
There shouldn't be two, though. You know what I mean? Like the fact that they double it up. I don't know. Or it should be a sound that what would go good with a wind chime, chat? What would be a good sound? Like maybe birds or something? Some kind of natural, the sound of a waterfall. That would be awesome. I need to get a waterfall.
Like, girl with the microphone, notable for her. Does she not know that public opinion does not equal court of public opinion does not equal actual court? How many of y'all gave to Platner because Hassan told you to do so? I've never asked anyone to donate to Platner, nor have I campaigned with him. LMAO, what the fuck is this hallucination? And then this...
Look at this community note, because this one is kind of bullshit. Like, right? I mean, I do think that Hassan went over his skis in terms of Platner, but, if you say that he endorsed Platner, you'd have to say that he endorsed Kamala, and the person saying that he didn't endorse Kamala, I think, is the one accusing him of endorsing Platner, so kind of hypocritical. But yeah, the question is, how many of you gave to Platner because Hassan told you to, right? The community note should be about whether or not Hassan told people to donate, not about whether Hassan said Team Platner or called him his goat. He's called Professor Jang his goat. He's called Candace Owens his goat. This is not, yeah. You can criticize Hassan over this, but just like this is bad faith. And I'm saying more so. I mean, yes, with girl with the microphone, but more so even from this bullshit community note.
This community note kept going up and down and up and down and up and down because it doesn't disprove what he said. Hassan here saying I didn't ask
unrelated
and I didn't campaign with him. And the context is. He publicly endorsed him as Team Platner and his GOAT and defended him on stream. None of these things are saying, amplified his campaign, launch video sources confirm he backed the campaign before reversing. None of these things say that he donated or campaigned with him. What? He didn't argue that he didn't say those things. What? Also, these are the exact same people, by the way, who are saying he never endorsed Kamala Harris. It's like, okay, so he did more for Kamala Harris, but he never endorsed Kamala Harris, and he's the reason we have Trump. Hassan personally caused Trump.
Yeah, Hassan famously calling himself a clandestine operator for Candace Owens, right?
But also, he personally endorsed Platner. Oh, okay. All right. Interesting. I think some people are mixing up Hassan saying veterans can be redeemed when Platner comes up. He uses Platner as a jumping pad for the veteran convo. I don't even think he's talking about that. I think we're talking about a separate conversation. Hassan also calls Fox News his GOAT. Like, that's not an endorsement. He calls Candace Owens his GOAT. Like, what? That's amazing. I mean, again, it's like bad faith actors, man. And yeah, this. Okay, so I wanted to show this. This has been, and again, it's like, I hope I'm explaining the position to the best of my ability. It's just like the people who wrote it off, I understand critical support. I understand that, saying, hey, this is not stuff that we should necessarily hand wave, and we should keep a close eye on someone like this. And people ringing the alarm bells are not wrong to do that. I don't understand people being like, well, yeah, how do we know that this isn't just a massive smear job, huh? Hassan endorsed Janet Mills more than Platner? Yeah. Yeah, like, if anything, you guys know who I'm the most depressed by? Kyle Klensky.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Because I know Ryan Grimm made some horrible comments. I'm, like, trying to pull them up. And low-key, I didn't appreciate the way that, like, Dropsite smeared Abu Ghazali. Low-key. That was a crazy play by them.
Wait.
And I still...
What did Dropsite say about Kat? I don't particularly like one celebrity figure to hold so much space in the political movement. Why do these people pick the laziest criticism? When there's there's definitely stuff you could criticize Hassan for. In terms of Platner, that's just, girl with a microphone and community notes picked the most irrelevant stuff.
Still kind of I do not forgive that. Because, like, the fact that they instead of, like, reaching out to a progressive candidate and saying, hey, like, you need to drop this staffer that's super giga conservative, they did, like, a hit piece on her. And it's like, And that's when I stopped. That's when I fell out of love with drop site. I was like, because I had no issue with Ryan Grimm and drop site doing a story on her comments about Taiwan. I did have an issue with them blasting that a staffer that she had like conservative tweets up instead of reaching out to her and being like, hey, we're trying to get progressive candidates to win. You need to drop, I don't know where the fuck you got this staffer. You need to drop them immediately. Like, it was just so like insane to me. I was like, are you fucking serious? And that's when I was like, I'm good. I'm good on Ryan Grimm. I'm good on Ryan Grimm now. I'm good, actually. Yeah, no, I'm good on that. And now this, I'm like, wait, okay, so they made another tweet. Hold up.
And he...
Ryan Grimm is a rapist apologist covering for his friend Platner. Yes, I know he's questioning the reporting. He's lying by using his critique as cover to defend Platner. He even suggests Platner was in fact invited in.
If you listen closely there, that she said, we were texting back and forth, and he took something that I said as an invitation to come over. This is, they'd been dating off and on for about 2 years at this point. The follow-up from...
Oh no, chat. I just realized what this looks like. Fuck. Let me grab another, here we go. Anybody know what this is? This is a new fruit to me.
A normal person at that point is... What did you say? What'd you say? Right. Like, what was the thing that you said to him that he misunderstood? Now, let's take a look at how Politico reported
the 3-year-old baby misunderstood. Oh.
this. This is D8. This is how Politico first reported. So Razacote told Politico she connected with Platner on the dating app Bumble in 2019 and had consensual relations with him prior to the night he allegedly assaulted her. That night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when she heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into her house, which was unlocked. Platner came up the stairs, Razacote said, to where she was on a couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to stop and that she wasn't interested. So, Sagar, you read that, and most...
This stone fruit, I think technically, yeah, it is. Because it's got these little, I mean, not every, it's in sections. Wait, does this show up yet? Oh, it's so bright when I move it close. It's got like these little sections in it, unlike a long gun, which is just one fruit. Like this has got, it's almost like the way, I don't know, like a mangosteen is, or like a snake fruit. It's got multiple 67 for the debate. Yes. So 94. So we're definitely, we got to save some time for that.
They're like, that sounds like he broke in to the house, like uninvited, and then began a violent assault of her. Nowhere does Politico mention what she mentioned to CNN there, that she had said something in the text message exchanges that he mistook as an invitation.
And yes, Politico did intentionally shoddy reporting, Grimm using that as an opportunity to call her story into question. Like, the rest of the video is even worse than this. Is it still up? There's no way that they haven't.
Oh no, it's up. I think I'm pretty sure it's up.
8-minute video, but I didn't get a chance to like save it or whatever. There's no way they kept it up, right? That would be insane if it's still up. Oh Lord, I think it's still up.
Joining us now is State Representative Dave.
But yeah, it's in little sections like this, and then as you can see, some of the sections have a little stone in them. Like that one has a big stone. That one has a little stone. I don't know. Some of them don't have one though. And it's different taste. It's tastes very different than a long gun. It's called long kong, right? It's easy to get mixed up with long gun, but this one is long gong, long gong.
Dave Morales, who is a candidate for Providence mayor, and may be the next kind of DSA-backed mayor
Sorry, let me
after
close some of
New
these
York
tweets.
and Seattle. Are there any others that we know of?
It tastes like a mixture of pineapple and cucumber, I think. That's the best. And maybe lychee. Yeah, yeah. The weird fruit guy, yeah, on YouTube is really cool.
Keep the movement going. As of right now, I think those are the prominent examples that we have
Stop
of these.
speaking. Stop. Speak when spoken to, Lloyd. I think it's this one. All right, let's listen.
A key detail from its reporting around the Graham Platner sexual assault allegations we have learned. Let's take a listen to how Jenny Rascott, the accuser of Graham Platner, described how the evening began in her interview with Jake Tapper on CNN.
It was a night where him and I were texting back and forth, and he had taken something that I said as an invitation, and that's not how he meant it, and I quickly clarified. And he sent a message back indicating that he would come over, and I said, no, don't come over. Like, I'm not in the mood, don't come over. And I was more stern with that message. And then I didn't hear back from him, so I thought that that meant he got the message or gave up on it or whatnot.
Okay, Sagar, so there was no follow-up from Jake Tapper. If you listen closely there, she said, we were texting back and forth, and he took something that I said as an invitation to come over. They've been dating off and on for about 2 years at this point. The follow-up from a normal person at that point is, what did you say? What'd you say? Right. Like, what was the thing that you said to him that he misunderstood? Now, let's take a look at how Politico reported this.
You guys know when I've said, like, there are leftists in this space. There are heinous sacks of shit in here. Not like in here. Actually, probably the least likely place to find them is someone who watches women. But there are some heinous sacks of shit, and I learned it very early.
Oh, geez,
and I'm not talking about the people who go 0-10 in my fucking mid lane. I'm not talking about those guys, although those guys are definitely in here. I'm talking about the ones that are like, well, leftism needs to prevail no matter what. So who cares if some women got raped? Like, the first time I ran into one of these people, I was like, you're not real. Like, you're fucking with me. Like, you wouldn't say you're joking. Like, that's too fucking crazy. Like, that's too insane. Like, you have to be joking with me. And it's like, they're not joking. They're totally serious. It's like, hey, moron, if you believe in hierarchical systems, you cannot be a leftist. You fucking idiot. And once you start doing apologia, I know who you are. I know who you are. It just invalidates any criticism of Trump, Kavanaugh, Hegseth that any of these people have made for literally years. Yeah. Like, this is insane. Like, let's just keep watching. Did you change your opinion about Kyle? I hate it when I came here and see you playing a video of him. I am going to ban you because you type in a way that annoys me. But I already said in my post that I'm disappointed in a lot of leftists.
Kind of types in the way of, have you ever seen like those shorts where they're doing like it's an AI voice, but it's trying to sound like a Gen Z AI voice, and it's almost like they prompt it to like fuck up some grammar on purpose, and it's got all these weird like grammatical mismatches, and it just sounds ridiculous. It sounds like that. It sounds like AI. If you were like, hey, AI, please speak like a Zoomer, which is apparently with no regard to grammar.
Disappointed in Kyle Kulinski the most. I'm disappointed in the Majority Report. I'm really disappointed in Emma Vigland. I'm disappointed in a lot of people because I felt like they just didn't take any of this stuff as seriously as they should have, and they were so eager to support Platner.
Like, if you watch like a random Skibbity Toilet explanation video that's like a short, like, and it's like, hey, you guy, did you see the last Skibbity Toilet where Mecha Speaker Man unlocks his hammer ability and escapes from the toilet scientist that, I don't know, I can't do it. But they'll throw in like bro and bro really needs to see, check his his Riz levels are off the chart. Blood really was just gonna sit there and bash him with a hammer. I don't know, but but with like weird grammatical mismatches. You know what I'm talking about? I think it's supposed to make it sound more like less. You know what I mean? They're trying to sound like less robotic. They're trying to sound like less AI, and it gives away the AI worse than anything. What am I talking about? Probably videos that you don't watch. I don't know, like recap videos that are made with AI. Maybe you fastidiously avoid those Sam's art mess, and so you don't get any of this garbage in your algorithm.
Because they didn't want to come off as like, I guess, like wreckers or whatever.
Yeah, the weird voice that's reading, poorly written message. And I swear to God, it's like they prompt it to do that. Like, I don't think AI naturally comes up with like that many grammatical errors. Either that or they're just like, maybe AI's getting shittier as the Sam Altmans of the world are running out of money. And they're like, yeah, we used to give them the best model. Now we give them the 15th best model. It's like a shittier.
It didn't feel like they felt like,
oh shit, we got to do the ban appeals, don't we?
They were uncritically supporting him. And it felt like anytime an accusation came up that they just described it as like a smear. And I was very disappointed in that. That doesn't mean that I think that like, I think we should hate them forever and we should never watch them and we should always make sure that they're never.
I'm gonna make this go a little bit faster.
I would just like to see, I don't know, an apology for discarding brown and black voices and women's voices in the space. And I'd like to see an improvement going forward.
Here we go.
That's what I want to see. Like, I'm just not of the opinion that like Majority Report did apologize. I did see that. And we'll talk about that. And I respect that she did that. But yeah, that's it. I don't know if that's too much to ask for. It's just the dismissive nature of the self-proclaimed leftists that was really saddening. Like, I think we can listen to these criticisms and say like, okay, I don't think that this meets the threshold for dropping a candidate. I don't think that meets the threshold. Like, I think that this candidate is the best progressive candidate in Maine and blah, 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 blah. But that's not what, like, I saw so many videos of them being like, of so many of these people being like, another smear campaign by the right, another smear. And it's like, guys, like, what the fuck? Can we not do that? Can we just... I think there was also some cognitive dissonance in this happening at such a momentous time for their ideology. It's a difficult pill for people to swallow, not that it excuses it. Correct. All right, continue. Let's watch this shit. However, the shit that I've seen of Ryan Grimm is like actually...
Yeah,
I'm pretty done. With Ryan Grimm.
This is deep.
I can see why.
First reported. So Rasco told Politico she connected with Platner on the dating app Bumble in 2019 and consensual relations with him prior to the night he allegedly assaulted her. That night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him.
Ooh, emergency coffee. I still have some.
Later that evening, she said she realized when she heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into her house, which was unlocked. Platner came up the stairs, Prescott said, to where she was on a couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to stop and that she wasn't interested. So sorry, you read that, and most people in Washington who read that, they're like, that sounds like he broke in to the house like uninvited and then began a violent assault of her. Nowhere does Politico mention what she meant.
He didn't break anything because, yes, the door was unlocked. But he did enter, and, you know, it's crazy to assume that he somehow thought he had permission.
Mentioned to CNN that she had said something in the text message exchanges that he mistook as an invitation. They just say, and elsewhere in the article, they say he was, quote, uninvited. It turns out, and we have learned, that Politico definitively, at the time of publication, knew precisely what Jenny had texted to Graham that he, according to her, mistook as an invitation to come over. And we know this because the Washington Post also interviewed Jenny Rassifat. And Jenny told the Washington Post, because she's being honest, she's laying out all of the details, which is how it should be. You lay out all the details, and then you let the readers, the public, the voters say, okay, we have all the different facts. Here's how we interpret this scenario. So good for her for being transparent.
I totally agree with you when I say that off the top. This is in no way an attack on her. This is about how I believe that the media is handling this.
She was transparent about this. She doesn't have the text messages anymore. Platner apparently doesn't have the text messages.
And just to remind anybody that doesn't know, Sagar and Jetty is he's got a real chip on his shoulder in terms in relation to Me Too. I don't know if one of his faves got canceled during Me Too or if he's got some skeletons hiding out in the closet, but yeah, Sagar reacts like with extreme vitriol when Me Too is brought up.
Anymore, so we're going by her memory of what they are, and to her credit, she divulged the details of the text messages from that evening, and she divulged it to the Washington Post. The Washington Post.
Do you guys see what he's doing? He's literally trying to credit her by saying,
"Oh yeah,
well, he must have mistook something, and now I'm going to ignore the part where she said explicitly, do not come over. I am not interested." Like, fuck you. Fuck you. You are scum. You are oh my God.
Reaches out to the Platner campaign for comment, good for the Washington Post, and in their request for comment, they mention that Jenny had been texting him talking about a massage earlier. And so the Platner campaign sees this, and they go back to Politico, and they say, apparently there's some more context here about like the back and forth. Do you know about these text messages? The reporter then exchanged messages with the Platner campaign. Those messages have been now circulating in main politics, in main political circles. I obtained a copy of those. I was able to authenticate them with sources with knowledge of them. And here's what.
Denim's just whipped Cheeto crumbs on her pants. Yeah, I'm trying to whip like freaking Long Kong off my fingers into the rice bowl because this stuff is it's a little too messy to eat on stream. Right, yeah, it's a lot of these have little like stones, and like it's not just like oh yeah, to answer your question, Arwell, it's not a stone fruit, it's a stones fruit. It's a multiple stones fruit. So you're constantly like eating a bite and then pulling the stone out of your mouth, and it's messy. It's not ideal stream food, just like Cheetos.
The Politico reporter said to the campaign, Jenny Rascott had been, quote, texting Platner about needing her glute massaged. That detail didn't make our story. Right. Glute massage. So within about half an hour of getting this glute massage text, Platner's in the house. Now she says she followed up. No, don't come. Because he texted back. So he's wasted clearly. He gets this message. I need my glute massage. Right. He comes over. And he texts back. I'm coming over. And she's like, wait, don't come over. She says, don't come over. I'm over. This is Maine. He's not taking the subway. Like so, he's drunk driving over there. Yes. Comes into
The reason Politico didn't cover that detail is because it's not a relevant detail when he was on top of her and she said, no, please stop. No, get off me. Stop. Do you understand how that's an unimportant detail?
the house, and then.
Your Honor, she was talking about wanting a glute massage, so I legally had to rape her. Oh, obviously, yeah. Okay.
And then she says he's grabbing her on the couch. Where's she saying no? Right, where's he grabbing her? Like, is he like immediately starting like the glute massage, whatever? Right. Anyway, the Washington Post, to its credit, included a version of the detail we could put up. Washington Post at D7. One night in December 2021, she said she texted him to say that she could do the massage. She said she did not intend it as an invitation, but he interpreted it that way, immediately replying to say he would come right over. She said she wrote back twice, telling him not to. The Post was not able to review the alleged messages or independently verify them. Rascott said she later deleted them soon after the incident. The Post didn't include the glute part, but did mention the massage there, right? But because Politico published first, nobody, I didn't even know the Washington Post reported on this.
Exactly. I think that's why it's important. So the most important part, and let's just zoom out, because this does potentially explain why a drunken Platner enters the home. Right. It stops there because.
No, you want to know why it didn't matter that he showed up? Because they had previously had an intimate relationship. I wasn't confused. I wasn't like, why would he show up? I was already like, oh, okay, like they were intimate before. They had already like messaged on Bumble or whatever. Maybe she gave him her keys or like whatever. The door was unlocked. I like, okay, whatever it is. Okay, so he just showed up. I don't know. Maybe I've had friendships where people can just like knock and come over. Like that's not out of this world.
Again, I'm not even sure if they were on that basis. Like her story is that she leaves her door unlocked because it's a small town and everybody leaves their door unlocked.
Like, it's not so unreasonable that I'm like, I don't understand. Like, I wasn't confused about that. I was like, oh, okay, maybe they were together for some period of time, whether that was like, just like a friends with benefits thing or whatever, something casual. So maybe he showed up and he didn't get the text messages or whatever. But it's like, nobody cares about that part and nobody's covering that.
Ryan is destroying his credibility, says Super Lemon Hazasan, for a rapist with a Nazi tattoo. It might, I'm wondering what Ryan's endgame is here, right? Because like either he dipped into the lane that TYT is fully occupying and didn't realize it was going to cause his car to crash. All right. Either he thought he could just dip his toe in and farm a little bit of, the Platner dead enders, or he's like looking to get canceled and he's going to try that classic old formula of the leftist canceled me. I don't know, chat. We'll have to see. Because my theory about breaking points is that part of their strategy is that if they ever piss off their right-wing viewers, like they did, when Saga and Emily kind of were like, yeah, MAGA's kind of fucked. Yeah, Trump is kind of fucked. Right, this is fucked up. Right. They if they ever lose their right-wing viewers, they can lean into the left, like they've been doing for the past, few months here. And if they ever get canceled with the left, they can just be like, the truth behind, puberty blockers. You know what I mean? They could lean into the stuff that the right wing really likes, that they're not, although they fired their one anti-trans guy that was doing anti-trans content on Breaking Point. So Google says Longsat is like long gone. Oh yeah, I've heard of those. There are more segments related to. Ooh, wait a minute. Is it okay? I want to avoid when you say custard apple. Are we talking about? Wait, is a custard apple like the same as oh my god, I can't think of the name of this thing. Chirimoya? Is that what that kind of thing? Oh god, it does taste a little bit like chirimoya. Now that you mention it, it does taste a little bit like chirimoya. There's a weird thing about chirimoya that family of fruit is like associated with what is it, Alzheimer's or something. More research needs to be done, but yeah, it's a custard apple. God damn, I should be staying away. I'm not trying to get Alzheimer's out here, chat.
That part, because the part that matters is the fact that she told him no, stop in person, and he didn't stop. Covering anything else is a fucking irrelevant waste of your fucking time.
Ooh, atamoya. I've never had one of those.
That's where the rest of the evening and her account of the evening, it no longer accounts for. But it does explain a detail. I think what was key to understanding.
What are all these weird fruits? I live in a place like a that has a lot of fruits, and some of them are weird, and some of them I know, but some of them are common to my experience. But yeah, these are the first long kong that I've ever eaten. I have a mini orchard of fruits and love it. Apple and apple and cherimoya? No, apples. I don't think apples are related. It's those kind of fruits that are like, what is it? There's cherimoya. What is that thing that's called, like a something mango, or like a southern mango or Midwest mango or something like that? It's like another fruit that's similar to that. It's got, yeah, they're like usually big long fruits that have like multiple stones in them. You can find these in the US. They're also really popular in Thailand as well. Apples are of the rose family. Key mango. Oh my God.
Generally that all of us had was that it did genuinely appear as if Platner had been told explicitly not to come over there, understood that to be the case, broke into the home, effectively entering a home unannounced, and whether it's unlocked or not is a full-blown crime. I mean, and I do think that that's part of why we need to assess this very seriously. The very definition of what Jenny has alleged here is a full-blown gross sexual assault, Class A felony in the state of Maine with statute of limitations of 20 years. That's what she is alleged, which carries a significant prison
the hybrid of an apple and a
sentence for like decades potentially in prison.
Oh, that's what an atamoya is. Oh, I see.
And that is my understanding of how I need to evaluate what is being alleged here. I want to make that clear. Now, if I were then to submit to due process or something like that in a trial, and I saw something like that, it would significantly change, again, my understanding of how the event were to begin. This does not in any way say that she is lying about what then transpired.
Wow, you are a sack of shit. Both of these people are sacks of shit.
And they feed into, and either they're feeding into each other's misogyny, or I don't know, Sagar's rubbing off on Ryan, or Ryan's rubbing off on Sagar. I'm not even sure. I kind of think it is. Oh, they're of the magnolia family. Interesting. Wait, you can't eat magnolia fruits, can you?
Oh my fucking God. And then he decided to go on Twitter and
I remember this is a very fragrant tree that grows, I think, like in the southeastern United States, and maybe the Midwest too. It has some kind of doesn't it have like a weird pine cone thing and that's where the smell comes from?
Post through the pain. Politico knew at the time of publication precisely what Raska was texting to Graham Platner, but
avocados are in that family too?
She told Platner she needed her glute massage. She told her he was coming right over. She responded by telling him no, not to, but he came over quickly. Whether this detail is important to you or not is a shocking breach of journalistic ethics by Politico and CNN, not to include in their coverage. Story at drop site to follow.
Oh, you saw Ryan doing the same stuff on the Majority Report? Well, ostensibly, he was on there to debate Emma Vigland. Unfortunately, yeah, he's kind of a friend of the VOD over there, and she's she does disagree with him on the his insistence on we got to talk about the glute massage, right? She did push back on that, but maybe not enough for some people. Plants are awesome when you look into cultivars. I need to start looking more into cultivars because apparently I'm eating the I don't know.
Replying to his tweets with, "This makes me not want to use Dropsite anymore. I will hereby remove all of my funding for Dropsite and never support Dropsite ever again, so long as they are attached to you." Every time you mention Dropsite, I would like to remind you that I am no longer a subscriber of Dropsite, and I hate Dropsite news now. And I'm not joking. That is how every single Ryan Grim tweet should be responded to. And then like people are resurfacing this shit. Wait, sorry. First of all, that was like one tweet in like a sea of tweets as he was co-posting through the night. If Politico had in fact reported that a text she sent was misinterpreted as an invitation, that would be different, but they didn't. Jenny was
thank you.
With the media, Politico was wrong. Did not include it.
Okay, let's slow this down a little bit because I was gonna show you this tweet anyway. Here, let's rewind it and then slow Denims down to like just regular speed for this one.
One tweet in like a sea of tweets as he was co-posting through the night. If Politico had in fact reported that a text she sent was misinterpreted as an invitation, that would be different, but they didn't. Jenny was right to share the information with the media. Politico was wrong to not include it and imply a break-in. It is absolutely not an invitation for rape. Totally agree. As a writer, would you have included this detail in your story? Totally agree. If she was trying to make something up, she would not have shared that detail. I made the point on the segment today. Yeah, no, dude, keep tweeting. Keep tweeting. This is your lawyer speaking? This is your...
This was Ryan trying to retcon or explain or contextualize what he'd put out as the whole internet was like turning on him. Because like, look, Ryan has gotten a lot of love for what he's done with Dropsite, right? It's like I said, the reporting that's come out of there has been really important. And yeah, this is a bit of this is, I don't know. I mean, they're not concentrating like on him as much as they are on wait, what is it? Wait, are they? Wait, I'm trying to remember. Let's take a look at this again. Get it here. Okay, I'm not seeing Ryan is out of the barrel at the moment in terms of the trending, I think. I don't know. Let's look over here. Hassan Piker, Miskiff, Post Questions, Atheist View, fucking Elon, Hassan, Steven, and El Sayed. That's what we're maybe about. It looks like we're about to watch. Oh, I gotta update this. We're at adding 67, so 94. Is that where we're at, Narwhal, as far as Stevens and Syed? Massive boost to Stevens and Syed here. Grape washing video sparks produce hygiene. There's parasites. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not. Not okay. So any of this stuff seems to have washed off of the algorithm. Neurotandon somehow still trending. I'm not seeing Ryan or I'm just trying to remember what. Yeah, I mean, I guess Ryan is the one who kind of got the most blowback. And I think it's mainly, I don't think it's because what he said was worse than what the Young Turks said. I just think that he's a lot more relevant than the Young Turks anymore. And then, of course, this one that's up to 13 already, chat. 13, the blast off tweet is up to 13. Can we get it to 17? I don't know. I think that's the only place I know for sure we're going to get some algorithmic movement. I don't know if my other post is just... All right, let's finish up Denims. Then we're going to do Mike Figueredo. And then I think after that, we got to go to bonus content. That's what we should do. And after bonus content, stick around, especially if you're... Oh, I should have said it in the... I didn't say Gaming Frogs, but I meant Gaming Frogs. I certainly meant Gaming Frogs. Gaming Frogs, welcome today, because we're going to play some more Persona 2.
Your
Innocent Sen.
PR person speaking? Keep tweeting. Yes, keep tweeting. Burn all of your goodwill straight to the ground. You don't need it anymore. You don't need it where you're going, man. Keep posting through it, man. Keep going. Yes, King, this makes you look so good. So good, man. Yes. And then I saw this. I don't know how I never saw this. I guess I'm not plugged in enough to have seen this.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Just if you want to plug in to see that, follow Shonda Black on Twitch. Should we give a shout out? I want to make sure. SCANDABLACK. So yeah, unrecognized command. Oh no, I'm supposed to actually type out shout out. Sean is the first person I saw covering this story. I think I might have seen this like independently and kind of I can't remember if I saw it first from Sean or if I saw it first on Breaking Points, but he's the first content creator I saw talking about this, so we should... There we go. Shout out Sean. If you're not following already, I made it really easy for you to click on the heart.
Grim says he's glad Platner won because it's forcing progressives to confront bigotry against white men, comparing it to people coming out of the closet. Wait, what's it called when you Oh, anagram. People anagramming his name. I don't know if you can use that as like a verb.
Wait, what?
People anagramming his name to be
Ryan?
Aryan Grimm is amazing.
Aryan
Stop.
Grimm?
And by that I mean don't stop.
Okay.
Why is the audio not playing? I would like to listen to this clip now, Twitter, please.
Twitter sucks.
One volume, please. It's not muted.
Early 2010s.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, for a long time. And
It's a
Wait, the weird article he wrote about the woman winning the award, is that the one where he talks about her breasts? Is it that one?
flip side of back in the early 2010s.
Yeah.
And 2000s, when the gay rights movement was gaining steam.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
What
the Barney Frank argument?
What people discovered, is that you've got a gay uncle. You actually, once people started coming out of the closet.
The Andrew Sullivan argument.
Yeah, once people started coming out of the closet.
Chat. This is what we need. This is what we need more. And you know what he's talking about? Like, she kind of put it in the middle, right? He's talking about white men. He's talking about the existence as a white man on the left, and he's comparing it to existence as a gay man in the 1980s. And the coming out thing. Like, did you know that Ryan Grimm was white? Holy shit, I thought white guys were all pieces of shit, but Ryan Grimm does some gosh darn good reporting for Dropsite. I guess I'm gonna have to reevaluate. Oh, gee golly. What the fuck is that? What kind of, like, what is going on in this man's mind? Is that a misfire? Is he short-circuiting? Did somebody break Ryan Grimm? Was it Emily Jashinsky? Oh my god, or was it Soccer and Chetty? I don't know.
Okay, I love the guy. He's great.
Yeah, he's okay, even though he's a white guy. No, it's all right. Don't be afraid of.
And my life is fine around him. This is the reverse for liberals. It's like, this is a white guy, and he's actually pretty nice.
A big burly combat vet.
Big burly combat vet.
Someone
And
you
he's
could
in
see
your
with Joe
family.
Rogan.
And he's fine. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared.
Most unfortunate thing he could have said right there. But yeah, the rest of it is bullshit anyway, right? Even without what we know now, right? His whole thing, like, what the fuck is he trying to say? Like, white dudes need to start coming out and identifying themselves, so they'll be like, oh wait, I do know a white dude, and he's actually okay. He's never raped me. I guess they don't do that. I guess Graham Platner's okay too. Oh my god, what kind of fucking brain rot is this, Ryan? Is it Breaking Point's brain rot? Is it 2 a.m. Waffle House post orgy brain rot? What is going on?
Like the
not that there's anything wrong with that.
Cultural divorce between kind of progressive
I haven't been there
and
too.
white men is so like stark that it's just culturally, morally, ethically wrong. But also just pragmatically from a political perspective, you can't build a national party.
Yeah.
If you assume every white guy, or every white guy with a deep voice as a combat vet or whatever, is like out to get you.
Or if you talk about him in a way that implies he does have
Okay, I'm gonna say it.
Problem.
I'm gonna say it. Ryan Grimm needs to watch this on Breaking Points and apologize and identify that he understands what's wrong with this, right? Either that, or I don't know what's going to happen to him other than a fucking leaving the left arc. I predict I predict a quick apology or a leaving the left arc for Ryan Grimm. I'm going to say it. God, I did not realize. And I swear to God, I didn't do anything, right? I know I covered Ryan Grimm and, in particular, this moment and Sean's coverage of that, like right before this happened. All right. But I didn't make Ryan Grimm like fucking, try to, bring to light there was a glute massage involved. Ryan did that on his own. All right. I did not cause that. I love that logic. Have you ever noticed how very few gay male elders, what could have happened in the 80s that could have contributed to that? Yeah, there we go.
Right.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying is like the time that he's describing of, coming out of the closet, right, is the time of the AIDS crisis, and a time that, gay men were demonized. That whole like recruiter myth from the 70s was still very much alive and kicking. And yeah, people, instead of being compassionate, about the AIDS crisis, a lot of people, stigmatized LGBT people in general and gay men specifically.
Inherent.
And he's comparing the plight of white men on the left to that. The plight of white men on the left in 2026 to that. Okay, it's just there's not the analogs that you somehow think there are.
Toxicity or something.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure everyone criticizing Platner was because of the Nazi tattoo, man. In fact, I didn't see anyone say
He thinks it's an example of anti-white racism or anti what do you call it? Like the misandry. It's oh no, chat. I'm challenged here to come up with a word for being against white males, straight, hetero, heterocaucaso. I'm fucking up the Latin, aren't I? Hetero Caucaso misandry, something like that.
I just don't like.
I'm trying to make it up, but I don't have a word for I'm trying to jam Caucasian in there too, and it's not working for me.
Platner, his skin color bothers me. I did not see anyone, and I don't know anyone who said that at any point. His voice is too deep, and his skin tone is too light, and it bothers me.
And his weed is too loud. His bitches are too bad.
How have I never seen this clip?
Just ask Kyle Kalinske.
Oh my god, I have no words. I'm speechless about this. The only time I saw anyone bring up his race was to say that no black or brown candidates would ever get so far with as many red flags, which is just factually correct. No one said, like, I'm not going to vote for him because he's white. I didn't see anyone say that. Maybe there's like one Twitter schizo that wrote that. I don't know. But I didn't see anyone say that. I saw people say, I'm sorry, I can't overlook his comments about his war experience, his deployment. I'm sorry, I can't overlook the tattoo. I can't. It's not just something I can just ignore. But like, okay, I didn't grow up as a white person. I like that how that suggests I could be a white person now. I'm not white, so I don't know. But like, is there like a Nazi tattoo factory that every white person has to go to growing up, and they have to resist, and you get told like, come on, you gotta get it. You gotta get the giant Nazi tattoo on your chest. You have to do it. And you're like, no, I will resist. And everyone's peer pressuring you or something. Maybe that happens to all white people in this country. And I didn't know about that. And if that's...
I mean, legit, it might happen amongst Marine machine gunners that are tasked with war crimes. It legit might. And that's not an excuse. That should not be, it's not an excuse.
True. I'm sorry for being, dismissive of your experiences. But I have not. Like, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck is going on, man? Check your privilege. Sorry, right, my bad. Is Ryan Grimm so desperate for a progressive in Maine that he's trying to make excuses for Platner just to stay in the race, or do you think he genuinely believes this shit? I mean, other people are resurfacing this shit that he said in 2007. In 2007, Ryan Grimm shamed Jessica Valenti for standing with good posture while being an attractive woman, claiming doing so made her breasts the focal point of the photo, then added the line, Valenti isn't shy about her body. I've juxtaposed Grimm's texts with the text pic of Valenti. Let's take a closer look at those breasts. A post about a female blogger who posed for a photo in front of Bill Clinton. Jessica Valenti, who runs and blogs on feministing.com, is standing at an angle with a slight arch in her back, making the focal point of the photo, whether intentional or not, her breasts. Valenti isn't shy about her body. She just published a book called Full Frontal Feminism, A Young Woman's Guide to Why Feminism Matters. Is it this one? This photo is in so low quality.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. So he's talking about the way that the woman in the middle and in the front, slightly to the right, is standing, right?
Is the photo? She's also not arching her back. She's like kind of hunched over, low key. Her shoulders are like, let me try and imitate. Like you can see, let me move over. Move my hair to the side so we can try and imitate. Let's see, I think I have breasts. Let's try this. She's kind of like doing more like this. But she's kind of slouching a little. I'm trying to imitate it to the best of my ability. She's kind of slouching a little bit. This would be like fully trying to like arch.
You know what it looks like to me? It looks like she's trying to fit in the picture. You ever done this before? The main thing when somebody's like, all right, everybody, we're gonna get a picture. We're gonna get a picture. Everybody gather around. Come on, we're gonna get a picture, right? Most of what you're doing is trying to be like move out of the way and be like, oh, do you need to get here? Do you need to get here? Let me make sure that everybody can get in the picture. Is everybody in the picture? Is everybody in the picture? You comfortable? You comfortable? Good. Right? That's that thing. She's like, she's turning to make herself like less, to take up less space, right? So that more people can bunch in there.
Arch. So, and also, what would be wrong with that? Wait, there are other people in this room? All I see are 2 floating breasts. Don't let Ryan Grimm see this. Dude, Ryan Grimm is going to see this clip of me and he's going to be like, her breasts are so big and they're the focal point of the room and it bothers me. And it bothers me. And the Clipper channels are going to be like, viewership was down, so Denim started throwing it back. This is like the world's biggest self-report on the planet. She's wearing like the most unflattering gray shirt, but she made the mistake of having breasts. Classic mistake. Up there with like driving while black. Classic mistake. It's a very easy mistake to make. I understand. Sometimes you foolishly have breasts in a photo that are completely covered. And you should know better, you fucking whore. You consider that? You consider knowing better? You fucking slut? Yeah. Why don't you take them off and leave them at home like you should? I have no words. That's amazing. I'm sorry. Like, this is... You don't go on this generational crash out because you're desperate for a progressive candidate. You go on a generational crash out like this when you're a misogynistic piece of shit that cares more about your fucking white men being destigmatized so progressives can confront bigotry against white men. Amazing. Like, you can't win with these losers, have breast, then you're a slut, you want top surgery, mentally ill? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. So it's just, I'm sorry. Like, this is like, you literally think white men are the most oppressed people. I don't know how else you can look at this and see anything other than this. I can't believe this clip is real.
I mean,
it's a flip side of back in the early 2010s and 2000s, when the gay rights movement was gaining steam.
No, this isn't AI, right? This is
wait. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did he say he started the 2010s? Okay, so the marriage equality movement, right? That's the era we're talking. I thought he said in the 80s. Yeah, he earlier said like in the 80s when. Wait, is he like? Are you? I don't understand. Did I misunderstand him? Has he been talking about the 2010s the whole time? I'm pretty sure he was talking about like the 80s and the coming out of the closet thing.
People discovered, is that you've got a gay uncle. You actually, once people started coming out of the closet.
The Andrew Sullivan argument.
Yeah, once people started coming out.
Wait, no, okay, maybe he never. How did I intuit 80s from that?
I was like, oh, that guy's gay. I love the guy.
It's still bad. It's just like not like the whole thing. I just couldn't figure out why you would say the 80s, considering the biggest thing about that was affecting the gay community in the 80s besides homophobia and moral panic and false accusations of satanic ritual abuse was the AIDS crisis.
Right. And my life is fine around him. This is the reverse for liberals. It's like, this is a white guy and he's actually pretty nice.
What? Pretty nice for a white guy is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he's actually pretty nice once you get to know him.
So I'm so discombobulated from this. The only time I've changed my mind about a white person is when they can handle spice really well. And I'm like, damn, okay, white boy, you got swag, okay. And that's the only time. Like, it's just.
Is Andrew Sullivan an 80s guy?
Like what?
Yeah, I think so. But did he come out maybe in the 2000? I'm not sure what I saw, Chad. I'm mixing some. I was mixing Dr. I was mixing Adam Hamawi's record up with Saeed's earlier. So yeah, I'm completely.
What is happening in this guy? What is like? Where does your brain have to be that you're like progressives? They just don't like white people. They just don't like us at all. Nobody wants to hang out with me. I don't get it. It's just like so mean. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? The mythical good white man. It's just so bizarre.
A big burly combat vet.
Big burly combat vet.
Someone you
He's
could
in
see
your
with Joe
family.
Rogan.
And he's fine. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. Like the current cultural divorce between kind of progressives and white men is so.
Okay, I can't. That's enough. That's amazing. That is an amazing clip. That is Why are you guys as progressives? Why do you guys hate white people so much? Can you just explain to me that? I'm just glad Platner's finally around so people can come around on white guys. Thank goodness. Thank fucking goodness, man. And then I like Dropsite quickly trying to do some fucking damage.
Yeah, maybe that's what made me think the 80s too. Yeah, I seriously thought he was. I swear to God, he said something about the 80s. I don't know. Maybe he's mixed up. Maybe I'm mixed up. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna sweat it too hard.
They deleted their old tweet. Yesterday they had tweeted out, "I never worked for Blackwater main Senate candidate Graham Platner." Wait, no, not this. Oh, this was a separate post. Grim whining about journalistic ethics of reporting on Platner's rape allegations is rich when Dropsite News spent months laundering Platner's Blackwater stint. Will y'all ever address that Platner works for its rebrand, Constellus, and openly hawks Blackwater merch instead of playing dumb? Oh.
Yeah, that was the other thing I saw yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Was the I hadn't seen him with Blackwater merch on. So even if he didn't work for Blackwater while it was still called Blackwater, he definitely made sure to get some of that merch.
It's almost like it wasn't about the journalistic integrity for Ryan Grimm, and it was about the fact that he didn't like seeing his fellow white man get accused of rape.
Well,
Because,
his bartender, right? From what we know, and I think his friend, I think a bartender that he'd gotten to know.
His buddy's a rapist. Yeah, it must have just not liked that. Wow. Yesterday, our post on Politico's reporting of sexual assault allegations against Graham Platner were intended to summarize reporting Ryan Grimm discussed on breaking points regarding details Politico omitted from the story. Language of our post left the impression that text messages by Platner's accuser, Jenny Raskock, are relevant to whether or not she was raped in any way, justified the alleged assault she described. That was not the intention, and that was not the position of Dropsite or Ryan. We genuinely value the feedback and criticism we've received from many readers and have deleted the post. More like you deleted the post because you were getting overwhelming amounts of negativity, you fucking lying sacks of shit. Whatever, dude. Fuck off, man. Literally fuck off. I can't, dude. I can't. I'm done. I'm done with Dropsite. I'm done with Ryan Grimm. Fuck those people. I'm open to anyone willing to apologize for like full-throated endorsement of Graham Platner and ignoring like the warning signs, but I'm sorry if the first thing you do when it turns out that Platner is not running
Free drinks for life now. Yeah, they're gonna they're gonna console each other now. No, I mean I don't know. That's the other thing I was thinking, chat. Is like how awkward is it gonna be, like for the people that work for Graham Platner's oyster company, or like whatever he's got going on with oysters, right? His oyster operation. Right? If you were part of that, like, did he already quit that? Did he pass it on? Did he sell the company? Because he was gonna run for Senate, so maybe it's already in somebody else's hands. But like, I don't think he just goes back to the oyster boat at this point, because who's gonna want to ride that boat with him? Right? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he goes back to the bar in DC.
Anymore, and he's dropping out, and everyone's told him to drop out because, he's being accused of being a fucking rapist. And your first response is, I feel like Politico should have been reporting differently on this story. Like, fuck you, man. This is all I gotta say on that, man.
Good, how are you? I wanted to ask, given that you have a sort of ascendant role in the Democratic Party, could you talk about the main Senate race? Do you think that Graham Platner should drop out of the race? And do you have any intention of endorsing any candidates in competitive races outside of New York, Al-Said, or anyone else?
No, I believe that it's time for him to drop out of the race. And when it comes to my own endorsements, I've made 8 endorsements at the state and federal level. They've all been right here in New York City. I'm incredibly excited at the fact that they won their races, and that's where my focus is for now. Hey, how's it going, Tyler?
Good, how are you?
Doing well.
I wanted to ask, given that you have a sort of ascendant...
And it's that easy. Dude, so many people are getting timeouts today. I'm sorry, like, I have zero tolerance on... Just, like, use your brain for a second. Every single progressive candidate or progressive politician is telling Platner to drop out. And you're like, well, do we know for sure? Go, take 2 weeks.
But you know who's not telling him to drop out? Glenn Greenwald. That's right. Glenn Greenwald says, has the believed women mantra returned for, what is this? Return for Graham Platner?
Weeks off and come back when you can use your fucking brain, man. Come back when you can use it. I have no words. It's just, yeah. I really hope that
story.
I wanted to
Justice Clarence Thomas alerting me that they talked about me on CNN. Amazing.
watch this maybe as well, but I really hope that first I want to pull up Emma.
They were talking about left Twitch streamers. They weren't talking about Hassan Piker or Mike from PA or Denims or no. They were talking about nocommentchick. They were like we're gonna dig deeper into this folder story. Apparently, she has folders that are interesting.
Talking about it because I think it's fair
and not the Vosh kind
to give her not credit where credit is due, but rather I like to encourage behavior.
Although supposedly Vosh is in those folders. I don't know, Chad. I'd love to get a look at those.
I like
what she got on Vosh, and is it the same fucking clips that everybody ships around? Anyway, chat. I don't have time to explain.
And I think we should be encouraging these people to apologize and make amends. So I want to start there.
Everybody, I just want to jump on here to address the serious, credible allegations against Graham Platner. This story is devastating. I believe the victim here. I think that Graham should drop out of the race.
What if they just typed in Hassanabi as a search, and like I was talking about Hassan that day, and then I actually did end up like, I don't know, they showed my like logo or something. Like they're obviously not talking about me, but no, I don't. I think you're rickrolling me a little bit, maybe.
He has betrayed many, many supporters by not being forthright about.
Oh, was it a rickroll? Okay, not a poop sock, right? A rickroll, a legit rickroll.
This, I would include myself in that. I believed his campaign when they said that there was nothing new coming out, and it looks like
I think I missed the whole poop sock era. I think I just was not streaming for that.
An awful, awful accusation, and the credible one has come out. Now, this movement has never been about one individual. Any candidate that takes up the mantle here should share.
How is Fox? It's 3 a.m. in NYC. How is Fox News watching this channel? It's Greg Gutfeld, right? He's doing the red eye. No, I don't think Greg Gutfeld does overnights anymore.
Graham's belief or the campaign's belief in ending complicity in the genocide.
Sorry, 1 second.
In Gaza, Medicare for all, taxing billionaires, and more. But obviously,
this
is a devastating development, and we'll be talking about it more on the majority report.
There's like a full segment. I want to find it. Also, remember, apologies are placeholders for promised changes in behavior. Correct. She apologized live. Yeah, I just need to find the actual video. Expecting apologies for pushing him before is wild. Woke shit. How about you try, like, for a moment, just considering. That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying apologize.
I mean, you do know what happens when you rickroll a streamer who's dual streaming on YouTube, right? You really want to give that money to Rick Astley or his estate? I don't know which. Is he alive? Is Rick Astley alive, chat?
For constantly calling anything against Platner a smear campaign.
Yeah, what the fuck is a rickroll? Do you mean poop sock? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Or a gnome. Nobody's ever tried to gnome me.
It's about the way that a lot of these leftist commentators treated victims that had tried to.
I'm Ganata Ganoblin. I'm Ganata Gnome. Or no, sorry, he is a gnome. I'm not a Gnelf.
Speak about it before and treated any criticism as a smear campaign. It's not apologizing for picking someone that you thought was worth winning. I don't have any issue with that. I think saying, hey, yeah, his comments before were unacceptable, and I hear everything everyone is saying, but I do believe him when he says
it's saying that the red flags were there, and, you know, for whatever reason, I refuse to acknowledge. And I gotta do better in the future. I think that's what people are looking to see. Like I said, some people in chat are suggesting a conversation with Shama Savant. Some people, you know, just want her to say like an apology that doesn't have a conditional to it. But I think more than anything, people just want to, you know, want people that said, no, this is all okay, these were not red flags, to be like, hey, I was wrong. There were some real red flags here. My God, I can't believe. He is alive and he just turned 60. Okay, that's crazy. He kind of looks like David Bowie, doesn't he? A little bit.
Changed, and every single policy that he's for is something I'm for, and I think he will benefit the people of Maine. There's no apology needed. You were willing to listen. You explained why your position hadn't changed, and now your position has changed. It's about this shit that I took issue with. Honestly, it's in the very beginning.
Yeah, like a non-bisexual David Bowie.
War and death and other.
Although oh my God, I don't know
that stuff.
I've only made one other video.
All right, so we've watched this already. A good time as any to dip out because we got to see another video, right? And this is gonna be the last one before we jump to bonus content. What am I skipping over? Oh my God, the Shama Savant clip I wanted to show you. Oh my God, I can't get my cursor back. Cursor, please come to me. Persona. No, come on, cursor. Like, I just need the cursor. I would love to have the cursor. What do I have to click on? There we go. I had to click on Discord. That's the trick. Okay. Let's watch Mike.
Politico published an absolutely horrific account from a 41-year-old woman that Graham Platner dated named Jenny Racicot, who alleges that in 2021, Platner let himself into her home without her consent. And
okay, Mike's canceled for mispronouncing Racicot. No, just kidding.
He raped her.
Everybody keeps mispronouncing it.
She explicitly told him to stop, and he refused to comply. She also
including
told him
me
to not finish inside of her since she wasn't on birth control, and again, he refused to comply. Now, weeks after she confirmed that he didn't impregnate her against her will, she sent him a private message on Instagram telling him that the encounter wasn't consensual and also told him to never contact her again. And even though Platner denies the allegation, well, I don't believe him. I believe his victim because this is a credible allegation and she has corroborating evidence proving that he did in fact commit this crime, which is the key word. This is a
And like I said, Chad, there's signs that he's been lying earlier, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to like hold everybody to like, you know, if you're not as good of a judge of character or truth as me, then you suck. But yeah, no, low key, you kind of suck. No, just kidding. What am I trying to do? Oh my God, Chad, I feel like I'm forgetting stuff.
King crime. And all this time, this monster knew what he did. He might not remember what he did since he was blackout drunk when he allegedly committed this crime, but guess what? Being drunk isn't legally defensible in the court of law. And regardless if he remembers what he did or not, he knows that he did this to her since she told him that he did this to her. Yet, he went out of his fucking way to portray himself as some sort of reformed misogynist who disavowed the posts he made on Reddit minimizing rape in the military and eventually learned to draw inspiration from women and learn to respect them, but it was all nothing more than an act. He knew what he'd been accused of, but decided to lie about it in hopes that the people of Maine would only find out after they voted in power once it'd be too.
That's what I forgot to do is like I haven't looked at the poll. I'm curious, chat. Last time I checked, we had 100 votes, 122 votes. All right, are we farming the thumbs at the same rate as the votes? Because if not, I've got to bully you more. And I don't want to do that, chat. It is a tie right now. The poll that I'm looking at, right, between Shapiro versus Candace on Charlie Kirk with a slight lead over Hutch self-immolates over Platner. Second place is a tie between Emaru versus Miskiff and the Minnesota Senate debate, but it looks like we got donations that are gonna tilt it towards that Michigan Senate debate. So that's what we're looking at right now. Make sure to get your votes in if you haven't already. The voting's taking place on youtube.com/nocommentchick. You will click on my live stream, you will click on the chat, and then you will click on the poll, which is like at the bottom of the chat, and you'll be able to place your vote. Whether you want Emaru versus Miskiff, whether you want Hutch self-immolates over Platner, or whether you want Shapiro versus Candace on the Charlie Kirk matter, or Michigan Senate debate between Abdul Al-Sayed and Haley Stevens. That's what we're voting on today, so make sure to vote if you haven't already. Also, make sure to like the stream, because seriously, chat, 122 votes. I'm gonna be sad if we don't get at least 100 likes on this stream. I'm gonna be legitimately sad at the end of this all. I'm not looking right now, but I will be sad at a later time. So if you don't want me to be sad, make sure to like the stream. Also, remember that you can affect the outcome of the poll, not just by voting, but every time you support the stream, whether it be super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon, or if you support me over on Twitch, right? Any of those things will make the number over there, the 200 out of 300, go up. If we get to 300, chat, yes, I will give you an extra hour. I will be very tired after that, but I will. You were the 100th. Wait, the 100th vote or the 100th like? I'm curious. But yeah, you can also put your money where your mouth is if you want to affect the poll. Every time you donate, or if you have already donated, you can let me know in the chat. Hey, my money is on Emaru. My money is on a Michigan Senate debate. My money is on Shapiro and Candace. My money is on Hutch self-immolates, whichever one you want to support, or if you want to just like say, no, my money is on whatever the chat says that we should watch, because that should be the only thing, right? You can say Vox Populi. Or if your money is on video gaming, like I'm going to be playing as soon as this time ticks out, like I play every Friday. Video games happen after the regular stream. Gaming frogs welcome, right? You can say video games, and you can ensure that we're almost built up to 4 weeks of video games here. Yeah, we're at 4 weeks. I'm gonna take one of those off today because I'm gonna be playing some Persona 2. But yeah, the gaming frogs, you matter as well, and I want to hear your voices out there. So yeah, let's get back to this. I just wanted to check on the poll really quickly, and then we're gonna go to the bonus content, which right now it's strongly looking like it might be the senatorial debate between Haley Stevens and Dr. Abdul El Sayed. So, wait, what do I need to do? Scroll this. Oh my God, I keep on losing my cursor.
Too late to take it back. Now, his most prominent supporters in the center and on the left are thankfully calling on him to drop out, which is the obvious thing that the campaign needs to do at this point. But I don't think that that's sufficient, because what he allegedly did to that poor woman is a fucking crime. It happened just 5 years ago. We're not talking about some decades-old allegation. The statutes of limitations hasn't passed. So he needs to be prosecuted before he can do this to someone else, and that's assuming he hasn't already done this to more women. But if more women do come forward, then, like, I'll be clear, I'm not going to be surprised, because quite frankly, if you're sociopathic enough to enjoy murdering people, you're probably not going to have any moral qualms about rape as well. And that's why you really shouldn't be surprised about Graham Platner doing this to this woman. I say that because in Platner's own words, he said, quote, "It's hard to explain how much I enjoyed combat," and later admitted, "I was never a huge fan of killing, at least not for killing's sake, but I did love the winning, and that required killing. When a fight is over and your element has not only survived, but also killed or captured enemy combatants, well, it's a feeling of accomplishment that cannot be replicated. It's one of the purest forms of contest, but explaining that to someone who hasn't experienced it is difficult. In the end, civilian life really seems devoid of purpose or excitement after intense combat. Given the choice of a safe, stable, and fulfilled civilian life or another tour like Ramadi in 2006, I wouldn't even hesitate."
Meaning he would choose Ramadi. That's scary, chat. And look, I've noticed this about veterans, all right? I'm not somebody who, makes assumptions about veterans or paints with a broad brush. There's plenty of veterans who, upon realizing what they were really tasked with, have made it their life's work to fight against the imperialism that they were a part of. That being said, I don't like the tendency in leftist circles to kind of put, because a veteran is like an atypical kind of character, not somebody that you expect to see in leftist groups. They kind of will, people will, almost like a thank you for your service, but lead my org, right? Be a big prominent person in this org, right? They do kind of tend to get pushed to the front of the line. I've never liked that. And the other thing I don't like is, there is something that happens to your brain when you join the military, right? And it's a little bit like, what they talk about with the, institutionalization of people that have been in prison for a certain number of years, where they start to regard the sort of artificial world that the military is, the artificial world that you live in there. The adrenaline from battle and all this other stuff is like, this is the real existence. This is the primary existence. Everything civilian, like you said, like pales in comparison, right? And what I've seen from a lot of vets, and it's not everyone, right, but enough, is that they do sometimes take on a sense of entitlement, right? They sometimes speak of civilians or civies in a derisive sort of way that, implies that these people just don't understand what shit is really about. We do, because we're in the military, and then that sort of explains that entitlement. And the other thing, they want everything to run like it does in the military. They will pull rank in the civilian world, and that is one of the most annoying things I've ever gotten to deal with. So, but yeah, not saying all veterans, and I do think there are examples of people that, being a veteran, being part of war, opened their eyes and caused them to want to, fight against everything that had brought them to that point. This was 5 years ago. I thought it was like 2010. Oh, was it? This one was 5 years ago? It's absolutely wild how narcissistic you have to be to enter politics. Yeah, with this shit in your history. Okay, yeah, for Platner. I think you think you won't. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Right? It's to think that it's not gonna catch up with you, right? Because yeah, if you go and look, if you become a mayor, right? Anything in your past is probably gonna get dredged up. This is a few steps above this. This is a statewide office that the man is running for, and the idea that his that none of this would factor in is kind of crazy for him to think. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's got main character syndrome. Probably that would explain it.
And I can't not read this and conclude that this man is a violent fucking sociopath. So of course, if he enjoys killing people, or enjoys the reward that comes with killing people, then odds are he's going to be violent when it comes to other areas of his life. But yet, on the campaign trail, he pretended like he was a begrudging pawn of the military-industrial complex, a mere cog in the machine, because that served this narrative that he was trying to cook up, that he was anti-war. But privately, he couldn't even put into words how much he enjoyed imperialist wars. See, other leftist vets who sincerely oppose U.S. imperialism, they get out as fast as they can, and then they spend the rest of their lives opposing U.S. imperialism and the U.S. war machine. Think Mike Preisner, for example. Graham Platner, however, he's not like one of those vets. He signed up to do 4 tours, and he served in Fallujah, as well as Abu Ghraib, and it still was not enough violence for him because he then joined Blackwater. And in a local newspaper article about him, he was pictured with his Blackwater baseball cap, which he wore, quote, just to get a rise out of those who remember the controversial contractor for its heavy-handed tactics in providing security to diplomats and other VIPs as they traveled the mean streets of Baghdad.
Wait, is that a quote? Fuck. Wait, where's that? Where's just to get a rise? Yeah, there it is. U.S. Marine Corps. Okay, so they're not quoting him. They're summarizing what he said. U.S. Marine Corps Machine Gunner Sergeant Graham Platner says he wears his Blackwater baseball cap just to get a rise out of those who remember the controversial contract for its heavy-handed tactics. For its murder? Yeah, and for its and for getting soldiers out, its members out of any sort of consequences for that murder, if I remember correctly. That's crazy. That chat, he's literally saying trigger the hippies, trigger the libs, trigger the anti-war people. That's who he'd get a rise out of, right? That's the only people he would get a rise out of. Oh my God. All right, let's let this go. I gotta get some kind of a drink or something. I'm thirsty again. And yeah, I'll be right back with a snack and a drink.
And just in case it wasn't obvious enough, when they say heavy-handed tactics, they mean war crimes. Now, when Platner is asked about his time at Blackwater on podcasts, he lies, and he claims that he didn't work for Blackwater, he worked for Constellus, which is disingenuous because Constellus is the corporation that absorbed other private military companies, including Blackwater. So even though everybody really loves a good redemption arc story, myself included, it's hard to believe that he's a reformed war criminal when he is still fucking lying about his past. And it's especially hard to buy his supposed reform story arc when he's so inconsistent. On the campaign trail, he'll frequently talk about his opposition to war, yet if you look at his platform, he says he only opposes, quote, pointless wars, which might seem like an innocuous inclusion, but it gives him a way to support wars in the future that he doesn't view as pointless. If you'll recall, Tulsi Gabbard's specific caveat was that she opposed regime change wars specifically. So closeted warmongers, they use this kind of weaselly language to give themselves plausible deniability in the future, so that way you don't feel betrayed by their militarism. But Graham Platner in particular didn't really try to hide his warmongering instincts that hard. For example, he included a reference to the shipbuilding gap between China and the United States, which most people wouldn't care about unless they're invested in the United States maintaining global military hegemony. And in the same section, he promised he'll work tirelessly to rebuild the American military, which is a talking point neocons use to foster support for even more military spending. And let's not forget about his goal to address the military recruitment crisis, which is an odd thing to include in your platform if you're actually a committed anti-imperialist, because if you're sincerely angry about how the military-industrial complex chewed you up and spit you out, you would logically view the so-called recruitment crisis as an inherently good thing, would you not? Because it means less Americans are signing up to be cogs in the machine of the U.S. empire. But Platner thinks it's bad that less people are signing up, even though he's publicly claiming to be anti-war, and sometimes implies that he regrets his own time overseas. See, All of these little contradictions here and there, these are signs that this man is a motherfucking liar. And as good of a politician as he admittedly is, he never stops talking out of both sides of his mouth. Sometimes he'd speak to the pointlessness of the wars that he served in.
I am very proud to be a United States Marine. I am very proud to have been an infantryman. However, I also do not know the value of my service.
Other times he described value to the wars he fought in.
If you reflect Maine's values, why are you funding masked agents who are ripping our neighbors off the streets, driving them off in unmarked vans? That is not the freedom that I served 4 tours defending.
Right, because when you were murdering people in Iraq, you were actually defending our freedom. Got it. Spoken like a true anti-imperialist. But if you put aside his wishy-washy position on Iraq, seeing as how it's going to be hard for him to be impartial about a war that he participated in directly, he's at least pretty consistent on the genocide against Palestinians, right? I mean, kinda. He's at least objectively better than all of his opponents, at least rhetorically speaking. But the problem is that, since he lied about his time in the military and Blackwater, there's a chance that he's also not telling the truth about his opposition to the Gaza genocide as well. And I can't say with certainty, but there's a non-zero chance that he's just saying what he thinks he needs to say to get elected, because on October 7th of 2025, he condemned Hamas and called for the Israeli hostages to be released while saying absolutely fuck all about the thousands of Palestinian hostages. And to top it off, he referred to the genocide as a war. Now, several hours later, after people accused him of providing cover to Israel for the genocide that they're committing in Palestine, he followed up with a post calling it a genocide in order to placate his naysayers. And listen, sometimes people make mistakes, and they don't realize how they're unwittingly playing into the hands of imperialist oppressors. But the question is, who was Platner even trying to appeal to with that nod to Israel in the first place? It doesn't make sense, and it's seemingly out of character. And I can only speculate, but he has a brother-in-law, Seth Frantzman, who maybe had some influence over him, seeing as how Frantzman is in the industry of pro-Israel influence, meaning he is literally employed with an Israeli-based think tank and is the author of a pro-Israel book where he justifies their brutality against their neighbors and genocide of Palestinians. And by all accounts, Platner seems to be pretty close with his Zionist brother-in-law. Here's one of the many photos of them taken together. And if you look in the corner there, you might see a Blackwater magnet on the refrigerator, because Graham Platner must have collected all of their merch. Now, to be fair, you can't really control who your family is, obviously, but if you're close with a genocide-supporting family member who's in the industry of influence peddling specifically for Israel, I don't necessarily think that it's unreasonable to question whether or not that individual is going to have an influence on your perception of this issue when you're in power, especially given how you're untrustworthy on other issues as well. You've lied, so I think that this is another question that we have to ask ourselves. Can he be trusted when it comes to this issue, knowing that he's going to have a fucking Zionist Israeli influencer chirping in his ear? But you see, this is the thing about Graham Platner. He's hard for some people to pin down. He protested Bush's Iraq war as a young man, which is a plus, but then signed up to fight in that war months later, which is a negative. He'll bemoan his military service publicly, then privately talk about how orgasmic it was to slaughter brown people in a country that he invaded. And then there's the Nazi tattoo, another thing that he lied about, as explained by Rebecca Watson, aka Skepchick, in her video about Platner from last November. And in October of 2025, I released a video where I tried to be as fair and nuanced as possible to Platner and his supporters, but ultimately decided I'm out, because there were just too many warning signs pointing to him being the next John Fetterman. And I based my conclusion mostly on things that he said after he launched his campaign that didn't quite add up to me. But I still offered to bring him on Leftist Mafia so that way he could address some of our concerns. And guess what? I never heard back from him. Shocker. Because as we learned with Tulsi Gabbard's campaign for president in 2019, it's much easier for these bullshitters to uphold their facade if they exclusively talk to media figures who aren't going to challenge them. And my point in bringing up all of these red flags and inconsistencies and lies in light of the rape allegation isn't to object to the idea that people can change. People absolutely can change. But Graham Platner very clearly is not one of those individuals who's changed, contrary to popular belief. He is, and always has been, a violent fucking sociopath. The warning signs were there, people just chose to ignore them. So given his violent history and love of violence, I don't think it's too surprising to know that he was also capable of raping someone as well. Because if you're willing to take a life with your bare hands again and again and again, and can't stop reminiscing about the days when you murdered people and committed crimes against humanity, there's absolutely nothing beneath you. And even though I'm pleased to see some of his most prominent and vocal supporters on the left call on him to drop out, I do fear that his popularity on the left may have actually done irreparable harm to our movement, because quite frankly, it's a bad fucking look to give him a pass for victimizing brown people, but then draw the line when he finally victimizes a white person. That reeks of Western chauvinism, and it makes white leftists look out of touch and tone deaf, especially because there were so many black and Arab leftists who tried to voice their concerns, but they were ignored or attacked for purity testing and called liberals for trying to get white leftists to take their concerns seriously. It's not like they were making any unreasonable requests. They were just like, hey man, maybe don't go so hard for Platner. And they were told to kick rocks. And it's crazy because it's not even 2018 anymore, guys. We have an abundance of leftist candidates who also support Medicare for all and oppose genocide. and oppose war. So there's no need to make Graham Platner, of all people, the figurehead of our movement and the hill that we die on, especially if embracing him drives a wedge between American leftists and the international leftist movement. They're always going to view us, American leftists, as self-interested opportunists who'd happily throw them under a bus for our own cause, our own policy interests. They're going to think that their lives are expendable to us so long as we get Medicare for all. And to be clear, I don't think that Platner's supporters on the left sincerely feel that way. I just think that they convinced themselves that he was something he wasn't. Nonetheless, I've got to say, the optics are real fucking bad. But to be fair, both of Platner's opponents were objectively genocidal, so it's not like there wasn't an argument that could have been made for pragmatism and harm reduction. Well, let's be honest. A lot of people, including people whom I respect, they weren't making that argument at all. They beclowned themselves to dick ride a war criminal and went so far as to chalk up opposition to him as anti-white racism. Seriously. Some even entertained the idea of Platner running in 2028 for president. And I've got to be honest, the popularity of Platner truly has shaken my faith in the left, because if the left is willing to overlook this many red flags, our movement really is susceptible to a future Manchurian candidate that can hijack the movement. Easily. Like, they can fucking roll us if they wanted to. All they have to do is support Medicare for all and give us some anti-Israel, anti-war sound bites, and a lot of leftists will go to bat for them. That's a problem. That is a problem that we have to face, especially at a time when we need to be more savvy than ever before, because the establishment is adapting now that the political climate is becoming more favorable to progressives. AIPAC isn't just propping up Zionist campaigns. They're running ads for leftist candidates to split the votes between anti-Zionists. But putting aside the political risks associated with candidates like Platner, I don't think it's wise for us to sacrifice our principles and morality for purposes of political expediency. As James put it, the Platner news should make some pause and think about how the exceptionalization of U.S. service members and veterans in discussions of actors complicit in systemic harm is what opens the door for actors like Platner to thrive without any remote accountability or penance. That lack of accountability stems from many being so willing to downplay harm done abroad by these service members in the name of U.S. empire, or even make justifications for their complicity. Devaluing the lives of those abroad for domestic political wins leads us here. And he's exactly right. If we sway away from our moral foundation and make exceptions for some candidates, it is going to come back to bite us in the asses in some way down the road. And we're going to need to learn from this, all of us, if leftism continues to grow in popularity, because we are bound to face even more moral tests in the future that we cannot fail. Like, if we give a pass to a war criminal Blackwater mercenary, would we also be willing to give a pass to an IDF soldier or a cop or an ICE agent that says that they reformed? I mean, if Platner was young and naive when he joined the military, couldn't the same also be said for a young man who joined ICE? ICE also tries to entice working class people with a $50,000 sign-on bonus in the same way that the military entices people with the promise of free college and healthcare. So, I mean, on one hand, they were at ICE, but on the other hand, they also say they regret it and they support Medicare for all. What are we going to do? Where do we draw the line? And again, lesser evilism and harm reduction arguments aside, I get being excited for candidates. I myself have been known to glaze leftist candidates on this channel from time to time, but when fellow leftists are pointing out legitimate concerns, is it really that unreasonable to be a bit more cautious and not dick ride as hard? Because when it came to Platner, people went out of their way to prop him up and make this man the face of the movement when there's so many other talented candidates that they could be boosting who don't come with all of the baggage that Platner came with. And let's keep it real. Candidates like Abdul El Sayed and Zoran Mamdani, they have to be squeaky clean because they'd never get away with a fraction of the shit that Platner got away with. With that being said, I understand why some leftists felt compelled to defend Platner in the first place. He's a charismatic speaker, and he subverted expectations for leftist candidates who typically come off as overly smug and condescending and technocratic, and he just seemed like a regular dude, which is a breath of fresh air in 2026 America. And when every single establishment Zionist dickhead in the country is going out of their way to sink his campaign, and he's making all the right enemies, seemingly, I understand the desire to rally around him and defend him from the attacks of objectively terrible fucking people, within reason, though. And that right there is where I think my friends on the left went wrong. They suspended objectivity and attacked comrades for highlighting legitimate concerns about Graham Platner. And that is what really pissed me the fuck off about this entire kerfuffle that was avoidable, quite frankly. When you tune out criticism from good faith actors, from allies, from comrades, you open the movement up to situations like this, where wreckers come in and they opportunistically portray themselves one way when there's evidence to the contrary, and the people who want to ride or die with that candidate tune everybody out. Tell them to fuck off, no matter the cost to the movement long term. And to be clear, the leftists who rode for him the hardest, who scolded people for not supporting him enough, those are the people who would need to probably show some humility and admit that they were wrong. And I know that me saying this is going to come off as me lecturing people or an I told you so, but I promise you, don't take it that way. That's not my goal. I couldn't give two shits about who was right and who was wrong. I too have had to eat shit for promoting candidates that pulled a Fetterman, including Fetterman himself. We all have to take L sometimes, but my plea to everybody is that they actually take the L and learn from this fuck up and grow. It doesn't mean that we have to be overly cynical and nitpicky about candidates, but if there are warning signs that are especially being flagged by our non-white comrades, let's actually try to take them seriously the next time and not brush them aside in hopes that the flawed candidate gets us Medicare for all. I also would love Medicare for all, but actually getting it necessitates the elevation of actual leftists who are going to fight for it and not go full Republican the second they take office. And again, this doesn't mean that I don't think people can change. I believe in restorative justice, but if you're seeking political power, you have a higher threshold to meet than a regular person. People can change, yes, and that's great. And if they say that they changed when they really didn't, that's too bad. But it becomes a downright catastrophe if somebody who's lying about changing dupes us into giving them political power. And while I can't read Platner's mind, there's ample evidence that he is a violent, sociopathic liar who should be nowhere near political power. There's nothing stopping him from having a leftist political orientation. That's fine, but it doesn't mean that he also deserves political power ever, because even if he regrets the murders and the rape that he allegedly committed, that doesn't mean he's going to suddenly gain foresight needed to avoid more mistakes in the future, because if you can kill people and rape someone allegedly, nobody should trust you to make decisions on behalf of an entire fucking state. It is permanently disqualifying. It doesn't mean you can't change, but it also doesn't mean that you're entitled to a seat in the Senate. So in
that's
conclusion,
the whole thing.
Graham Platner obviously needs to drop out as soon as possible.
Whoa.
And ideally, he should also fuck off forever. Go back to his little oyster farm in Maine and never show his face in public again. And if we never
this is
more mistakes in the fine, but it,
I mean, I haven't really commented much on this video, and wait, how the fuck? Because I had it on, did I have it on 1.5 times speed? Yeah, so not a lot I disagree with here. In fact, I can't even think of what there was something that he said earlier that I wanted to kind of use as a jumping off point, but
there's ample evidence that he is a violent, sociopathic liar who should be nowhere near political power. There's nothing stopping him from having a leftist political orientation. That's fine, but it doesn't mean that he also deserves political power ever, because even if he regrets the murders and the rape that he allegedly committed, that doesn't mean he's going to suddenly gain foresight needed to avoid more mistakes in the future, because if you can kill people...
So there it is, the distinction that maybe some people needed to hear, right? And it's similar to the distinction I made earlier on the different standards of proof, the different thresholds of proof, and pointed out that we're not conducting a trial. We are not condemning a person to prison or other penalty, right? This is talking about who do you want as your senator, or who do you want going into the Senate, and yeah, an abundance of caution is probably the side that you want to err on in that sort of situation. It's
also deserves political power ever, because even if he regrets the murders and the rape...
Yeah, so as far as rehabilitation, yeah, if somebody, does horrible stuff, makes good as much as they can by the victims of what they did, and there can be like a restorative process, right? But it's not like restore to like where like it's not restore to it's like you did a restorative process. Now you need to be trusted with power, right? We got to be really careful, and Fetterman's a great example of that. Although there's definitely signs with Fetterman too. But yeah, amazing video as always by Mike. Not a lot I wanted to disagree with. I'm trying to find the one thing that he said that I wanted to jump off on, because that's like I come back and it's like the end of the video. But I did manage to get some food, chat. I got some rice, some tofu, and then this like hot pepper. I don't even know what it is. It's like a hot sour sauce. It's like a thin sauce with hot peppers and little lime pieces kind of suspended in it, and it goes really good with grilled tofu. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, and it's got a little bit of it's I think sesame oil. I can smell it. Damn. I love sesame oil. I don't know about you. Let's see if I can find the there was like one little thing that was it like at 7 minutes? Oh my god, I am so just guessing.
Good thing, would you not? Because it means less Americans are signing up to be cogs in the machine of the U.S. empire. But Platner thinks it's bad that less people are signing up, even though he's publicly claiming to be anti-war, and sometimes implies that he regrets his own time overseas. See, All of these little contradictions here and there, these are signs that this man is a motherfucking liar. And as good of a politician as he admittedly is, he never stopped talking out of both sides of his mouth. Sometimes he'd speak to
either a liar or a person that is very confused and should probably figure himself out before he runs for office. And that's before knowing that he's a rapist, right? You even without, yeah. So I mean, I am, coming to understand that even though I kind of, stayed out of this, I gave my commentary on Graham Platner when the information came out, in the beginning, and said that he seems like he's lying. There's probably another shoe to drop. God, there's so much more than a shoe that's dropped. All right, let's just put it that way, right? I was thinking, that his inconsistencies would be shown and that the scandal would be Graham Platner is now a liar instead of the, experiences that other people had with him being revealed to show that Graham Platner is actually a rapist. But what I'm saying is, even without that knowledge, right, there were red flags, and a lot of people, refused to see them. And I myself feel a little guilty for not pressing the point more, for seeing the reaction be like, oh, but like, come on, but who do you want to vote for Mills? I'm like, no, I don't want to vote for Mills. I'm not from Maine, but if I was, I wouldn't, vote for Mills in the primary. But yeah, this isn't good, right? This was not the initial revelations were really not good, and I think we're underplayed and minimized by a lot of people. But I feel like I should have pressed the point more. I feel like I should have, I saw the red flags. I should have raised them more instead of just saying, oh, this is another shitty fucking Democrat that we gotta, stomach and hope that he's like less shitty than the other Democrats, which is not a very high bar, right? That was my where I was at.
To the pointlessness of the wars that he served in.
I am very proud to be a United States Marine. I am very proud to have been an infantryman. However, I also do not know the value of my service.
Other times he described value to the wars he fought in.
If you reflect Maine's values, why are you funding masked agents who are ripping our neighbors off the streets, driving them off in unmarked vans? That is not the freedom that I served 4 tours defending.
Right, because when you were murdering people in Iraq, you were actually defending our freedom.
God, I mean, I see why the American left gets looked at the way that it does. Like when this is your guy, right?
The streets, driving them off in unmarked vans. That is not the freedom that I served 4 tours.
That's so fucked up. Because on one hand, he's making a really good point about ICE, and he's expressing a lot of vitriol, a lot of anger that is out there that people feel, but that politicians are too afraid to go near. But at the same time, he's like, yeah, like I had to serve, like the military is what protects us and makes sure that we don't have ICE. The irony being that ICE did not come from another country. ICE did not come from outside. ICE is our own fucking fascism staring us in the face with high-powered weapons, with an enormous budget, and no real limits on its scope of action, right? I should scare you, but the answer is not the goddamn U.S. military, and the problem is not some sort of foreign invading force like the specter that we've all, ever since I've been born, we've been presented with the specter of a foreign invading force. Not a force that was actually invading, but a force that either could invade or a force that was gonna invade, and that we gotta invade them first. See, that's why you gotta stitch in time on them. We'll save 9 on you. I mean, this is what you get inculcated within the U.S. This is how war and the U.S.'s role in the world stage is explained, right? The violence that we do is justified by the prospective violence of others that never actually manifests because we don't give it a chance to manifest because we're just that good and that patriotic and that projecting of force all over the world, right? it's just the contrast between the bullshit that he's spewing and the truth that's just mixed in there, literally like woven in there, like he's doing the weave, is crazy, is hard to believe, is shocking. And did I press the button? I didn't.
Defending.
Right, because when you were murdering people in Iraq, you were actually defending our freedom. Got it. Spoken like a true anti-imperialist. But if you put aside his wishy-washy position on Iraq, seeing as how it's going to be hard for him to be impartial about a war that he participated in directly, he's at least pretty consistent on the genocide against Palestinians, right? I mean, kinda. He's at least objectively better than all of his opponents, at least rhetorically speaking. But the problem is that, you know, since he lied about his time in the military and Blackwater, there's a chance that he's also not telling the truth about his opposition to the Gaza genocide as well. And I can't say with certainty, but there's a non-zero chance that he's just saying what he thinks he needs to say to get elected, because on October 7th of 2025, he condemned Hamas and called for the Israeli hostages to be released while saying absolutely fuck all about the thousands of Palestinian hostages. And to top it off, he referred to the genocide as a war. Now, several hours later, after people accused him of providing cover to Israel for the genocide that they're committing in Palestine, he followed up with a post calling it a genocide in order to placate his naysayers. And listen.
Oh shit, so this is shortly after he started his campaign. Like October, it's just like a little while after, like a month after the Charlie Kirk thing.
Sometimes people make mistakes, and they don't realize how they're unwittingly playing into the hands of imperialist oppressors. But the question is, who was Platner even trying to appeal to with that nod to Israel in the first place? It doesn't make sense, and it's seemingly out of character. And I can only speculate, but like, he has a brother-in-law, Seth Frantzman, who maybe had some influence over him, seeing as how Frantzman is in the industry of pro-Israel influence, meaning he is literally employed with an Israeli-based think tank and is the author of a pro-Israel book where he justifies their brutality against their neighbors and genocide of Palestinians. And by all accounts, Platner seems to be pretty close with his Zionist brother-in-law. Here's one of the many photos of them taken together. And if you look in the corner there, you might see a Blackwater magnet on the refrigerator, because Graham Platner must have collected all of their merch. Now, to be fair, you can't really control who your family is, obviously.
Yeah, so that I saw, and I just like figured, like, oh, I don't know, like, you know, he's in the military, he's a contractor. At some point he gets his hand on a, well, I mean, like, I knew that he, you know, basically did work for Blackwater, but yeah, it wasn't called Blackwater at the time. You would have thought they would have changed all the branding. Maybe not so much. Like the way that he talks about his attraction to the Blackwater hat, like his reason for wanting to wear the kind of reaction that he wanted to provoke with the Blackwater hat, which would basically be just like any anti-war lib, right? Not any lib, because there were a lot of libs that were pretty fucking complacent about the, you know, that are generally complacent about war and even complacent about what's going on in Iran right now. But you know, somebody that's on the left flank of like 2006, right? Or was and remembers and like, right, does not like Blackwater. He's trying to trigger that person. He's laughing at that person, right? And this is the guy that said, you know, has like, well, here's me at a anti-war protest, right? As part of his fig leaf, I guess.
But if you're close with a genocide-supporting family member who's in the industry of influence peddling specifically for Israel,
Whoa.
I don't necessarily think that it's unreasonable to question whether or not that individual is going to have an influence on your perception of this issue when you're in power, especially given how you're untrustworthy on other issues as well. You've lied, so I think that this is another question that we have to ask ourselves. Can he be trusted when it comes to this issue, knowing that he's going to have a fucking Zionist Israeli influencer chirping in his ear? But you see, this is the thing about Graham Platner. He's hard for some people to pin down. He protested Bush's Iraq war as a young man, which is a plus, but then signed up to fight in that war months later, which is a negative. He'll bemoan his military service publicly, then privately talk about how orgasmic it was to slaughter brown people in a country that he invaded. And then there's the Nazi tattoo, another thing that he lied about, as explained by Rebecca Watson, aka Skepchick, in her video about Platner from last November. And in October of 2025, I released a video where I tried to be as fair and nuanced as possible to Platner and his supporters, but ultimately decided I'm out, because there were just too many warning signs pointing to him being the next John Fetterman. And I based my conclusion mostly on things that he said after he launched his campaign that didn't quite add up to me. But I still offered to bring him on Leftist Mafia so that way he could address some of our concerns. And guess what? I never heard back from him. Shocker. Because as we learned with Tulsi Gabbard's campaign for president in 2019, it's much easier for these bullshitters to uphold their facade if they exclusively talk to media figures who aren't going to challenge them. And my point in bringing up all of these red flags and inconsistencies and lies in light of the rape allegation isn't to object to the idea that people can change. People absolutely can change. But Graham Platner very clearly is not one of those individuals who's changed, contrary to popular belief. He is, and always has been, a violent fucking sociopath. The warning signs
And
were...
also, if somebody can change and be a more positive force in the community, be a more positive force in the lives of their friends and family, like, that's great. That's great. They deserve a second chance, right? If this is different than they deserve to be a senator, right? They're the ones that we should put our faith in. We should assume that the shit that they're saying in their campaign, which, like, I don't know if you know this, chat, but campaigns are kind of famous for making false promises, right? That's it's the biggest defining feature of a political campaign, is the things that they say versus the things that they actually do, and then their explanation for why these things are not the same. And you know, this is the whole problem with American politics. It's ultimately not about you and me, even though we do vote on it at the end of the day. It's so much more about corporate interests that are vying for a better, you know, it's vying for, I don't know, like anything that you would be worried about with corruption of the social safety net, with, like, you know, somebody's getting welfare that shouldn't actually qualify. Somebody's getting SNAP benefits and they're technically, like, right, they got a raise or something, like, we got to take that SNAP away from them. We're all worried about that. Nobody's ever worried about taking the fucking teat out of Elon's mouth as he just drains the fucking country, as Trump drains the fucking country. We got too many teats on too small, too many pigs on too small of a sow. It feels weird saying it like that, Chad. I don't like the animal husbandry language. Do you? Will you be okay if I don't use the animal husbandry language to describe? Something weird about that. I don't know. No, not that I'm anti-farming or anything. You can go easy on my boy Elmo. I could, Twitch McConnell, if you would deny the accusations that you're in an amorous relationship with one Hassan Sanabi Piker. Did you know that he shocks his dog? Did you know that I heard he watches terrorists, like they have these terrorist breakdancing contests to see which terrorist group can be the better breakdancers, and he watches that shit, and he's like cheering them on. He's got his favorite terrorist in the breakdancing competition. This is yeah, like, can you answer though? Yes, yeah, that's what I thought, Mitch. That's what I thought. No answers from you. You keep your secrets, Senator McConnell. You keep your secrets. We got to move on to bonus content, chat. If we're ever going to have time to do it, we got to do it now. And that means we are moving on. And sorry for Mike, like, I want to give you more of a, like, I feel like I took a break during Mike and I missed so much. I was listening though, and most of it I agreed with, and it didn't have a lot to add because it's a good video, and Mike is absolutely spitting here. So let us, and sorry for the quick transition, chat. Normally I would show you the math of the bonus poll, right? Which again, 128 votes. Wait, let me check and see if that's. I feel like we had 128 last time I checked too. 128. So yeah, it's your last chance to vote. But yeah, Shapiro versus Candace is winning in terms of the vote. It's a very close race. Hutch self-immolates a close second. Imiru versus Miskiff a third, and well, this is in fourth place. So why are we watching this? Why are we watching this? The Minnesota Senate debate with Abdul Al-Sayed versus Haley Stevens. Well, that's because, chat, in addition to voting, every time that you support the stream, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you get yourself a membership, gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, support me on Patreon, or support me on Twitch, you get to put your money where your mouth is. You get to let me know which of these topics is your favorite, and like only one person did this time. So it looks like this is the way that we're gonna go, because yeah, 21 plus it's close already, plus 93. Yeah, it's out of the ballpark. It's a home run, grand slam, whatever they say in baseball, okay? You got the you stole a base. You successfully bunted. I don't know, Chad. I don't know baseball. Pop fly. Something line drive. There we go. It's a line drive. Is that good? I think that's good. Anyway, chat, we gotta get to something that I do know about, which is debates. Michigan Senate. Wait, I should just go. I think I've got a link for this. Wait, what the fuck? I should have a link for this. I better have a link for this. It's important that I have a link for this because this is our bonus content, and I was kind of hoping to get to this actually. Oh my god, is it even time-stamped for me? That's really nice. That's very thoughtful. Here we go.
Good evening.
Yo, that's some epic music. We got a little taste of the epic music, hopefully not enough to get me content claim, like get, right, that was a very short amount of time. Oh, Michigan, okay. Oh my god, wait, what? Oh, I didn't know there was big cities in the upper part. I thought the upper part, oh yeah, the upper part's next to like Wisconsin, right? Is that how Michigan works? What a crazy...
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome in, communist invading radicals. Can we just take a moment to admire Michigan's unique geography? It's an isthmus, kind of, right? In between Lake Michigan and is that Lake Erie? Yeah, and then Lake Superior maybe is to the left. I don't know, Chad. I'm trying to remember the Great Lakes, but there it is. Michigan, it's up for grabs now. It truly is. After the withdrawal of Mallory, I must call her Valerie. Mallory McMorrow. Of course she has to have an alliterative name. Of course she does, because she's just that millennial coded. She is so clap stomp. It's making me throw up a little bit. Hopefully I don't throw up, chat, because I still need to drink some tea to be fully awake for this, but here we go. Let's take a gander at what the Michiganders have to say in the Senate debate, I think.
Debate week in Michigan. Here's a quick review of the rules. Each question goes to each candidate for a 60-second response in an order determined by a drawing earlier in this process. A 30-second rebuttal will follow after each candidate has given their initial response. The only possible change to that would be for the final question. Depending on how much time is left in the program, we may eliminate the rebuttal or adjust the length of time to answer the question. There is no opening statement. There will be a 60-second closing. It is time for our first question in Debate Week.
I've awakened the Michiganders.
Michigan. Again, welcome to both of you. The first question will go to you, sir. The number one issue facing people from coast to coast and right here in Michigan is no surprise. It's inflation, it's affordability. Everything costs too much. You can't fix it all. But if you're elected to the U.S. Senate, tell me one proactive thing you would do to make Michiganders' lives more affordable. 60 seconds, sir.
I've been up and down my state, 110 different cities, 450 public events. No matter where I go, people say the same thing. I just can't afford to live here anymore. I'm so worried about the price of groceries. I can't afford my gas. It's $5. I'm worried about getting sick because I can't afford my deductible. There's a number of things we need to do. Number one, we need to tackle healthcare by guaranteeing everybody healthcare without a deductible, a premium, or a copay through Medicare for all.
Hell yeah.
Number two, we need to stand up to the monopolies and oligopolies that are picking our pockets. Number three, we need to stand up to increase wages. And that means standing with unions like the UAW and the nurses who've endorsed us. It means making sure that we are standing with Michiganders in their moments of crisis by making schools somewhere that our kids can go, by addressing the potholes that cause punctured tires every time you try to drive anywhere. But all of this has to happen by way of getting the...
Yeah, I can corroborate. Michigan is like that. Michigan is like that. It didn't used to be that way. I can remember crossing the state line at some point, and it was actually nicer highways in Michigan, but yeah, it's not like that anymore. Right? Indiana side is nicer roads now.
corruption out of our politics. So long as corporations are buying politicians, we can't actually enact these solutions because they're getting the policies that they signed up for when they pay for their politicians.
Congresswoman Stevens, 60 seconds, please.
Well, thank you so much, Wood TV, and to everyone across Michigan.
Wood TV
tonight, as your next United States Senator.
Michigan, y'all got Wood TV? Wait, what does that mean? What is the call sign for that? Wood TV? Is it like WUDD? Wood? Or WOOD? Could it be? Somebody tell me. Inquisitor, do you know the station? Are they like Detroit maybe? Or what are the big cities? There's like a college town that's pretty big there. East Lansing is big. Can't believe how terror a man is. Wait. Okay, that's a reference to something, right? That's a meme I'm not getting. Glazing, the Humanist Report, and the Serfs who for the response to the Platner news and not being for Platner since day one. Yeah. See, I thought I was like, I remember hearing this like oyster guy, like seeing these pictures of he's on a fishing boat and people really like him. And he's catching oysters. He's out there catching oysters. That's right. He's got a carpenter friend who he likes to go out with. And they catch the oysters by telling them stories. They tell the time has come sort of stories and convince the oysters to do things against their own interests. And then the oysters, well, there's just a bunch of shells, as I remember from that sad scene of Alice in Wonderland. I don't like that. I was saddened by that moment. Like I was not ready for the fucking oysters to get eaten, to just get it ate. And then like that was more gruesome than any kind of like Saw horror movie that you could have showed me at that age. That was more
I will run through anyone and anything to lower costs.
She will run through shit.
My no tariff on groceries bill. My bill.
Am I the walrus? No, I think Platner was in that metaphor, right? Is that how I told it?
To lower your utility.
It's called Wood TV. WOOD. WOOD. Wood TV. Oh my God. It's out of Grand Rapids. Of course it would be Grand Rapids. It wouldn't be Saginaw. Wait, is Saginaw, Michigan? Saginaw is Michigan, right? It wouldn't be Detroit. It wouldn't be East Lansing. It would definitely be, yes, Grand Rapids. There, I think I knew somebody from Grand Rapids. Yeah, there we go. This makes sense now, right? I understand. I understand why Grand Rapids is the way it was. I understand why my friend was the way that she was. I understand everything now.
Bill, look,
They got Wood TV out there. They grew up with Wood TV.
The only person running for United States Senate in Michigan who is not a millionaire. I am not trying to sell a book or a podcast. I'm the only one on this stage who doesn't have a talent.
You're so folksy. Could you please put a noise filter on your mouth so we don't mouth. Put a noise filter on your mouth. Yes. That's insulting. No, I was just trying to say, will you please put chat, just in terms of like who this person would be in a movie, right? Like, how is she 50-50 with Dr. Syed? She's the incumbent, but she looks like a villain. She's villain coded and she's annoying, right? And look, I should know about annoying. I grew up with WLNS. I'm not going to ask you where that was because I don't want to dox you. I think she would be Joey Jeremiah in Degrassi. Wait, that's not a reference I can grasp. 85% thought Syed. Oh, wow. Wow. We should definitely watch this then. Let's
agent trying to pitch me for paid speeches. And unlike my opponent, I'm not running at the first mic or camera.
You can hear her mouth. You can hear the saliva. And there's a way to stop that. It's called a noise filter. I feel bad for her not having, gotten that set up. Because, I don't know. I don't like listening to... I wouldn't want to listen to my saliva, chat. I mean, it probably sounds like snap, crackle, pop, and you know, it's probably like a little Rice Krispie sounding. I don't know. Hers is like super wet though. Does she want some cereal with that milk?
Instead, my head
You need some
is
Rice
down
Krispies in there.
doing the work for the people of Michigan who need the work to be done. We do not need a celebrity senator. We need a workhorse.
What?
And as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan in the House of Representatives, if you want a fighter and an effective leader for our state, that's me.
Sorry,
we also don't need politicians bought off by corporations. In this race, you've probably seen ad after ad after ad. Not one of those ads was brought to you by the Congresswoman's campaign.
Oh no, chat. Oh no, what is this?
Corporate PACs and APAC trying to buy a politician.
Is this AI? Is this just did Dr. Syed replace all of the instances with a debate of an AI version of Haley Stevens that's just as unlikable as they could make it? This is good AI, I guess. She's very unlikable.
Who's going to do their bidding instead of yours? That's been the story of our politics for far too long. The question is not whether or not you're a millionaire. The question is whether or not you are bowing down to billionaires. And for too long in our politics, we've watched politicians beg for those dollars only to do that bidding when they actually get to office. That has been the story of my opponent. If you want politics is different, I'm the only one who's never taken a dime from a corporation.
Congresswoman, 30 seconds.
Well, look, transparency is oh so important. And this is why I have released my tax returns. My opponent, Abdul, he said that transparency is key, but yet he hasn't.
Let's drive it home that his name is Abdul. Let's drive it home that his name is Abdul. Not saying anything, just saying his name is Abdul. Just remember that when you're voting. You're voting for a guy named Abdul. It's going to be right there, Abdul El Sayed. Wouldn't you rather vote for Haley Stevens? Haley Stevens? Wouldn't you rather vote for Haley Stevens? Michiganders? Wouldn't you rather vote for Haley? Oh my God, chat, I'm annoying myself.
Released his tax returns. Abdul, you talk about getting money out of politics and putting money in people's pockets, but who is putting money in yours? What
is it? Hamas.
Moving to our next question.
Wait, what the fuck was that? Wait, no, that doesn't even make sense. What the fuck did she just say? You can't randomly accuse somebody of like taking unspecified money from unspecified sources. What is that?
My opponent, Abdul, he said that transparency is key, but yet he hasn't released his...
It's just all about the taxes, right? And it's he's married, it's a joint tax file. I think his wife is more wealthy than he is. And that is apparently the holdup on the taxes.
His tax returns. Abdul, you talk about getting money out of politics and putting money in people's pockets, but who is putting money in yours? What are you hiding?
Moving to our next question, it'll be first to you, Congresswoman, with a 60-second response. The Trump administration...
I mean, I guess you can say that absent of a tax return made public,
had been negotiating an agreement to end the conflict in Iran, but within the last hour, we are told that the United States military...
But yeah, it's very much a whataboutism, considering her own funding by the one political organization that Americans really hate to hear is involved with any campaign, AIPAC.
Has launched a series of what they call powerful strikes after commercial ships were struck in the Strait of Hormuz. The question is, what should our policy be going forward with Iran? 60 seconds.
Well, our next United States Senator has one mission and one mission only, and that is to fight for the people of Michigan and represent the people of Michigan's interests. Donald Trump selling us out to this war in Iran that no one asked for, that is raising costs for every Michigander, is totally unacceptable.
Yo, get that noise gate. Get that noise gate. She's trying to like to be like really I'm really passionate about this. I really care about this, right? And anyway, I got to stop commenting on the sound. The sound is not what this is about.
But here's the deal. In terms of the goal that I have long fought for and pushed for in the United States House of Representatives and what I will work for in the United States Senate, we need long-term peace. Donald Trump has failed us. The Prime Minister of Israel has failed in that regard. And he was just coming after me on this today.
Oh no, chat. This is some weird shit. Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu randomly brought up Haley Stevens and she's trying to use this to be like, Netanyahu doesn't like me. I've criticized Netanyahu. Now Netanyahu's talking about me, right? This feels like this is the one way that Netanyahu can actually help her politically. The one way that he can help her politically is to disassociate himself from her when AIPAC is the biggest albatross around her neck.
Michigan, you are my North Star, and no illegal wars, no unilateral wars at our expense.
60 seconds.
I think it's worth asking why we got into this war in the first place. There is one man who's been wanting this war fought, and that is the Prime Minister of Israel. And the reason that we've seen this war fought is because the impact of AIPAC in our politics. AIPAC has spent tens of millions of dollars in attack ads against me or ads lying about the Congresswoman's record. They clearly want one individual, and it's not me. And ask yourself why it is that we are paying $5 gas, why it is we can't seem to get out of this quagmire. It's because for too long, our foreign policy has been handed to us by the likes of the State of Israel and AIPAC, who has made sure that Democrats and Republicans are doing their bidding. I don't take that money. They are spending against me because they've called me the most dangerous candidate for the U.S.-Israel relationship, because maybe I don't want to waste our money fighting wars we don't need to spend, and instead I want that spent here, to rebuild our schools here, to make sure we have functional infrastructure here in Michigan, to make sure that we have healthcare here in Michigan. And so long as our politicians continue to be bought off by AIPAC, do not be surprised when we fight wars that are in their best interest, to annex Israel, to annex Lebanon, or to do genocide in Gaza.
Congresswoman, 30 seconds.
Well, Abdul, I would say no one is afraid of you. And in fact, the GOP is spending thousands of dollars to prop up your campaign because they think they will make it easier for Mike Rogers to win if you are the nominee. I do not plan to make anything easier for Republicans or Mike Rogers. What I do is I take on...
I'm accusing my opponent of making it easy mode for Mike Rogers. Oh my God. I'm not even trying, chat. I mean, there's the thumbnail. Crazy. Like, she's straight from Central Casting.
On tough fights for Michigan, tough races, and I win for us.
30 seconds to wrap up this question.
Well, you know, if Congresswoman Stevens makes it or Mike Rogers wins, either way, Israel will win. AIPAC is perfectly fine with either of my two opponents because they know that they will have a comfortable, reliable vote in the U.S. Senate. If you want politics to work for you, if you want politics to rebuild your schools or fix your infrastructure or to invest in your health care, you have an alternative choice. We're running to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. There's a reason that both Chuck Schumer and Donald Trump don't want to see me on the inside of the U.S. Senate because I'm a...
Yeah, she is the epitome of cringe right now, Natalie. I wanted to mention, too, Natalie sent me a link to its Wajahat Ali and Naomi Klein video, and I watched that the other day. It's called Naomi Klein's got a new book coming out. I mentioned the other day Shock Doctrine, kind of a classic. I think she wrote that way back in the turn, around the 2000 or so. That's one of her older books. Most recently, Doppelganger came out, and now she's got a new one. Talking about a strange new developments in fascism, I suppose. But yeah, you gotta read her because what she says. It tends to you tend to see it manifest a few years later, even if you're not tracking with concepts like the shock doctrine, right? It's something that we're seeing more and more of, in other words, but. Yeah, we need to find time to watch that because that was actually a really good conversation.
Threat to politics as usual.
Moving on, but staying in the Middle East, despite a ceasefire, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza continues, and Israel maintains that eliminating Hamas remains essential to its security. What, if any, is the role of the United States in trying to resolve this long-standing impasse? 60 seconds, sir.
I'll tell you this. For a long time, every president has said that they believe in a two-state solution. The problem, of course, is that our policy has been to subsidize the Israeli military to the tune of billions of your tax dollars every single year. And their goal is to foreclose on the possibility of a Palestinian state. I believe in international law. I believe we have to hold every country to international law, which means to me that we need to stop funding the Israeli military in unilateral blank checks. That also includes Egypt. That includes Saudi Arabia. I also believe that we cannot continue to sell weapons to a country that is doing human rights abuses, genocide, and apartheid. I also believe that we need to stop running cover for what has become a rogue state that is now trying to annex southern Lebanon. And I also believe that your money needs to be spent here, because at the end of the day, the ultimate losers are you and me, the taxpayers who paid that money to provide good infrastructure, build schools, provide health care for our own kids, not to watch it get sent to buy bombs and tanks that end up annihilating other people and their children.
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
The goal has to be long-term peace, and this is what I have longed worked for. I stood alongside families.
Interesting how that works. The goal has got to be long-term peace, so let's not do anything in the moment. Like, right? Let's not agitate around forcing Israel to get its boot off the neck of Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank. I mean, look, I mean, it's not even just that, right? There's Israeli troops in Syria right now, Israeli troops, of course, in Lebanon. You know, the Greater Israel Project, which used to be considered a kooky conspiracy theory, is, you know, very much being manifest here. It's
who had
war is peace. That is pure. Yeah, that's the ultimate distillation of MAGA. Is like war is peace.
Relatives taken hostage by Hamas, and I called for a permanent ceasefire. The difference between my opponent and myself on this issue is that I believe in a two-state solution. I can say that Israel has a right to peacefully exist alongside the people of Palestine and in Gaza. It is very clear that Mr. Netanyahu has not made us safer, has not brought us closer to peace, and he's endangered Jews here in America and around the world. This is why he was just trashing me today on CNN. I am not afraid of bullies. I am not afraid to stand up, and I continue to stand up for humanitarian aid, for the U.S. to work with the countries in the region and get aid into Gaza.
30 seconds.
Look, I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinians and Jewish Israelis alike. But the question I think the Congresswoman needs to answer is, why has she allowed $40 million of outside spending, the bulk of it coming from AIPAC, to come into this race? I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is attacking her to actually attack her. I think he's attacking her to try and steer away the stink of how staunchly she stands for their policy. So let's take that opportunity. Explain what you've given away for AIPAC support in this race.
30 seconds to wrap up.
No one owns my vote, and no one owns my policies. Anyone who is contributing to my Senate campaign is doing so.
Yeah, she's incorrigible, but this is what she was talking about. Hopefully this is stripped down to just the part that's about Haley Stevens, Netanyahu today. And I think like what he's saying does seem to be the truth, right? As far as why Netanyahu is, well, let's just see what he has to say. I'm sorry for the BB jump scare here, chat.
Of supporting Israel as a Jewish state and just U.S. support for Israel overall, they have become a central issue in American politics, really a litmus test right now in Democratic primaries here in the U.S. I want you to listen to how the mayor of New York City responded when he was asked if he supports Israel as a Jewish state.
I've said time and again that I support the state of Israel as a state with equal rights. I believe that any state that preferences...
But as a Jewish state is the question.
I think any state that privileges one religion over the other is one that I can't tell you I support, whether it be Israel or Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. And a lot of that comes back to a fundamental belief that we should all be considered equal no matter what our faith is.
Your response?
Well, he conveniently forgets that the only democracy in the Middle East is Israel. 20% of our citizens are, in fact, Muslims. They're not Arabs, but they sit on the Supreme Court. They're in the Knesset, our parliament.
What about the people in the disenfranchised part of your apartheid state? Yeah, you're going to call that a democracy? You're going to call that a democracy? They're literally the amount of like they part of the reason that people think that there is so much killing involved in Israeli actions is this demographic anxiety that they have. And the reason for the, exclusion zones is that as well. So they can pretend on one side to be democratic and to, they're an ethno state, they're an ethno-religious supremacist state, but they, are like, well, we've got a judge over here that's, Muslim, and we've got, we have, enfranchised some non-Jews, but like so many other things are people's rights there are based on, are you Jewish or not, right? That's the supremacy that Netanyahu is ruling over. I want to find the Stevens part. I'm sorry, I just had to. Had to react. Stevens.
Okay, and they were interested, and other polls, and you see the decline in support.
Am I going to have to?
Okay, and it's several years before the Gaza war took place. Okay, and you ask, why did that happen? Well, the one correlation you see, which is almost a perfect correlation.
Okay, here we go.
States unsafe. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, she's running for Senate in Michigan, said Benjamin Netanyahu has made us less safe. He has frankly put Jews in an uncomfortable position across the country. Have you?
Well, it's made her uncomfortable because she can't stand up for the truth. She's trying to probably excuse anti-Semitism.
She's not. I just want to explain. She's somebody who supports Israel. She supports funding Israel, which is diminishing big time among Democrats.
So yeah, this is what they're going to try to do. Whether it's Dana Fash or Haley Stevens, they're going to put the the blame on Netanyahu. They're going to bring in some other president that's going to continue these policies, and they're going to pretend like, well, aren't we glad we got rid of that government? Gosh, that government was sure a crazy right-wing one. Good thing that the new government is going to be nice to the Palestinians.
Even some Republicans in the United States Congress.
But you can see what happened, chat. Haley Stevens started a fight with Netanyahu like Vosh started a fight with J.K. Rowling, right? It doesn't mean that Vosh is like a, hero to trans people, that he, provoked J.K. Rowling in a misogynistic way, thus ensuring that she would quote retweet him by giving her exactly what she's always wanted to show as a trans rights advocate being misogynistic. And there you have it in Vosh, right? This is the same kind of bullshit. I don't know if there was a Takemeister involved or not, but yeah, I see what happened. And then Netanyahu, and then Dana, oh God, she's like, this is like, we passed the football to Dana Bash, and then Dana Bash passes it to Netanyahu, Netanyahu back to Dana Bash, and Dana Bash back to Haley Stevens. This is, wow. But be prepared to see this kind of propaganda rather than the propaganda that tries to convince you that Israel's a great and moral state, the only democracy in the Middle East, right? That all the people that oppose Israeli dominance are evil terrorists and stuff, right? You're not going to see as much of the, propaganda that a lot of people have kind of become immune to going forward. You're going to see more of this stuff where they're playing games. They're like, hey, look, I'm against Netanyahu. Yeah, fuck Netanyahu. That's right. And either I don't think it's kayfabe. I think they're just like, she said something about Netanyahu, and then the person interviewing Netanyahu asks him, and he's like, well, I don't like her much either. Fuck Haley Stevens. She's anti-Semite. She hates Sabra Hamas.
Well, let me tell you, we track the support, and I'm obviously concerned when people raise that. And I've looked at the Gallup polls. Okay, and they're very interesting, and other polls. And you see the decline in support for Israel, okay? And it's several years before the Gaza war took place, okay? And you ask, why did that happen? Well, the one correlation you see, which is almost a perfect correlation, is the penetration of TikTok and other social media in the United States. And as the penetration increases, the support for Israel decreases. And let me tell you something else. The support.
I guess we're supposed to not know that that an ally of Israel owns TikTok now, an ally of Trump, an ally of Netanyahu. We're still supposed to, TikTok, it's TikTok. Anyway, that's what she was talking about. Now we know.
Because of my proven record of fighting for Michigan. What I did when
14
I
minutes
served
left.
as Chief of Staff on the U.S. Auto Rescue, saving 200,000 Michigan jobs, and what I have done to get the CHIPS and Science Act passed and signed into law. What my opponent needs to answer is why is the GOP spending thousands of dollars to prop up his campaign, saying that he will make Mike Rogers the next U.S. Senator?
All right, we're going to move on. As I told you before.
They used this on DIC too. If you remember, we actually saw it live on Hassan's stream when the attack on DAC to say that there's a Republican supporting her because the Republicans want to run against her, basically.
Before we started, we have a lot of viewer questions. Amber Kriska is my colleague, and she will be presenting those. You'll be able to see them there. You'll be able to hear them in the studio. If for any reason they are not clear, let me know, and I will repeat them. Here is Amber with our first viewer question.
A lot of questions on this next topic, bipartisanship. This is from Mark Newman. In the spirit of bipartisanship, talk specifically about how you will reach across the aisle. Name a particular project that you will champion that will require working with the opposing party.
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
Well, I don't have to do
Neopagos super chatted $5. More time for the debate.
More time for the debate. Let's get that. Let's get that going. Now look, I do have there's no limit on tonight's stream, right? So, whereas the other streams every other night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday, Saturday, right? There's a limit of I try to max out. I haven't gotten. I've been going over 6 hours, but I'm trying to only do 6 hours maximum. Friday is the spillover stream, so anything that goes over goes to 300. From Friday from other days gets put on to Friday. So we did start with an extra hour, and yeah, we can also possibly add an hour, although it's going to be a bit of a uphill battle, I think. But yeah, I guess now is the time to mention that. What am I missing? Trying to change this. There we go. So we're at 205 out of 300. If we get to 300 in the next 12 minutes, we can spend another hour on this debate, which is worth watching. This is
just talk about what I...
And thank you, Neopagos, for the super chat.
I can certainly talk about what I have done in terms of passing bipartisan legislation like the CHIPS and Science Act. But to answer our viewers' question very specifically, I have a plan to lessen Michigan and the United States' dependence on China, to lower cost and to create those good manufacturing jobs. That is day one legislation for me in the United States Senate. And look, there is a reason why the Center for Effective Lawmaking recognized me as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan.
Oh my gosh, she's doing it again. Chat, did you know that you can do that? If you become a senator, the next day you can pass legislation that will literally, we legislate the bringing back of jobs from China back to the United States because those are American jobs. They're just over in China, and we're going to legislate to bring them back. So companies, please move your factories over. There we go. Done, right? Done and dusted. That's how you do it. Just nobody's had the courage until Haley Stevens to snap her fingers and bring back industrial jobs.
In the Congress, because I fight for us, I win for us. Debbie Stabenow has endorsed my campaign. Our Attorney General Dana Nessel has endorsed me for United States Senate because of their fight for Michigan and their results for Michigan and them seeing the same in me. And so, yes, when we talk about manufacturing, when I bring in my supply chain bill to the floor, I feel really excited about getting other colleagues on the Republican side to join me.
Thank you. Move on.
Thank you. Shut up. No. How is anybody voting for her? How is anyone voting for her?
Dr. LC, I had 60 seconds.
I'm proud to have been endorsed by the UAW. And the reason that they've endorsed me is because they understand that I am a fighter for working people. I can tell you that there is bipartisan support already to blow up the USMCA, which has been a cancer on our manufacturing industry in Michigan and the industrial Midwest in general. That is a bill, of course, that my colleague actually voted for. And I think
this was the Trump replacement for NAFTA, right?
I think there's bipartisan consensus that has been.
Oh no, is she crying?
An opportunity to rethink trade policy to make sure that we're protecting good union jobs in this state and in this country. And I think that means rethinking how we do tariffs.
Chet, does she cry?
Now, Donald Trump's version of tariffs is like chemotherapy, but you give the patient all the chemo at the same time. I think there's an opportunity where you pace it out. You think critically about how you protect critical budding manufacturing.
This is true, right? Tariffs have their place. Tariffs have their place, and it's for if you can grow an industry along with the reduction in tariffs to make it easier for your companies to compete, then yeah, that is a useful good thing, as opposed to Trump's ridiculous like math chat GPT omni tariffs, that just kind of ruin the United States reputation, make people hate the United States, and give him a chance to do a lot of corruption, right? Because every time that, he's got a tariff against some country, somebody can come along and be like, oh, Mr. Trump, we would love to build a tower in our country. If only you could help us with these tariffs. That's how Trump works. He's just squeezing out more money.
Industry, and that you are transparent with your trading partners about how you do this in an effort to build long-term sustainable manufacturing jobs. I've heard a lot from Republicans saying that they want to bring manufacturing jobs back. Let's roll up our sleeves, work together to get that done.
30 seconds, Congresswoman.
Well, NAFTA was a crap deal, and it hurt a lot of Michiganders. And what is also hurting us right now are Donald Trump's reckless policies that might...
Now, NAFTA's been disbanded, right? Because that was one of the things that Trump promised doing. A lot of people hate NAFTA, for its effect on manufacturing, amongst other things. But Trump just redid NAFTA, but with his name. Pretty similar to what he's going to do if he can ever actually get the memorandum of understanding to stick. It's going to be at best similar to the Obama JCPOA. But this is just a Trump policy, it's I think it's just NAFTA under a new name, as far as with maybe a little bit of extra corruption sprinkled on top. Michiganders.
Rogers has said he wants to rubber stamp. There's a reason why the Gordie Howe Bridge isn't open, and Mike Rogers is rubber stamping that. There's a reason why a trade war is going on with Canada. Small businesses all over Michigan losing revenues as a result. I thought he was going to take on China. I've got the bill to do that and to lessen our dependence and grow manufacturing jobs. I've done it.
Did she want him to take on China, or did she want him to take on China? I don't know. This is why some of these people are mad about the Iran war. Essentially, any sort of threat that the United States could have posed to whatever China wanted to do in terms of Taiwan, they can no longer do, right? Taiwan remaining independent, although, under the one China policy, with nobody on either side, Taiwan or China, really wanting to rock the boat, is by the virtue of China's goodwill, right? Because at this point, the United States does not have the interceptors to be able to take on another major military endeavor. The U.S. kind of spent the coin of the realm, which is interceptors, munitions, right, in Iran, and they're every few weeks they keep on spending more. It just gets worse. So. But yeah, I think the people like this want to see, they're like China hawks. They want to see, Trump apply some tariffs to China, or who knows what, provoke them militarily. They seem to love that kind of shit. They want a war with China. And they're any disappointment they have about the war with Iran, which even some of these Democrats low key support, is because it comes at the expense of China and maybe Ukraine to a lesser extent.
Once before, and I'll do it again as Michigan's next senator.
30 seconds.
And the reason that the big corporations always get their way when it comes to free trade is because they buy off politicians to do their bidding. Everybody knew USMCA was not going to solve the problem. Everybody knew it. And yet they bought the votes to get their way. And now you can buy.
But I want to point out, she's saying NAFTA and he's saying USMCA. I think she might be smart in calling it NAFTA, even though it's not, because more people still think of it that way, right? And like I said, not very much has changed, if anything. in terms of between NAFTA and the USMCA.
A cheap TV, but you can't find a manufacturing job that can actually feed your family. That is the devastation of corporate-bought politics. As the only candidate who's never taken a dime from a corporation, you know I'm going to stand up for you. It's the reason. Again, the UAW, nurses, AFT have all supported us because when it comes to the choice between working people and corporations, I will pick people every time.
Yeah, and it's the only reason you haven't released your tax returns.
All right.
What? What is the only reason he hasn't released his tax returns?
And 15 labor unions are endorsing me. Thank you.
Wait, 15 labor? Oh, no, she's talking about her labor. You might have gotten the UAW, but I've got 15 labor unions that I won't name endorsing me.
I yield, Rick. Yes.
Amber has another. Sure, go
Can I
ahead.
respond?
Quickly, very quickly.
Yeah, I took the same extension that the Congresswoman took every
I'm
single
talking
year
about
she
your
was
tax
in
returns,
Congress.
Abdul.
Every
You haven't
single year.
released your tax
All right,
returns.
we're
You
gonna
don't
move-
need an
I
extension
think
to do
there's
that.
there's a process
Who's putting
here.
money in your pocketbook?
We're going to move forward with another viewer question. Amber is here with another viewer who wants to know where the two of you stand.
Dumb question. Is this a primary? Yes, this is a primary. And no, that's not a dumb question. If you don't know, probably other people don't know either. This is the primary. Rogers, I believe, will be the Republican opponent of the winner of this primary.
Is the Democratic Party shifting? Joe Vigland.
So yeah, just to describe the origins of this race, there was a lot of people in the race to begin with. Dr. Syed was, I think, maybe in third place, and then Mallory McMorrow came out. She's I guess you could, so Syed is to the left, Mallory McMorrow is to the center, and Stevens is to the right. So they bring out this Stevens this McMorrow campaign, and it's very millennial coded, like I was saying, just kind of stomp clap vibes, like oh my god, do I have to show I don't know, do I have time to show this? McMorrow. Is it the ad or the announcement? March? They kind of march. As you can see, she ended her bid. I want to see that weird opening. McMorrow quitting. That's not it. Wait, she was at the giant copy of Project 2025. Oh my god, I just want to show this one thing that really happened. I would probably have better luck on Twitter, wouldn't I? But anyway, she was kind of running to distract from Syed, and when she attacked Syed for appearing with Hassan Piker, it was the beginning of the end for her, from her campaign being competitive to actually Dr. Syed's campaign becoming competitive and eventually leading the pack. I just want to see the cringe march. Mallory McMorrow cringe. Cringe. There's cringe. There it is. There's a picture of the cringe. Is this what I'm looking for? Oh no, that's Kamala. Wait, is okay, so she, yeah, I guess inspired by Kamala? Maybe?
Okay, that's enough. I regret.
Okay, so yeah, that's what we're missing from the... I don't know, I think Kamala did it better. Like, look at that. No, Kamala's better. Kamala's marchers are better. Like, this is beyond cringe. Wow, how do you outdo Kamala with cringe? That's crazy. But yeah, that's Mallory McMorrow. She had to drop out, right? After her attacking Hassan, attacking Syed for appearing with Hassan, shit just got worse and worse for her. She dropped out, and that has made this a competitive race, right? The last I checked, polls are kind of 50-50.
Has our next question. He says,
"Oh my
many of
God,
friends who are Democrats
we're running out of
are very
time."
concerned with the way the party has shifted so far left that the party no longer accurately represents their views. Will you continue on the current party path, or will you pursue your own path of leadership?"
60 seconds for you.
I'll pursue my own path of leadership, educated by the countless days that I spent talking to Michiganders across 110 cities, 450 public events. Now, here's the thing about it. There is no left or right. Most people out there aren't asking, where do I fit on the left-right spectrum? They're asking, can I afford my groceries when I go grocery shopping? What's going to happen if I get sick or my kid gets sick? Why does my kid's school look the same way it did 30 years ago?
Oh, this clip is better?
And the answer to that question is that for too long, politicians on both sides of the aisle have taken the same corporate corrupting money. I'm the only candidate on this stage, frankly, the only candidate running for U.S. Senate, who's never taken a dime of that money, which is why the real issue is about the people locking you out of your politics versus the people being locked out. And I will stand always on the side of the folks who are locked out. That is a pathway in our politics that I think all of us can get behind. It's not red, it's not blue, it's not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's American. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That is where our politics needs to go. And in the next 250 years, when we get to chart where we go from here, I hope we remember that that's what we need.
60 seconds.
I will run through anything and anyone to deliver for Michigan. We've got to lower the cost. Look.
Why does she keep on talking about running people through? Is she a pirate? What is her deal?
There are many who want to make.
I feel like she could. Oh no, chat. Oh no. I'm not going to draw the reference. That's
this run for U.S. Senate about Washington, D.C. insider deals and what's going on with our party leadership.
Nobody mentioned One Piece, okay?
Friends, this
Nobody
is about
mentioned One
the
Piece.
future of Michigan. Who is going to be the workhorse? Look, I've got the receipts. I have passed big pieces of legislation. I passed my
big pieces of legislation.
First bill to secure STEM grants for our K through 12 schools in my first year in Congress. I am ready to hit the ground for our
Oh no, don't hit the ground. Stop. We're done with this. Okay. We're not a bully stream, okay? We're doing video games now. All right, the time has run out. This was an interesting video, but I don't want it to turn into I don't want the stream to turn into a mean stream. And I think it's run its course, right? Before it just becomes that. Okay, let's not remind me not to end the Windows Explorer process, right? Remind myself that is not ending Windows Explorer is not closing your file explorer like I did last time. Not great. That is wow. Chat, I didn't know it was gonna go there. I feel bad now. I seriously feel bad. She ate the smooth fruit? Okay, I don't know enough One Piece to remember which one that is, but don't end the Windows Explorer process. Also, don't randomly end tasks. I don't do it randomly. I do it when they're taking too much RAM or CPU. I feel like there's a twist in that storyline later in One Piece, though, isn't there? All right, we're waiting for. Oh yeah, I can just type in the magic word, Ducknado. Ducknado, better than actual NATO. Actually abides by Article 5. Ducknado. All right, if you're in a jam, you know Ducknado is your friend. Duck NATO. Any fans of NATO in the chat? Oh my god, why does this thing always want to update? Duck NATO always wants to update. Always, Duck NATO, always. We're gonna do a little fresh boot here. Searching for Duck NATO. Oh my god, chat, you're about to hear a sound you may or may not recognize. It may call forth ancient memories from a time long ago. Or it may just be remind you of Skibbity Toilets when the TV men come out and use their powers against the toilets. Oh my god, chat, sad ending to Skibbity Toilet, right? Apparently the guy that made those, Da Fuck Boom, like somehow his channel got scammed away from him, and I don't think he's gotten it back. Like, I think somehow technically he doesn't own Skibbity Toilet anymore. I remember Skibbity Biden. Oh, that's what ruined his candidacy. If it hadn't been for Skibbity Biden, he would have won for sure. He would have stayed in the race. All right, we got to get out of here before the copyright man comes and takes. Oh God, never mind, chat. We're gonna get copyrighted anyway. We always do on this. I don't know, chat. Last time I got copyright claimed, it was by Tucker Carlson. I think it's called like BAM Entertainment. I can't remember. Don't hold me to that. Don't sue me, whatever your actual name is. I just can't remember your name. But I got a couple of copyright claims based on Tucker Carlson's content that I'd covered. And I actually sent them a dispute, and I cited Denham's case. And guess what happened, chat? Just yesterday, I got 2 emails saying that each claim had been released, okay? But I don't think I've gotten an email yet about from Atlas Gaming. They might have like just said, haha, we get your money. We're keeping your money. No comment check. We don't care about fair use. We're worse than Ethan Klein. We're Atlas Games. I don't know, chat. All right. Yeah, they copyright claim every single one. Wait, are we up yet? We're not up yet. There we go. That's what you need to see. That's what you need to see. Title, I won copyright claim from Tucker Carlson. Yeah, almost writes itself. Almost writes itself. Oh my god, chat. Is it just me or does the music sound fuzzier than usual? I don't like it when it's fuzzy. But yeah, Fuzzy Wuzzy apparently was a bear. What is up with Fuzzy Wuzzy? That shit always fucked with me. He has no, but he's a bear with, that's got to be uncomfortable, right? Bears live in northern habitats, if I'm not mistaken. Climate's not adapted to those without hair, right? How is Fuzzy Wuzzy gonna survive the winter? That's what I'm wondering. Okay, what are we doing? Persona 2, Innocent Sen, Japanese version, English sub. That's how I should title it, right? That's the right way. That's the right way. And yes, chat, this is the first time. Oh yeah, we gotta change the category. Category is retro. We're going retro. We're gonna look at that, chat. Retro has almost as many viewers as I got likes on the tweet about the Ethan person who said Denims was getting sued, was laughing at Denims. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't fuzzy. Wait, is that all there is? Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't Fuzzy Wuzzy? That's literally all we got for Fuzzy Wuzzy. I thought we were gonna get a whole like line of deductive logic puzzles about Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't this, but he was that. And you know, he's I don't know. You know those things? You know those puzzles? Like they're little boxes and you got like X them out as you eliminate, or like, okay, it couldn't have been Fuzzy Wuzzy. Could it have? It wouldn't have been Fuzzy Wuzzy. So yeah, chat, when we last left our intrepid party of explorers, of adventurers, of teenagers, and 2 journalists from Coolest Magazine that are there, like Taylor Lorenz and Kat Tenbarge to get the story, I guess. they had defused a bunch of bombs in Gold. Gold is a gym where an amazing boxer works out named Ulala. Did we end up fighting Ulala's boyfriend, or did he just run away? I can't remember. Was there some kind of boss battle? I feel like there somehow wasn't a boss battle. I feel like they let us off easy. Yeah, because Ulala fought the boyfriend. Right, that's supposed to be the joke, I think, is that Ulala is, she hates men now because her boyfriend is an asshole. But was her boyfriend involved with the masked circle, maybe? Wow, the London shop is selling defensive gear. The owner, we got us checked by the detective agency, don't we? Owner of that shop is a marketing genius. The lineup is good, but they pay low prices for used goods. So that's the London shop for defensive gear. Yeah, we probably could buy some stuff. Go shopping a little bit. Is it here? We got Satomi Tadashi. Satomi Tadashi. Oh, that's the place with defensive gear. Yeah, I don't think that's the same place. We should probably go and get something. Remind me to get something to eat before we go into a dungeon. That's the secret, right? You don't want to go into a dungeon hungry, because the food actually gives you buffs. Whatever you eat. Oh, it's this place. Wait, no. Wait, is this the place with the woman with the awesome outfit? Welcome. Welcome to Anima Mundi, ground zero for all the latest fads. What can I get for you? We would like to buy some stuff. Apparently they don't pay very much money for your used goods. Oh, I don't know if we can do this, chat. I don't think they have anything for us, do they? Everything, yeah, is worse, not better. Magic guard? I guess these could be useful. Mechanical goggles. We got one of those, right? We've got 2 mechanical goggles equipped. Oh my god. I don't think we need more magic cards. I don't think we need anything from here. All right, all we came in here to do was to look at her outfit, apparently. Oh wait, I hit the wrong button. How? Why? Quit. Okay, there we go. Just wanted to admire the fit, I guess. Is that dub? Is that supposed to be dub? Did you hear the bass line, chat? I think that was supposed to be dub. Anyway, Tony's shop so far has been pretty useless to us. Well, I guess, yeah, fuck this place. Let's get out of here. Ooh, we could do some gambling. Wait, that's what I want to do right now. I want to get, let's see what we can get. It's like Persona Knight Rider. Wait, like, do we get a special car? I think that's Persona 5 where they get a special car. But the car is actually a cat, if you will believe that. If they're going after places like Gold, then our office building is probably gonna be safe. Come on. What are those senior executives thinking? I'll quit. That'll show them. And there's the pachinko place, but we can't go there because somebody's not old enough. If we had chosen this place, Gold would have exploded. Way to go. Wang. I don't think we can go back in here, can we? With the big scene we caused last time, yeah, definitely. Better not go back there. I want to go to the detective agency, though. I want to do that for sure. Did we go to we didn't go to the Velvet Room, did we? We need to do that too, I guess. Okay. Detective agency, are you, I think here? Yeah, detective agency. So yeah, anybody played Persona games, right? You're familiar with the walking around town aspect of the game. This is a little different because this game was made in 2000. Whoa, the London shop's been selling defensive gear on the side. Have you ever tried any? The lineup is pretty good, but they pay for really low. Okay, so everybody's talking about Toa Armory. Is that the place that they're talking about? I feel like some shenanigans went on with the localization and some of the names got changed. I think it might be that one. That might be the We gotta go to the detective place. Why are we going to the detective place? Oh yeah, remind me. All right. Current video game stream stash, right? What we've got in the kitty is 417. I'm gonna change that to 317 because I'm playing video games. So every time we put 100 on the board, I play another weekly video game stream. And how does that happen? From viewers like you, Gaming Frogs. If you are here for the gaming, if you enjoy the gaming, you can ensure more of the gaming keeps on happening. All I require is that, just like Tatsuya is about to do here, you put some money in the kitty. Pop in 100 yen, meow meow. Pop on 100 yen, meow. All right, let's do it. 100 yen, best offer going. Pop it in. Thanks, meow. All right, so yeah, another round of video games. All right, let's see what's going on with this hard-boiled detective here, Chief Todoroki. We want to spread a rumor. Can we spread a... We probably have to go collect more rumors. Yeah, we can't spread any right now. We've spread all the rumors that there are to spread. We can talk to him. Right now, everyone on the streets talking about suspects, you know, the masquerade, the 5-man terrorist group. 5-man terror... Wait a minute, that's not right, is it, chat? They got... Don't they have 12? It's they got a person for every zodiac sign, right? All right, 5-man terrorist group and the last battalion. Do you realize what that means? Oh, we haven't heard about the last battalion yet, chat. This is going to be a new one for you. Look, if this game wasn't batshit enough, all right, get ready for Hollow Earth and Nazis. And Hitler didn't actually die, but he retreated to Hollow Earth and lived in there for 100 years, only to create mech technology in order to come back. Something like that. The problem isn't figuring out who the real criminals are. The most important point is that these are the only rumors in town, and this doesn't change anything about the bombs. Which, yeah, we would need to do if we didn't want the bombs to blow up the town. So he's saying maybe pay attention to the bombs, less attention to the detective agency for now. But we gotta go by and talk to our friends Tomoki, Tamaki. Keep up the good work. Oh, hey, got any business to discuss? I think I do. I think I have some... Wait. Hey, do you know about the last battalion? Rumor has it they're the real culprits behind the recent bout of terrorist activity. You don't say. Okay, so that's all we're getting? Just a little bit of drip drop of information? Okay, I'll take it. What about those prizes? I want to apply for a prize. Bought some magazines, have 7 of them. All right, get the results at Lisa's house. Okay, so we gotta start doing this. Any extra money that we have, we gotta use it for magazines. We bring them to Tamaki. Tamaki will send them in for us, and then sometimes we win a prize, I guess. Roger that. Hey, don't worry, I won't screw up the application forms. That's what my school told me. I promise. I just hope, and they didn't, so good for them. I just hope you win something. All right. What about those prizes get me? Anything? The prizes are determined by a random lottery. The more you apply, though, the higher the chances you actually receive an item. So we should try to max out like 99 magazines at a time, something like that. I love that Sega and Atlas can get away with putting out the same RPG year after year, but because they're good at storytelling, we just allow it. I mean, does this feel like P5? Or does P5 feel like this? There's a rule though. You can only send in 1 batch of entries each time, so only 99 at a time. And then you gotta check, but you gotta wait a little while. Okay, I get it. So it's limited. It's on a cooldown. Send up to 99 forms back, and so that's why we should wait until we get 99. Yep, I recommend waiting until you got 99 magazines. That's probably smart. Last but not least, the contents results aren't immediate. Don't rush over to check the results. This does actually feel like certain aspects of P5. Take your time. Try walking around in a dungeon. You might find a dungeon to walk in. I don't know. You might concern yourself with the mad bomber currently intent on blowing up the city, possibly. And then you just leave the rest to luck. If you're willing to take the risk, you might score a rare item or two. Okay, so we talked to her. That's good. Now we gotta talk to Bro Harashi. Satomi Harashi. Those 5 suspects were witnessed yet again at Smile Hirasaka. There's no doubt about it. The 5 terrorists, the 5 masked villains, they must be the ones who are behind all the terrorist bombings. Wait, I thought it was the last battalion. That's like the Hitler-looking guy, right? That Hitler-looking fellow. I do believe. That girl, Ixquick, she didn't have a skull with her. I thought she said she didn't have a skull in her for a second. She's not a victim of the bone thief. What is it called, chat? The bone thief? The bone... Is it the bone thief? P5 and Metaphor are the same RPG. I haven't played through enough of either of them to say. She didn't have a skull with her, not a skull in her. She didn't have a skull with her, did she? Does that mean she's unable to rob others' energy then? I guess so. If that's true, I'm not sure. Actually, oh, there we go. Okay, so talk to the other 3. What's up with the kid being able to command both personas and demons? Oh, Ixquick? Did she take some sort of high-level management class? She must be a demon summoner in addition to being a persona user. That's my guess. Did you just try to hug me? Did she call herself Ixquick? Who would have thought a girl like that would be a member of the masquerade? I guess they must not discriminate against age or gender, huh? That child's suppressed emotions have only just distorted reality, that's all. She's not a bad kid. Trust me on this one. Oh my god. Maya can fix her. Maya can fix her. Alright, so should we look in the back yet? Because there's some kind of weird stuff going on in the back. I don't know. I've never gotten this to actually do anything. But there's a door back here, and I think it has to do with the cat, like, getting in here. That's not going to open, meow meow. Just give up, meow. Wait. It's not one of these things that you have to hit it like 5 times, is it? It's 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. That's about as many as I'm willing to try. There's something you gotta do, I guess, to get in there. But it seems like you do eventually get in there. Can you make food? Can I make food? Can I get something out of the fridge? No? Okay. We're gone. Get out of my way, Satomi Tarashi. Alright, so if we want to get any more rumors, we're gonna have to go and visit some rumor mongers. Where do the rumor mongers live again? Oh, Sushi Guy. This is not gonna make Aikichi happy because his dad owns this place. Yakisoba packets are just as valuable as instant ramen packets in my house. Alright, there's our dude. I really like sushi, but I don't eat fish. So for me, sushi is like rice and nori wrapped around, I don't know, vegetables. Sometimes, mostly avocado, it feels like. But I love it. I especially love umeboshi. The pickled plum. Alright, what do we got here? You again, business has been booming as always, despite inflation as all. What do you need today? Hear what you have to say. The terrorist strikes have really put a damper on the new gossip throughout town. Oh, is he just telling me there's no point in going trying to collect rumors? This dude's eating sushi too. Oh, sashimi, that's the lord of sushi. That London shop's patching together defensive gear now. They say the selection's great. Where is this London place? Cucumber, rice, and nori. Oh, that is pretty good. That is actually really good. And I mostly just like eating it with the soy sauce and ginger, and although I guess you're not supposed to eat the ginger and the sushi at the same time, or the wasabi. Like, what is it the deal? You're supposed to eat like one roll dipped in a little bit of soy sauce, and then you have a bite of ginger, and then you eat another roll and have another bite of ginger, and then by the time you're done with the do you eat the wasabi all at once, like as it like a palate cleanser? What is up with you, dude? First the masquerade, then the 5-man terrorist group. Everybody's spreading whatever rumor they want. Why don't we spread some rumors? Oh no. If I had to guess, I'd say that the king is the one behind all of this. If we take him out, King Leo, all of the doubt about who's really responsible should clear up. It's only natural to want to know who's behind the crime when you're worried about. I just want to hear more about this last battalion. We might have to go to one of our teachers, though, to find out about that. Why are all of the people in this town so intent on deciding who the criminals are? It'll only make people even more nervous that way. I'm sick of it. Wait, what? So everybody's doing obsessed with like who's the criminal. They're playing Among Us. The ginger is the palate cleanser. Wait, but is it in between bites? Is it in between sushi rolls? Like, or do you palate cleanse after you're done with all of your sushi? Okay, let's see what's up with Igor. 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 Ugor. Alright, I legit don't know what cards I have, but I think I can maybe get some more personas. Let's summon. There's a whole bunch of ones though that magician. Oh my god, look at that, 190. So we've got Tengu, and I don't think we were high enough level to get Agrippa. But as soon as we don't need to. Okay, so in other words, no more magician tarot card farming. Priestess, if we see them, we should get them. Empress, if we see them, we should get them. Emperor, if we see them, we should get them. Yeah, these are ones we haven't run into yet. Hierophant, if we see them, we should get them. Lovers, oh my god. We've got a Jack Frost. We need to get some more lovers so we can get a Jack-o'-lantern. We can't get a Vivian yet. Chariot. Yeah, we could get some more of those. Get some more Chariot. Get some more lovers. Strength is right there. None. We haven't met it. We haven't run into Strength yet. Or Fortune or Hermit. They're really holding a lot of these Arcanas till later on, I guess. Wait, I swear to God. Oh, because we used that to get our Kanbanda. We got Kanbanda. Death is we only got 20 of those. Oh, Enko is that weird dude in the coffin that we keep seeing. We got a Fjolger. We can't get a Stymphalides. Stymphalides. Cannot get. Wow. We're not, so we're just gonna have to wait until we level up to 39. We can get a cert. We should try to get more tower cards. We have tons of moon, but we've already got a Parika. We could, yeah, we haven't got any suns. Judgment, okay. We have an angel. And I don't think we're able to get a principality yet. We're too low level. We can definitely get Demeter, but she is too high level. And that's it. That's it. There's nothing. The only thing we could possibly do is try to find something that we're like close to. We got an Otahime. Tyrannus. We're 80 86 away from Tyrannus. We wanted a Jacko. Okay, so yeah, it looks like Jack Lantern might be our next goal if we have 50 free, 52 free, free tarot. All right, how many do we have? Request 17. Yeah, we're not even close. Okay, so yeah, we can't get any more personas until we do some more. Either go to the factory, which I don't think we need to. I think I feel like we're like appropriately leveled here. I feel like the only thing that would be good to go to the factory for is to see if we could open up more areas, and also maybe to what else? Oh yeah, to kind of like level up our personas. That could be good. All right, sushi place, armory place. I think we've, yeah, nothing here we need. This is the Sakagami building? Wait, so are we supposed to guess where the next... Oh shit, chat, we need a clue, don't we? Did we get a clue last time? Do we know where the next building is that is going to be attacked? I wonder if, like, will this be one of the possibilities here? If we'd chosen this building, then Smile Hirosaka would be up in smoke right now. Ugh, I don't even want to think about it. Probably can't go back in here. Can't go back in here. London shop. We gotta find this place. I still have not seen it. Okay, so after the plate you've been served before your next dish. I see, okay. So wait, do you put the wasabi on the sushi roll then? And what is the other thing? I'm trying to remember. I think you don't. Is there something like with like I'm trying to remember because like I saw somebody say like the correct way to eat sushi, and it was not the way I was eating it. Like I always pick it up with the chopsticks, right? And then I have a little bowl of soy sauce or tamari, and I dip it in there, shoyu, and then I eat it. And I don't somehow like was there something like you're not supposed to use the chopsticks on? I can't remember. I smear a little bit of a wasabi on mine. Okay, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, what they were saying. Let's go check out Renegade. Can I say this right? Rengadai. Alright, so Lotus. Time Castle, Rosa Candida, Satomi Tadashi. We got another Velvet Room. The a Heels place. Fancy Weaponry. Silverman Manor. Can we get our magazine yet, or we gotta do dungeons first? I think she was saying you have to do dungeons first. All right, let's talk to Steven Seagal. There he is. What's wrong, young man? Is there something you wanted to tell me? Yeah, I want those magazines. Hear about that sweepstakes. What? The sweepstakes? I haven't received anything yet. Maybe it takes some time. Maybe you should go on a dungeon first. You can use soy sauce. You just don't want to dip it rice side down. The liquid can separate the rice. So you dip it, what, like nori side down? All right, I mean, I guess we could check out the park really quick. But chat, I'm a little bit confused about like where to go next. Oh, this is such good music though. It's too bad people have become shadow selves. Oh, it's you. Hello. I'm here to do RFK Jr. vocal fry in your ear. No. World's been a bit noisy lately, so it's hard to sort one rumor out from another. The park might be behind. Yeah, no place is gonna give me rumors. No place is gonna give me rumors. I gotta complete these tasks. I think we might as well get the fuck out of the park. I just wish somebody would give me a fucking clue as to what we're supposed to, because like they're bombing a bunch of places. I don't think they're done yet. I think they're gonna bomb more places. Normally you'd, oh, the fish side down if it's like one of those, yeah, just try dipping it briefly. Yeah, also I think people say that like you don't really taste the sushi if you're putting too much shoyu. Sky Museum. Okay, there we go. Thank God. Thank God. It's the, I mean, not thank God. This is a very hard, this is a rather difficult mission. I wonder if the king is there. Oh God, that fucking asshole. That asshole. We'll have to, oh no, this is the Sky Museum that has a Zeppelin, chat. There's more weird German / Nazi stuff in this. The whole thing is that like in this world, rumors come true, right? A rumor exists, enough people hear it, it gets spread, it comes true. It's real, whatever the fuck it is, right? And we got this teacher who is a bit of a conspiracy theorist, and she loves the idea of Nazis in Hollow Earth. So one of her conspiracies is Nazis in Hollow Earth. Like they've been down there ever since World War II, and they're coming back. So we get to deal with that loveliness as well. This game looks insanely good. I mean, it is, you know, if you like Persona, this is the Origins, or at least the like slightly more playable Origins. I don't know. I've heard different stuff about Persona 1. I haven't been brave enough to try it myself yet, but this is pretty good. This is the PSX era, and I'm trying to think of what I would compare. Like I always try to compare, because Atlas at the time was very small, right? Nowadays Atlas is like as well known for JRPGs as Square, but back in the day this wasn't true. This was more of a niche thing. This was more popular in Japan, and you know, it hadn't really broken out yet. Okay, so something about this reminds me of actually Final Fantasy Tactics, right? Probably in terms of the view, and you know, kind of everything being vaguely square as far as what you stand on. But yeah, this is the era of what? 2000? Wait, is this 2000? Is that like the era of Final Fantasy X, or am I thinking Final Fantasy IX? Final Fantasy IX, right? Is there anything? So we got to go to the Air Museum. That part is clear enough. We should probably try to find, oh, here we go, Lotus. Let's go to Lotus. Time Castle. Okay, where's that London place that people keep on talking about? Let's try a different part of town. I know that we got to go to Conan, okay? This is Aoba. This is the place where the concert hall got wrecked, which sucks because this was such a cool place to go fight monsters. I really wish they'd leave more like areas that you already beat open so you could, you know, kind of grind. As it is, chat, I believe the only place to grind besides the dungeons is the factory, which is one of those things where I think more doors open up like as you progress in the game. inside every area. There's like sort of special items, and it's mainly, I think, for grinding experience, both for you and your persona, and also for catching those tarot cards that we need so much. Oh wait, which one did I go in? Oh, at the restaurant. Okay. We haven't really eaten. Oh, this is the place that also... This place also, Bonjour, monsieur. Welcome to Claire de Lune. What may we do for you today? How you say? We can buy stuff from you, I guess. But I think it's very expensive. Alright, that's very expensive and very good. Ooh, he gets a cuddling type? Should we... I feel like so far, so everything except, everyone except for Maya gets like a level up. Ooh, wow, some of even bigger levels up. Let's see what it would cost to just outfit everyone. What? Oh, no, no, no. Okay. It's not that bad. We can afford this. Yeah, we'll do it. We're buying all the good stuff. Oh, it feels so good to be able to afford the very best from Garçons Sojima. Garçon means boy. Will there be anything else? If there is, then how would it be? Now would be the time to tell it. That would be true. That would be true. The only thing else we could do here is eat. Have we eaten here before? Let's see. It doesn't look like we have. It's an expensive restaurant. I wonder if that means it's better. Look, we got places that we know what they're gonna do. Au revoir. I'll be waiting for you next time. All right, cool little space. No, yeah, there's something about this game that feels like, do you ever do one of those projects for school where you make a little scene in a school, in a shoebox, right? You like cut up the shoebox and it like, you know, you create like whatever you're studying in whatever class, right? You create like a little scene there in there. I think it's called a diorama. Okay, so there's an eating place. There's a armor place. Stella Deuce for the PS2. For me, that was Peak Atlas RPG Action. I've never played that. I think it's a diorama, not to be confused with a diarrhea poo, as Hutch would say. Oh my god, so what are we buying here? Anything, sales lady? Oh, welcome. What do you think? We offer top-of-the-line fashionable apparel here. No matter what you buy, you'll definitely be all right. Go right ahead. All right. All right then, weird lady. Okay. So, that's not bad. No, that's not bad. Can we afford enough of this stuff? Vivid suit for, okay, so Prodigy bib for these two. And then vivid suit for 1, 2, 3. Full facial? Is that what I think it means? Okay, we definitely want these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Peak Atlas is Digital Devil Survivor. Wait a minute, is that the one? Is that the one where they go into the tower thing? Wait, they probably always go into a tower thing, don't they? That's like every persona. That's every Atlas game. Where they go into a tower thing. And there's like, they gotta, like, there's something about, like, do they, like, oh my god, I think I know what you're talking, I think I've seen playthroughs of that, and, alright. Heroic pumps. Oh shit! Okay, for the ladies, heroic pumps. 1, 2, 3. And for the gentlemen, yeah, because these are better for the ladies, right? But for the gentlemen, you gotta wear high protect boots instead, because you're just not cool enough for the pumps. All right, 1, 2. All right, I think we got it. So we're buying this stuff. We just kitted out. There's some kind of thing where they're like in clans and they gotta fight other clans, and then if the clan that wins gets to go into the tower. Is that the one? Am I thinking, is that Digital Devil Saga? And I think it has a, does it have like a sequel? Okay, so yeah, let's kit out. I mean, kit out, am I saying it right? Do I need anything else? No. I mean, we should sell. This place doesn't give bad prices, right? I mean, I guess we should put the good stuff on first, and then we'll sell. We'll sell whatever's correct. Okay, I'm just making sure I know what I've seen the I mean, they do offer some good wares here, I would say. Like we got some. Oh my god, do I need to heal? I need to like heal everybody. I wonder if that's cheaper out here, isn't it? What are we gonna do? I'm doing it like a spell or any of that shit. Although that, I don't know, Maya's so overpowered, we could just like, we don't need Trish's cave. We don't need the therapy zone or whatever, the suntan place. Not save, but we should save sometime soon, because what am I looking at? Personal data. Oh yeah, that's what we could do with this one. And then equip. No. Okay, it's this one. Recommended equipment? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, we can't. We gotta... Oh, hell yeah. Oh, she's, yeah, okay, that's right. She didn't have a, so where did we get the pipe fox? I feel like that was like a special item. Maybe that's why. She's got, yeah, everybody's got the full facial order here. The vivid suit, the heroic pumps, and the magic guard. I feel so good using the magic guard on, unless we get some better items from the gambling thing, I think we're gonna keep magic guard on Maya a lot, because this is the whole problem, right? If the team breaks down, it's from Maya not having enough hit points and getting knocked out, and then somebody else tries to bring her back, they get knocked out, and then we got like 3 people down and they use some fucked up Mudo attack on everybody, and it just like or like somebody gets charmed, right? We don't want that. We don't want to go down that road. Both Digital Devil Survivor and Digital Devil Saga are about gangs. Oh wait, I'm thinking of Saga, right? Though gangs fighting to climb the God Tower, which is kind of like what is that? No, that wasn't even a Final Fantasy, was it? It was like your recommended equipment, and there we go. Twinkling birds. All right, all right. And that's everybody, right? Everybody's kitted to the gills. We gotta... The facial is nice. Wait, we need to sell to her, right? Sell our excess stuff. Hopefully she'll give us a good price. All right, you can have that. You can have that. You can have that. You can have that. Yeah. We can sell all of our cheap stuff. Oh, I don't know about that. Wait, that's a fucking weapon? Smart move ring is a weapon? We better hold on to that and probably hold on. Wait, no, that we gotta get rid of this too. That's a Yukino weapon and she doesn't need this one anymore. We'll hold on to the smart move ring. Everything else gets sold. Let's give us that money. Yes, now for this stuff. Hairpin goes, kettle cap, 1, 2, 3, granny cap, 1, 2, 3, and all of that you can have. And this. Oh my god, I almost don't want to like. They're giving us precious little money for this. Yeah, sell off the chainmail, all of it. Can't sell off more. Okay, fair enough. Sell off the breastplate, and yes plate. All right, one more. Okay, so all of these, right? Everything has to go. All right. We'll keep this stuff. I don't even know what some of this stuff is. And then all this stuff we'll keep too. Okay, so we got a decent amount of stuff. Survivor is a DS game. I'm trying to think. I feel like I've seen gameplay of Survivor. Or maybe I just saw the yeah, I think I saw the movie, the cutscenes. Maybe I didn't see gameplay. Who is this guy? Oh, he's a Masquerade member? Yeah, fuck this guy. What the fuck? What a load of shit. Master Joker went through a lot of trouble making me... Oh, well, but nobody still believes... What is going on, Atlas Games? All it takes to be a woman... Oh my god, what is going on with the fucking... Yeah, these Masquerade members are cringe. This is like a hateful... This is like a transphobic Wojak. We're talking to a transphobic Wojak here. Nobody can understand the pure heart I have. Oh my god. Okay, well, they're just being... Okay, Jesus Christ. Who needs, like, Asmongold's fans to say horrible shit to you when you've got Persona fucking characters? Jesus Christ. Chat, okay, so now... This is the Japanese version. This is the original version, all right? The translation, I think, is a fan translation. Could we be dealing with a transphobic fansphobia, as you might say? Or are we dealing with a transphobic dev team from 2000 Japan? Okay, Jesus Christ, what is up with this? Is Persona worse than JoJo when it comes to LGBT issues? I think so. Hey, did I hear that news? You know the fires that started all over the stadium and police station? Rumor has it that the Masquerade did it. They're a really scary group, I guess. Oblivious scriptwriter or you know, possibly suppressing scriptwriter. I don't know. I feel like regular people don't think about trans people that much, right? I feel like if you got that kind of hate for trans people, it's because you got some, you know, gender turbulence of your own to deal with, maybe. I don't know. Masquerade is just as evil as they say. They're a chaotic bunch. They're probably stealing stuff or something. I bet they've already broken 80,000 pots. Is that like a reference? That's a thing in Japanese media. Sometimes it comes off trans-friendly, and then all of a sudden, boom, bigotry. Well, I mean, it's not exactly like, I guess it's humor, and it's not exactly humor that, you know, I'm unfamiliar with as an American, especially if you look at older shows, right? There's a lot of just like transphobic jokes that the people that made them would have told you, no, I was just being funny. I just thought it was ridiculous because they've never met a trans person before. And so the situation's ridiculous to them, so they can just, it's their opportunity to go off and imagine what is going on in the mind of a trans person. Do we need some more? We probably need some more of these Wait, is this the one that's in English? One of these stores has like English lyric, or has like they sing it in English. But I think this is just a, it seems like it's just an instrumental. No? Here it is. So if you can understand what she's saying, chat, these are the, it's telling you what all the items do. It's just the translation of the Japanese lyrics. All right, so rough drink is still about all we need as far as healing. We don't really need this jewel. 45 of them. Chewing soul, 23. We could at least use 7 more of these. Yeah, 7 more chewing souls sounds good. Okay. We need a few of these. Let's get... That's expensive. Oh god, this is a... like a blues exploration of the song. Rebirth orb, we got 20, let's get 10 more. 10 more, okay, antidote. 1, 2, 3... We might as well get, like, 10 more of these. Sedative, 7 at least. 7... 12. Alright. Awaken G. 7. Streamers. Wait, is that the magazine? No. There's the magazine. 10 more of these. And we should be trying to max out on these streamers magazine. Can we afford? Not quite. Oh, wait. Oh, so close. So close. Yeah, I shouldn't mess around with that. Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. We're gonna wait until we have more money. We're gonna buy 99 of those. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're still waiting on Steven Seagal for our prizes, so we'll have to go back to Steven Seagal's house, and then we'll buy 99 sweepstakes magazines at a time. And from now on, we're gonna do that, because apparently this is how you actually play the game, not like I was playing it before, not all cautious and weird. No, you gotta max out on your magazines, and you gotta max out on what's the else? Gambling. Yes, max out on gamble. Gamba, gamba, gamba. All right, we're gonna buy all of these, and yeah, do you need anything else? Oh, yo, 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 yo. I love the Satomi sisters. They're the best. Wait, what is items? What does that do? What does that do? Oh. Oh, it just lets us use items. Okay, I got it. We talk to you. No, you're gonna tell us there. I'm not getting much news these days now with all the turbulence and the terrorism. Oi, 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 oi. I decided on a nice jazzy version of the song to play in the background. It's kind of what the kids call cool. Yes, it's extra cool because it's in English. It's in English that's very difficult to understand, so that makes it cool. Haven't you seen the, what is his name in Bleach, the cool character, Don Kanoji or whatever? He's cool because he speaks English. That makes you cool. And nobody checks if the English you're speaking makes sense, or if it is alien language to any of my Thai viewers out there. Wait, I learned somebody was like sending me a word in Thai that means alien language, or just like, you know, I don't know. I think it's something that happens when you mix up words randomly. Do I have that though? I don't think I have it open. Oh my god. Pasa something Dao, and it means like Dao is star. It's not Pasa Hon Dao, but it's like something like that, right? What's up, Vamps? Good to see you. Alright, so let us get out of this, no matter what kind of attacks those terrorists have planned, as long as this song is playing, we'll be open for business. I'm not even gonna take a lunch break. She loves her job. Truly, truly, truly. Wait, are there 7 of these Satomi sisters? Like 7 sisters? Is that the joke there? I don't know, Chad. I haven't counted up. It wouldn't surprise me though if there was 7. Thank you a lot. Come again whenever you can. Oi, 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 oi. I think the issue from a Western perspective is historical gender norms are incredibly different. I think that Iran, also think of the Iran's very strange opinions on homosexuality. Yeah. That Persona character looks strangely familiar. Oh my gosh. The Satomi, the eldest of the Satomi sisters? Okay, so I don't think there's anything else we can do unless, do we look at all of these? We gotta decide a place to go. We're either gonna go in the factory now, or we're gonna go into the, oh wait, Ellie. The Sky Museum is consistent with the astrological patterns that I've consulted. I'm certain that that's the next target. She looked good for her age? Wait. Wait, I feel like that's song lyrics. Aikichi's right. Nobody has the right to steal someone else's dreams away, especially not stealing their soul. That's really rude. Kings need to be taught, the king needs to be taught a lesson, and we're the ones that are going to have to do it. What is the masquerade planning to do with the ideal energy that they've stolen from everyone? What sort of power does ideal energy hold anyway? This was an issue in the second game too. I don't really care what they're planning. It's got nothing to do with me. All I know is that I don't like when other people scheme to steal away somebody else's dreams. Yeah. This is an issue we can all get behind. Hey Tatsune, I wonder if the king of the knows of the way to turn them back to normal. Oh, if we can not stop them from being crispy critters. We got any crispy critters in here? The last battalion. A lot of websites have sprung up on the internet saying that they're behind the terrorism. Do they even really exist? They keep on teasing us with this, chat. Teasing us with this whole last battalion thing. I've been searching for a tailor to fix a suit of armor, and I heard that London shop over... Oh, it's in Conan. No wonder I wasn't finding it. The selection's great, but they don't pay much for their use. I've heard that as well. All right, this guy that really doesn't want to be at work. Really not liking this job. All right, I'm just trying to remind myself. Do we have good? Oh, we haven't tried herb tea. There's nothing tech 7. I mean, that's okay. Actually, that's probably pretty good. Yes for Tatsune. Yes for Michelle. And yes for Yuki. And then we gotta go to what? Peaceburger for Maya? Okay, we're gonna go. This is like, chat, have you ever been out with a bunch of people and none of them like to eat the same stuff? So instead of going to a restaurant, you go to like the drive-thru at Taco Bell for 2 of your friends, and then you're gonna go to like, I don't know, pick up like sushi for another friend, and then somebody wants, like tacos, so you go to a food cart. You know what I'm talking about? One of those nights. One of those kind of nights. All right, so we got some food there. Exit. Let's go. Where's that Peaceburger place? Oh, it's here, right? My favorite district, the gambling district. And chat, I'm totally not going here so that I can gamble after eating. Peace Diner. Or Peace Dinner, if you prefer. Also, really cool music, really cool vibes, and of course, Chikalen. who is not going to give us any rumors, but she looks cool as fuck not doing it. I haven't heard anything from Hanaji. It looks like she hasn't even gone back to school either. I'm starting to get worried. Now spill it. All right, let's talk. I don't think you're going to give me anything. Maybe it's because of the terrorist attacks. I haven't come across any new info lately. I guess the game is kind of like funneling us up towards that Sky Museum. Then that would be the guess. But yeah, other people that have played Persona 3 and 4, is this similar? I feel like it's different. I feel like those games, like you're actually like in school, and it's like every day is like go to school and you're in class, and then you can go. You have like a X amount of time to go, like, you know, buy things and try to eat giant burgers and stuff. All right, we're gonna try to eat some giant. At least you can eat the giant burgers though. That's okay. Which one has vitality plus 9 or agility plus 8? Agility, strength. No. Where's the? There's a big Fuck, it's not here, is it? Is it the ramen? It's the ramen place. Fuck me. Okay, we gotta go to the ramen place. All right, thank you, part-timer. You're doing God's work, Kami's work. Let's go and try to figure out where am I actually supposed to go. It's this one. Yeah. Right? No. It's this one. All right, here we go. Ramen. Yeah, you want something to eat, huh? I will have something to eat, indeed. For Maya. Agility, vitality, tech, vitality, strength, agility, strength, vitality 8. Yes, you're eating that. You are eating that. And then Ginkgo. Agility 7? Okay, agility 7. There we go. We're good. We are so good. The map system is straight from SMT in general. Like this one, I also need to finish Soul Hackers too. I feel like, was there even? Oh no, there was. There is a map, right, in Soul Hackers. There's also a map. I'm thinking for some, yeah, in X, when you're on the Paradigm X, you're basically in a dungeon, and then you're going into dungeons that are like real world locations, but you see them usually in a vision quest mode. I often eat a full bowl of ramen, think I'm so powerful now. That's what it is. You gotta eat the right ramen though to get your vitality up, or to get your tech up, or your agility up. Maybe, are there some that do luck? I haven't seen luck. Maybe that's a silly stat to boost. I don't know. All right, we got everything we need. Exit. Now we're gonna go, and guess what? We're gonna do my favorite thing in this game. That's right, chat. We're gonna go gamble. More specifically, we're gonna hit those blackjack tables. Although I really should spend some time with the video poker and reacquaint myself with that game as well. Because I'm actually good at poker sometimes, strangely. Oh god, we're starting with 355. We're okay. It doesn't matter. Okay, what is it to bet 10 coins is... And to start is... we gotta hit. I know this might sound silly, but I feel like we should hit. And we stand. Oh, you're standing at 13? What is wrong with you? See what I'm saying? Losers. I'm the only one that even pushed. God damn it. See, this dealer is... I don't know. It feels like the game is like changed from the first time we played it. The dealer is hitting 20 or 21 or blackjack pretty consistently. Now, I really want to hit here. I can't stand at 14. I gotta hit, even though it's bad. Okay, I guess I stand at 16. That sucks. I wish one of these was an ace. Anyway. I'm hoping that this guy busts. Wait, who's someone you got a blackjack? Okay, Michelle, you kind of saved our ass. We're like losing so far. That's crazy. Wait, what is 40 bucks? Soul hackers? The dealer's getting really lucky. Okay, I gotta hit. 100%. I want to hit again. I shouldn't hit again. Should not hit at 15. Let's stand. It feels bad. Wait, I won? Oh, he busted. Oh, he really pushed his luck. That's crazy. What a... See, he didn't stand at 16. I stood at 16. It feels bad, but, you know, sometimes you... Okay, there we go. We're up. We're up. We're up. All right. Let's try again. Oh, hell yeah. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, you lose. I win. Well, I win a blackjack, so that's 60. Oh my god. I got 60. We came out ahead, but it wasn't pretty. I also don't have a great record at blackjack. I mean, technically, it's like less of a competitive game. Some people that believe in intuition and luck and feel and all that stuff would beg to differ, but it's not like poker. Hmm. 13, I hit. I hit. I hit. I stand. Come on, make him bust.
Win. Win.
Hell yeah.
Win.
Look at that.
Win.
Winners all around. But it's, yeah. Nobody got like a really good hand or anything. All right. So that's what I wanted to see, right? Is that in fact, I should start increasing my bets. Although, check this out. Right? You'd think, like it's like a deposit coin system, and hitting this is to bet 10 coins, but you can't bet 10 more. Like, right? Shouldn't you be able to hit it multiple times to bet like 50 or whatever? No, you can't. You can do the full bet, right? You can bet everything that you have, but you're gonna feel really silly if you lose that bet, and it could happen. You could wipe just like that. But yeah, you do 1 coin, 10 coins, or all the coins. I guess I don't know why that's the choice, but maybe to keep you from being able to just rack up massive amounts of coins really quick. Once you get, we just wanted to get the coins out of the danger zone, right? Once you get them above, I don't know, 500, you're pretty good. Because if you lose a few hands, then you win a few hands, and it's okay. No spicy ramen with ground pork. Extra. Oh, wait. Oh, the ramen you got. Oh, wait. What? Is this like magical ramen? Is it a big bowl? Let's hit. No, I can't hit. I can't. He's gonna bust. He's going to bust. Just like Aikichi, everybody's busting. Busting makes them feel good, somehow. Oh, I lost. I lost.
Win.
Everybody else won. I lost. All right, let's play another round. Last time we got we got like the 3,000 items, the items that were like worth 3,000 yen or 3,000 coins, whatever these are. Hi Kichi, what is wrong with you?
Win.
Okay, okay. Win, but do nothing win. Do nothing win. Win 60 for a blackjack. It comes to me when it comes to me. Anyway, that's like, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I literally did nothing in that game and won. You know me, chat. I want to hit. But I have a feeling he's going to have trouble with this hand. So I stand. So I stand. Come on, have trouble. Oh, I called it. I called it. It's just an awkward... 8 is an awkward number to start with. What can I say? Just from experience, chat. I feel like 8 is an awkward number to start with. So I was like, you know what? I don't like to play conservative. And I feel like a lot of people play like, you know, standing on a 13, for instance. I don't do that shit. But... I stood on a 15. An 18. We're definitely standing on that. I mean, what else am I gonna do? It might...
Win.
Jeez. I gotta stand.
Win. 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 Win.
Blackjack? Wow. That's like the 4th time I've gotten a blackjack.
Win. Win.
Wait, I thought there was 2 wins. Oh, I won with a blackjack. Okay, I got it. I get it. Somebody got a blackjack. Oh, I'm definitely Should I double down? It's not smart. Oh shit. Oh shit. We just got wrecked. Except for her. And she kind of saved our bacon. Despite me doubling down. Anyway. She saved our bacon. Like I'm the big bacon 16. I think you're gonna have more trouble with this than I will, and I'm gonna stand. Oh no, you didn't have more trouble. Oh geez, wow. Shitty. Shitty, shitty. Okay, let's try again. 15. I am very much supposed to, I wish I understood so I know what a blackjack is, right? What is it, like, you get 21 with a jack? Is that what makes it? 6 cards, 7 cards? I don't know what the rest of these are. Either way.
Win.
Am I the only? No, it's just the two or three of us won. Okay, that's not bad. We're trying to get, like, I don't know, is it 6,000, 10,000? I'm trying to remember where the next, like, tier of prizes are. 16 with an opponent showing a face card is rough. There's no wrong answer there. Yeah. We're hitting. Okay, 21 is not bad. Going bust is bad. 16 and bust. Yeah, you just had to chill out that time. And usually I'm telling the other players that they need to play more aggressively, but I'm not feeling aggressive right now. All right. No, we're gonna... Oh, wait, that's an ace. Okay, okay. Oh. Six card is crazy. In Blackjack, they have a rule called 5 card, Charlie, where you can still win without 21 if you have 5 cards without busting. Oh. Wait, but 6 card and 7 card are, yeah, like super unlikely to happen, right? Oh my god, I think we should just maybe, wait, what, you can't split this? When does the split come in? And 18 is, we stand. Probably should have doubled down. No, wait, double down, you get another card, right?
Win.
I knew it was a bust.
Win.
Strong feeling that it was going to be a bust. Okay, we're starting to climb up the board. I don't want to bore you, chat. I don't want to show you too much gambling, and I don't know. Maybe it's worthwhile to just like look at the items and see how many of them are actually worth it. Why do I want to double down on this? Okay, that was a good call. That was a good call. That was a good call. I just had a feeling. Wait, are they all doubling down? What the fuck? Are they like following me?
Win.
Okay, everybody, yeah, but Ginkgo did what I did, and everybody but Ginkgo won. There we go. $16, I guess I stand. Okay then. Hit. Yeah. Bad. But not the worst. How am I still hungry? Oh my god. I probably just need some more tea. TBH. Okay. I think, no. I'm like not gonna win if I stand. I don't want to hit. Huh. Hitting is stupid. But standing feels doomed. I gotta hit, don't I? Even though it's gonna bust, probably. I was fucked either way. I was fucked either way, and everybody's... Yeah, that was a bad game. Alright, let's try more cards. Wait, am I seeing all of Ghost's gambling knowledge? A hit. Oh, you went bust. I just had to chill the fuck out and I would have been fine. But I can't chill the fuck out. Alright, we go more. We do more. We do more. More cards. I want to hit. This could be a silly idea. Aww. Let's just hope that you fuck up with that hand. Although, watch him get like 6 cards. Oh, we are fucked. We are fucked. Okay, that's bad. Alright, more. Another hand. Deal those cards again. I think we stand. That's what I'm talking about, chat. This dealer can put together multiple 21s pretty fucking regularly. And it's pissing me off. I also don't want to spend too much time playing cards because I do want to advance the plot, and that means going into at least the Museum of Flight. We're standing. Oh my god! What? What was that? Oh. I mean, I guess we hit. Okay, now we're still at 14. Oh no, oh no. What's going on? That's terrible, chat. I can't believe I'm standing on 14. Bad. Okay. We're definitely hitting. And we're standing? That's what I'm talking about, chat. What is up with this dealer? We hit. We hit again. How many blackjacks in a row is that?
Win. 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 Win.
I don't know if I want to spend this much time on this because, like, again, we got to get at least to like 5,000 before we can get any new items. It's ace and ace, yeah. Oh, that's what we can split. Yeah, I guess we should split that, right? That's where you split, right? This is a good time to split? Good time to split? What do we got? 17 here. I guess we stand with 17. Oh, it's a face card. It's a face card. Yeah, we stand with 17. And we hit with 14. Yes. Okay, and we stand. Oh, wow, that's a lot of cards. Just to bust. Stop busting. Push and a win. Push. Okay. We came out ahead. Split is on 2 of the same cards. Ace and ace is the best time to split. Yeah. And I also had the feeling. No, I don't know about the feel. I don't know if you should go with the feeling. Blackjacks don't care about your feeling. No, something like that. We're gonna hit. And we're gonna stand. Terrible to stand on. Whatever. What? Oh, you butthole. Everybody just getting completely effed on this. Oh wait, that's to go out. Okay, it's a good time to go and just check, like, what are we actually trying to save up for at the Chuck E. Cheese Redemption Center. Welcome to View Continent. If you need to change your cash into coins or if you want trade-ins, this is the place. What can I do for you? We want to do some prizes, or we want to see the prizes. All right. So, now 8,000. Okay, yeah, guess what? We're gonna, I don't know. We're gonna revisit this place later. I'm not sitting around for that. Look, I like gambling, but not that much gambling, especially when we've got a city to save. And we're ready. We got our food. We just need to save before we go in. We're gonna go to Conan District. Right there. Okay, so the Museum of Flight. Sky Museum is right there. We go J. We go save. If I remember correctly, chat, this is an annoying dungeon. I think there's also a time limit on this one. Like, and if you miss the time limit, you're cooked. You restart. You gotta restart from the beginning. Yeah, we're gonna advance the plot. That's what's important. That's the bestest thing. Oh, for crying out loud, there are elementary school kids here. What should we do, Maya? It's a good thing you're not saying, what should we do, Destiny? That would be... I'm afraid Destiny might have some weird ideas. We've got to get the kids out before we start looking for the transmitter. If we can... Oh god, do I have more of this? If we can find the teacher or whoever took them here, we should be able to talk them into leaving. Yeah. So there's school trips to the Flight Museum, to the Sky Museum, on the day that this asshole King Leo is trying to, trying to bomb the place. All right. All right. Ha ha ha. When the heavens call, when the earth calls, whenever people call for us. How'd the rest go? We shall vanquish evil. Prepare for trouble. That's it. Call for us, and we shall vanquish evil. Tadashi? Tamaki? What are you doing here? Ah, no, Mayazumi, we went through the trouble of covering our faces, but you had to say our names. Those wicked villains are trying to cover our peaceful Sumeru city in a shadow of fear. I personally cast them into hell. I will personally cast them into hell. Let's go, second in command. Oof. Are we supposed to think their cosplay is cringe? Is that the idea? It's like dollar store cosplay or something. Hey, are you okay? Even if the eyes of the world have been deceived, I will not. I've been doing my own research. He's doing his own research about whether or not you truly are the pawns of Hitler. Sorry about this. Tadashi's been taking a teacher named Okumura, Maya Okumura, a little too seriously after she showed up in our office. Yeah, that's the fucking conspiracy theorist teacher. She's obsessed with Hitler and Hollow Earth and stuff like that. Ah, come on, Tamaki. The detective has to keep his leads confidential, don't you know? You can't just carelessly spill out the names of our clients. You have a conflict of interest, okay? You two have a conflict of interest here. Oh, come on. There's no way Yukino's a pawn of Hitler, right? Yeah, you're saying this about a lesbian. No. I don't know. Maybe there's some lesbian Nazis out there, not Yukino, though. Try thinking rationally for once, Tadashi, you dummy. King Leo's voice.
I have waited for you who are aligned with the stars of misfortune. I congratulate you for struggling so bravely up until now. Perhaps I should light a nice little fire to welcome you.
Something like that? I don't know. This Leo guy's a menace. And Maya doesn't like fire. More on that later. On every floor of the Sky Museum, there are devices which will set ablaze one floor at a time, starting from the bottom. You witch, this time.
You witch, this time there will be no escape. For this is the fate of all things. Come forth, you and these brats will become my human sacrifices.
He? He? Yeah. Oh no, chat. Who is he? Who goes? That's Goofy. It's Goofy. Yuck. I bet you thought I was on the team of Sora and Donald and Mickey, but it turns out that I was replaced with a double in the scene when I was knocked out in Chain of Memories. Now I'm no longer. Anyway, chat. Anyway, he's Goofy. He's yuck. What do we got? The fire. I don't like the noise. I don't like the sound. I'm not going to run away anymore. I'm not going to lose to you. Everybody, we gotta get these kids to the roof. Each floor is pretty big. The two of you should look for the Are we gonna split up? Is this going to be another excuse to split up? Two of you should go look for the teachers, take them to the roof. Okay. Oh, those two. Okay. Oh, there's a teacher. Good job. The rest of us should check out the exhibit rooms on each floor to look for any kids who are straggling behind. We're looking for stragglers. Okay. Let's go, everyone. Search everywhere. Oh my god. Search everywhere. Okay. That's the command. Are you ready to search everywhere? I hate these time limit ones. Okay, what are you doing? What are we doing? Oh yeah, I can't even like look at this very long. Okay, so we're definitely going this way. Which we're gonna hug the wall, but which wall? Also, there's no rooms. Okay, we're gonna hug the left wall. That's what we're gonna do for now. Is there? Oh, it's fire. I thought it was like lava. I was gonna be mad if it was lava. It's one thing for it to be fire, chat, but there's no excuse for lava. Okay. We're getting that weird optical illusion. Staff room, we can't get in there. Left wall, left wall. More staff room. Staff room. Is that a room? No, it's not a room. We're gonna get attacked by monsters pretty soon here, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. Okay, so that's where we were on the other side. Left side, left side. Tatsune's left. Okay, that's enough of that. That's all fire. Wait, does this one not have monsters? Elevator. Is that really the elevator? It looks grayed out. Okay, we can't use that. Yeah, you can't use the elevator. I wonder why. Is it maybe because there's a fire? Is that a possibility? Can we go through here? No, we can't. We cannot. Okay. All right. Not getting nervous at all. Okay, that's a stairwell. But I think there's people on every, yeah, if I try to go up the stairwell, they'll be like, but there's still people here. What the fuck? Are you inhuman? Wait, have we been through the whole thing? No, we haven't. We're gonna go through here. Okay. Okay, and the fire will burn, I think. Fire bad, indeed. And CC good, fire bad. Hitler also bad. Okay, wait, really? Are you fucking serious? There's nothing on this floor? Oh no, or do we have to come back down for it? Oh my god, that's so annoying. I think we have to come back down at some point. Fuck, what is up with that? I'm gonna say there's no monsters on the first floor. Kindly, the monsters have decided to fuck off temporarily. All right, upstairs. So I don't know if we're looking for like a downstairs. We're just gonna stick to the right wall this time. Oh wait, is this the kindness is that there's no monsters? And the evilness is that there's a limited time? What? Oh, shit. I don't think that's a thing we can affect. I don't think we can do anything with this. It looks like we should be able to, but we can't. What is this, like air traffic controller shit, maybe? Okay. Okay, sticking to the... I don't even know what we're sticking to now. Okay, here we go, showroom. Boom. There's some kind of like method to the madness of like where the... okay, no kids there, maybe? Nobody's even in this room, okay? Let's go to the next room. Yes, let's go to the next room. Oh my god, they flipped it on me, chat. They flipped it on me. North should be there. Next room. Same deal? Same deal, and the counter keeps counting down, right? Same thing, same deal. All right, let's go on. Oh, you did it to me again. You did it to me again. Third showroom. Okay, this third time's gotta be a charm, right? Is that how charms work? Third time is a charm? different sort of sound, maybe? Kids. Get these kids out of here. You are not hurt, are you? She's like telling them. They're rubbing their eyes because of the smoke. Yeah, I think they're hurt a little bit. You're not hurt, you are not hurt, are you? Let's positive thinking. Well then, buckle down, keep quiet, and move your little butts up to the roof. There they go. There they go. Okay. Coming out of the place again. We're gonna have to turn it upside down. Turn it upside down once again. Oh no, I turned it too upside down. There we go. All right, anything I've missed? No, nothing I've missed. Okay. So yeah, we got one. So every floor has what, like one room with kids in it? There's some serious fire safety. I know, for the fucking, the Sky Museum. Enough of this about politics and evil Trump trans rights, God knows. What? Let's play video game. Let's play some video games. Okay, so I'm still sticking to the, am I sticking? I can't remember. Sticking to the right? I don't see a place to go through. Nope. So yeah, I kind of like the fact that this level doesn't have monsters constantly attacking me, but also it, on the negative side, it means we're not really upgrading our personas at all. Oh my God, I can't get through there. Actually, maybe you can get through there. I'm trying to remember how that works. Are there some fire spots that you go through, even though it hurts your hit points? Just because like that's the only way, or you get like a special item. Did you hear that Obsidian is making new Fallout game? Wait, is in Fallout 5? What is that? Stairway lobby? Are you going through here? What is the stairway lobby? The people that made new, oh yeah, Obsidian, not just Bethesda. Ah, it burns, I'm gonna die. Okay, I don't like how burny it is here. Oh no, it's Ixquick. No, help me. Look, Ixquick was our enemy. Okay, chat, but we gotta save her anyway. Hey, it's that cosplayer. The cosplayer. Vamps, do you remember the cosplayer? That was in the bathroom. What's she doing in the fighter plane? I don't know. She thinks she's a hero. That girl's gonna die if we don't do something. Tatsuni, what are we gonna do? I'll jump in there and help her. Maya, are you insane? You can't do that. The fire's way too strong. Not the cosplayer. Nobody can say that they can't do it until they've already tried. Oh wait, I mean, you could say that about anything though, Maya. Tatsune, go look for some rope. I'll jump down there and just expect you to have the rope. Oh my God, oh my God. What is this, chat? What is this? Oh, it's a big important detail. It's a big thing. We gotta decide, do we put Maya, does Tatsune put Maya at risk? I think we do, right? We let like Maya handle this? Oh my God, I can't remember. Because the problem is that this game, the game like does stuff if depending on Persona 2, Innocent, Sin, Flight, Museum, let Maya something. I think we're supposed to, yeah, that my instincts were right. We gotta let her do it. We gotta let Maya do it. I'll go get the rope, Miku. You make sure that Maya's okay. Come on, sis. You gotta help me. We found the rope, Maya. Is everything okay down there? As long as Ixquick doesn't want to battle it out with Maya, we should be okay. Tie it around Ixquick. All right, pull. Pull that cosplayer up. That fucking sword. I bet that sword's like the heaviest thing about her. I bet she'd be twice as light without the sword. That freaking squall, no, it's not squall sword. It's like a cloud sword. We did it, Maya. You're next. Okay, you're next until something bad happens. Oh no, like a cutscene. Oh my god, fuck off with this cutscene shit. Persona. Maya, you gotta bust your persona out too. Drop the sword cosplayer. Yeah, that's what I said about the cat ears. Girl in the sailor suit. Tatsune! Tatsune! Tatsune, can you hear me? Please. Answer me, Tatsune. Insane boy. He. Yeah. Yuck. I'm Goofy, but my soul has been given to the darkness. I am your enemy now. Tatsune, you gotta run away. Get out of here. You wanna play with fire? You're gonna get burned. All right, so Maya's okay. Ixquick is okay. Is Ixquick gonna join our team? She's actually pretty tough. I kind of wish I low-key wish, yeah, getting a 6th member would be great right now. As long as and then we could steal her equipment when it's all over. Steal her cosplay. Oh no. Looks like you're gonna have, you've gone and saved me again. Gee golly. Yuck. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Just her pride. Oh, sis. Aw. See, Maya was right. She just needed, like, love and understanding and all that good stuff. Wow, I was so scared. Poor little Akari was so scared. Oh, is that her real name? It's okay. It's going to be okay. You did a great job. You hung in there. But this place is dangerous. Please, just hurry to the roof. Seriously. There's 5 floors, chat. That is what we're on floor 3. This is floor 3. I feel like we rescued children from floor 2, but we didn't rescue them from floor 1, and I'm wondering, are they gonna make us do that? Okay, we can't go here. Have we looked all around? Oh, we can't even use the map. We can't even use the flipping map. Oh, we can't even turn the thing. Okay, I guess we just go this way? No, this way, because we go backwards if we go that way. It's gotta be this way. It's gotta be this way. Okay, there we go. A stairway lobby. Okay, there. Wait, did we go backwards? Floor 2. Yeah, no, we did. Is there a reason? No, there's not a reason. We gotta go this way is forward. Okay, I got it. Oh my god, I got fucking turned around. I got turned the fuck around. Can we talk to Maya? Did you feel something the moment that maybe it's nothing. I thought I'd ask. Oh, the moment our hands touched. Oh wait, is she hitting on him or is she just like saying persona stuff? I can't tell. By the way, what was that little girl even doing on the plane in the first place? Was that bomb-loving bastard responsible for that? I mean, they do kind of chew people up and spit them out, so maybe. Oh my god. It's the same shit, is it? Wait, I can't tell. No, we've already seen all this. Oh my god. This is annoying. Stairway lobby. You're too confusing, stairway lobby. I can't tell directionality. And that's a big deal when the challenge is not monsters, but rather time. I am so worried, chat, that we're gonna get to like the boss and I'm not gonna be like, I'm just not gonna have the right persona equipped or something like that. Like that, I don't know, left the right one at home. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we just gotta stick to the wall and we gotta turn our direction to be facing north there on the top. All right, there we go. Okay, that's upstairs. Floor 2, so we might be able to just go upstairs. What is that? Okay, it looks like we're, yeah, all the way through here. Yep, that's where we're supposed to go, just upstairs. We gotta go to floor 3. Uh-oh, no! We haven't even gotten into a fight yet. And Maya's tummy is rumbling. Wait, Maya, how are you getting hungry first? I feel like we fed you second to last. Shouldn't it be the other way around, that like Tatsune and Aikichi get hungry first? Oh my god. Oh, I remember this place. There's like an item somewhere here. And there's also danger. I believe I remember danger being here as well. I want a seaweed snack. Okay, no kids. There's no, okay, we gotta, the princess is in another mushroom. Chad, I don't know if I'm gonna do okay with this like time limit. We can go back, we can start the whole thing again, right? But that's pretty much all we could do. I mean, I could fuck around with like save states, but it doesn't seem like a good idea. And it doesn't seem fair either, actually, right? That's not, look, I'm not like above like reading some stuff from the internet, but I'm also not trying to cheat here. Oh my god, Aikichi, there's a little man in my stomach. He's crying out for help. He's willing to eat anything. So long as it's not sushi. Come on, let's get some grub, bub. Get some grub, bub. But don't you understand? I'm working with Xehanort? I sold you out. God damn it, Goofy. Always betraying us. And here I thought Donald was... Oh wait, is there some kind of a... Oh, I feel like there's something that you can get items from somewhere here. But I can't remember which one. It's like a certain one of these maybe. And we don't want to waste too much time. Oh my god, everybody's getting hungry. They just set this up so there's like no way that we could possibly be fed. God damn it, they really need to have like a food court up here. I would love a food court, or like some street food or something, like a stand, a little fruit stand, a smoothie place, something. Wait, is it this one that's got, oh my god, everybody's hungry. Tatsune is hungry too. These coffins, right? They're like, they got something. Oh, it's right there. It's right there. Yes, true force. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I wasn't imagining that. Okay, yeah, that's just a one-off. That's just a one-off. All right, and then where are we going? Oh, I don't know. I don't know where we're going. Okay, we got to go down there. Oh no, Mukino, I'm so thirsty. I'd like a little coffee break about now. I would love it too. I don't think it can happen. It's almost like the gaming devs didn't want us to have those buffs when we get to this part. Okay, down and to the left, to the right. Oh, this one's gonna have, wait, no, not that. All right, there's nothing here. Okay, is this where the showrooms are? Have we been here? I feel like we have. No, we went to that one. We went to that. This must be the right one then. Because there's only 2 showrooms. Yeah, we've been everywhere. We've been absolutely everywhere. Go in here. Go in here. And just hope that... Okay. Quieting down of the music? Does that mean... Yes, we've rescued kids. All right, so kids from floor 3 are rescued. Hi, everybody. Sorry for the wait. Head on up to the roof. Your teacher is waiting for you. Oh, hey. Don't run just because there's a fire. Don't run just because there's a fire. Yeah, no need for alarm. Just don't burn to death. All right, so now we gotta find that flip around, flip around, flip around. We gotta find where is the stairway. or the elevator. Either one will do. You're playing Metaphor ReFantazio right now. Nice. Like right now, directly right now? Oh my god. What do we have here? We need a stairway. We need a stairway. I started that one out. I think I still have it on Xbox or on Xbox Live. Oh, down here. Okay, so we go. Where do we go? We go down here. Where are we? Fuck. We go down. Okay, all the way down here. Then we go to the left, and then further to the left, or up, maybe. Okay, or even down here. Okay. Yeah. I think there's got to be a stairway somewhere over there. This is the one that doesn't. No, you can't get through there. You can get through there. Ah, fuck. Fuck, I'm wasting time. You're mid-game in it? Yeah, I never really got that far into it, but it seemed really... It's a lot to get into. You know, it kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy 13 in that way. The way that 13 just, like, overwhelms you with, all right, here's the deal. There's, like, a pulseless-y, and there's a cocoonless-y. And I guess the cocoon... no, the pulseless-y made you its falsy. And you gotta do your focus for the, or else you'll become a Seath. Yeah, you don't want to be a Seath. That's bad. That's bad. You lose if you become a Seath. And the whole thing, you know, it's just, and they just fuck with you from there. You know, like as far as like you think you know what's going on, but you don't. You're like, I'm doing the focus. Is that good? Oh, Trish's Fountain. Is that good? Oh, wait, do we need a Trish's Fountain? Are we that close to a freaking, Are we that close to, like, a boss? Okay, that's a thing, and that's a thing. I don't even know if there's, like, multiple rooms with... Is there only one room with... Nope, that's not it. That's not it. See, this is a huge waste of time. Every time you go in here, you just, like, waste time. It sucks. I might fail on this run, right? I might have to try again from the beginning. Next time, that would kind of suck. Then all I would have given you was, oh, I don't know, just some like shenanigans around town and all right, ups. There it is. Oh my god, how? How was there a trap there? Or was that fire? Did I just miss a piece of fire? I might be wasting time entirely though, because I'm trying to remember. Oh, is that Trish's Spring? That is Trish's Spring. Okay, so if we need to, we can heal. I don't think we need to, though. I don't think we actually need to at all, right? We should have like full everything. Oh! No, that fucking that shit just fucked us up. The music is good in here though. But look, the time keeps on going. I think that Maya can fix this better than Trish can, or cheaper than Trish too. All right, that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it right there. Right in front of Trish, showing her why she is useless, other than her music, which is amazing. Yeah, they throw a lot of lore at you really quickly. And then it's confusing too, because the bad guys, they're like, that's a human. Watch out for the human. The human's coming. Wait, if there's is there a velvet room maybe? I mean, there would be no point though. We haven't gotten any cards, so. Yeah, like the humans are like the enemies, right? Like, oh, human. I. This is making me think there's only one room with children per level, right? And that every time I go in here, it's like they're like the Titans on Attack on Titan. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, yeah, you just got to get out of here as soon as you can. And then once you get out of here, they're gonna flip everything on you, right? And you gotta flip it back to north. Oh, there's the. Okay, we should probably head to the stairway. I am starting to get the message that that's downstairs, though, right? Wait. Oh, we can't go down there because it's on fire. Well, that's inconvenient. Wait, why present us with a stairwell when you can't? Anyway. Okay, up. We go up. We go up. Well, that's an elevator, right? Is that like a legit working elevator? Not working elevator. Fuck. Can we fix the elevator somehow? I'm trying to remember how this works. Cannot enter. Die my. Cannot. Okay. Been all the way down there. Go up here. Yeah, just go up. And remember not to get hit by that HP thing. Because that actually takes that takes a chunk out of your whole party. Oh, hey, it's Tamaki. Yeah, Tamaki. There's still some kids we haven't found. Go make sure to check every room. Okay, so it's not limited to like one room of kids per level. It's multiples. Okay. I fell asleep the other night to somebody talking about Candace Owens and her weird theories about Charlie Kirk. I think it was on Katie Halper or something like that. And I don't know what happened, but I feel like it must have rolled over to another video. Because I remember dreaming that Candace Owens was talking about how Charlie Kirk might be a Titan shifter. Right? Talking about, and there was steam that day at the college. There was steam, all right? What do we know about steam? Like that Charlie Kirk was using his Titan powers to heal, and that's why the bullet didn't have an exit wound. That Charlie was he must have been an Eldian of royal blood because he just like tanked that. He just healed it, and it just steam came out. Anyway, somebody needs to tell Candace Owens about Attack on Titan so her conspiracy theories can get weirder. All right, I found you. Okay, don't cry. Just heads up and to the roof now. I hate how it just keeps on counting, right? Like not even like cutscenes. Not even cutscenes pause it. All right, I think that's everybody. I think we can just go back to Tamaki and report that all children... I don't know, though. This is a bit of a... Yeah, it's a bit of a labyrinth, isn't it? It's a bit of a... There's a lot to this level. But yeah, it kind of makes the Titan theory almost makes more sense than the shit that Candace is talking about now with the what is it? Oh my god, stop doing it. What the she's on about the exploding microphone, I guess. And there's like a theory, there was another shooter. Okay, that's it. Wait, I think we just got to go back. Right? Is there anything else to check out? This is such a long-ass level, and we got so little time. Oh, well, I mean, I remember, I think I fucked up the first time I did this level, too. Okay, we might want to check over here, but other than that, we just go back to Tamaki, and we'll be good. We did get the item, though. Kind of a hidden item, not hidden too hard. We're gonna go this way. Yeah, that's what I mean. An Attack on Titan theory for Candace, like, totally Like if somebody told her like the theory but didn't mention it was from an anime, I feel like she would go down, she would you know, at least try to turn it into content. Like, I mean, she might run into like proof that it's not real and be like, okay, I don't know though. She does supposedly take tips from her audience, just not if it's Hassan Piker. She wouldn't take tips from Hassan though. Oh, here we go. Tamaki's out of the way. Tamaki is out of the way, meaning that we can go upstairs. Okay, so that means we didn't leave any kids behind, unlike George W. Bush, who did leave kids behind, even though his policy was no kids left behind. There were kids. Spoiler, kids were left behind. Oh no, are you stuck in an elevator? Wah, wah, sob. It's a Waluigi kid. She thinks that Charlie turned on Israel, and that's the reason for the Mossad taking him out or something. Although it changes every week. It changes every week who she blames for. The one person she doesn't blame is Tyler Robinson. Okay, come on, get him out of here. Get him out of here. Wait, is she using her persona? She's using her persona to open the door. Okay, you can do that. Oh no, okay, you are stuck in there. That's not good. Miku has to pull him out. They have to, oh my God. See, I don't know, this would hurt the kid. IRL, you would hurt the kid. It would be, you crushed between floors by an elevator. I don't know if you're getting out of that. It looks like you're not hurt. Your teachers and friends are on the roof, so you better go there too. We're on floor 4. We got to get to floor 5, I think. Although the roof might be floor 6, if I'm correct. Okay, so King on the internet. I'm so glad you made it this far, but did you know that Kingdom Hearts is actually made of darkness? No, but did you know that there happen to be demons on this floor? Of course there happen to be demons on this floor. How could I be so lucky that, like, there's no... Oh my God. You'd better hurry up before you become smoked and crispy. Okay, we don't want to be smoked and crispy. That bastard, everyone, you're not hurt, are you? Those demons will be out to get us now, so be careful. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I hope they're easy demons at least, but they're gonna take time to defeat is the problem. Tatsune, there's no time. We can't take out all of the things that are trying to kill us. We'll just have to, we're just gonna have to run away. God damn, okay. I hope I've got the right things equipped to be able to run away. What is going on here? All right, this is all we got. I don't know if we got enough time, chat. We might have to try again next week. I don't want to do that though. I endeavor to give you some plot progression every single time. Oh my God, I remember this shit. Oh no, I hate this. This is a fucking labyrinth. What are we doing on here? What are we trying to do? Are we trying to run away? But do we have to find, there's gonna be kids on this level, right? Kids on all levels 2 through 5, I think. But I don't even know. Last time there was 2 sets. So let's look in here. Nope. We wasted time. I feel like there's a way, I mean, you can cheat, I guess, maybe, and like look at and see exactly where they are. Like there's, you know, this stuff exists on the internet. And that keeps you from wasting time. Like every time I go into a place that you know, a showroom that there's no kids in, it's like it drains time, and I'm running out of time quickly. Oh my God, chat! After a whole stream of like dodging the timer on trying to keep the stream going, right? After a whole Now we got another timer for the video game. But what did I expect? Really, what did I expect? Okay, we're gonna run. What's going on here? This is where we came from. That's the elevator. Okay, we just look to the other side. He said there's monsters though. There we go. Of course, it wouldn't be Persona if we wasn't finding monsters. We're not fighting monsters. Start battle. Wait, no, we're supposed to like not fight all these guys. Just don't be a fire attack. Okay, good. Water attack is fine. I think that might be. We do need to set up our strategy. Okay, out. Yeah, I don't know. We might have. I don't know. As long as I do it quickly, it's not. I just checked the homepage. It looks like Ethan dropped the lawsuit against Noah. Shit. Have more to talk about. Oh wait, no. We got. Oh my god, I'm running out of time. Ah. Oh wait, no. Yeah, we're going over here. Okay. I'm just frantic because we're trying to save these kids before this crazy terrorist guy blows them up. Ah! I don't want to go there. Yeah, I had a feeling that Ethan is going to be dropping more lawsuits. Like, I think, honestly, he'll drop the appeal. I do. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to retreat. He's like, apparently that's, like, the only way. Unless it's, like, a easy to... No! Ethan is a loser. Oh, no. We don't have time for this shit. We literally do not have time for this shit. Okay, we got out of here. Why am I still streaming? Because it's Friday. Every other stream has a hard limit. Friday does not. If people want 2 extra hours of content, actually 3 extra hours of content, today's the day that it can happen. And as we all know from experience, anything that can happen probably will happen. Give enough iterations.
Neopagos super chatted $5. Good morning, sunshine.
Good morning, sunshine. Yeah, I am. Now we can get this guy's tarot cards pretty easily. I think we should just strategy, persona. I think we could just waste him really quickly, maybe. Start battle. I should be retreating. I really should be retreating. Come on, quick like a bunny. Magna. Is that effective? Kind of. Aqua. Do we not have Aquis? I don't like that. Let's hit him with this, what is this called again? It's like the lightning from the void or something. Got him. Okay, that's fairly quickly. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen just today or in general. Yuki, no, went, gotta level up. Oh my god, we're running out of time. I mean, I guess I am getting valuable, wait, what are we fucking doing here? I don't even know. Where have we been? Where have we not been? We haven't been up here. I guess we're getting a sense of like how to play this. If I fuck up, you know, I'll know not to fuck around again. Showroom. The big thing we don't want to do is go into showrooms. Okay, there we go. Okay, so there's at least there was 2 rooms full of kids in the last level, maybe 3. I feel like there was somehow 3. All of them just took one look into your eyes, Miku, and that was the moment. All it took to get them to escape. Oh, come on, you have to at least have said something nice to them. Okay, I guess he just has a way. Yeah, so we gotta get these kids to the room, We gotta get these kids to the roof, out of the room, into the roof, onto the roof, where they can actually be safe. There's an item that looks like it's a super duper awesome item because it looks impossible to get to. I don't think we should mess with that though. Oh my god, what a freaking labyrinth. This is the most labyrinthy labyrinth that we've labyrinthed yet. The labyrinth vibes are off the scale. And more fighting. We're running out of time here, but I mean, I guess we're learning valuable information. Okay, can we waste 2 of these guys really quickly? Strategy, get a better spell. Do you really not have Maha? Yes, that one. Yes. Maha Garu, sure, and Persona. Aquis, good. All right, finish and go. Just blast these guys. Blast these guys. Maybe past this one. I feel like just the spells are gonna be enough. What'd I tell you? All right, some XP. Oh, they fucked me up again. North. Okay, where are we? Fuck. We gotta go some direction. I mean, there's more stuff over there. Fuck, there's more stuff over here too. Oh my god, Maya, you can feel his presence too. Tatsune King is straight ahead. My persona's telling me? Okay, my persona's telling me to save then. That's good that we actually got to the... wait, no, wait, we'd save! I need to save! Oh no, they're making us do it without... Oh no, chat, oh no! They're making us do it without saving, that's crazy! This is so old school! You know, when you say he's straight ahead, what do you mean? What does she mean? We gotta get in there somehow, okay. Wait, she said straight ahead, what, like in the elevator? Not in the elevator. Oh my god, we got more. We gotta just run. We gotta just run, don't we? Oh yeah, we do. We don't wanna. These guys will fuck. Well, these guys will, waylay us. We don't want to get waylaid. No! He's a biter! Retreat! Get out of here. I don't want to get bitten by some weirdo Mad Max dude. Retreat! Failed! Oh my god, we should have just fought these assholes, shouldn't we? Retreat. We'll try one more time and then we'll just blast. Okay, we succeeded. We succeeded. We retreated. But what can people tell me about Ethan? What's going on with Ethan? We're okay. Oh yeah. Wait. What is he saying? He's gonna be saying you don't have? There's more kids to rescue. Still not all of them. Okay, go and search some more. Okay, so upstairs, I guess, is where the king is. We gotta really hurry. But we might actually make it in this first run. Oh my god! Make sure we okay. This new places, we haven't been here before. Okay, it's not here, it's not here, it's not here. Oh my god, more monsters, more monsters, more monsters. Come on, monsters, get out of my way. Get out of my way, monsters. Oh, it's you assholes again. I am tempted to just blast them. Start battle. Fuck these guys. I guess I'll find out what their weakness is. Not that. Alright, come on. Come on. Is your weakness... No, it's not going to be Aqua, is it? I don't think they're even vulnerable to that. God, this was so stupid. Oh, it's... Oh my god, I hate these guys, I hate these guys, I hate these guys. We have one of these guys, by the way, as a persona. Strategy change, not that. That, yes. Wait, no, actually, let's change your persona. Oh my god, this is gonna take too long. This is gonna take too long. Persona... key change back to that one. Persona. Wow, everything is this thing. Change this to Agi. Change that to oh god, I actually have that persona equipped. Vulcanus and Persona and that one, yeah. And then change that one to I guess that. Okay, quick, go. This is not the way to play the game, chat. You shouldn't do this. You should avoid the fights, but I'm just like, oh my god, that's not very effective? Is that effective? Maybe the Agi will be ranked up at least. Cooked. I kind of wish they would bite each other. Oh, I changed our persona so we're no longer immune to water. Come on. 2 more to blast, 2 more to the blast. Let's 3 minutes left. What the fuck? Oh no. We're not gonna get this one, chat. We're not gonna get this one. I fucked this up. Noah Sampson posted a 10-minute video to his Twitter, case dismissed, titled like
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals, welcome in. Oh yeah, we ranked up. Okay. Blast that last dude. Blast him. Oh my god, please. What a derp. No. Oh, fuck. Oh, because he's using a fire one. He's using a fire. Running away was better. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I thought somehow like they would. This one was not letting me get away though. So I was just like, all right, what if we just like, yeah, go. Because now I'm gonna have to heal Tatsune. Who's healing? Michelle is healing, or leveling up. Sorry, Ginkgo is leveling up. That's all. All right, J. We gotta do this quick. J. And see, I doubt this. Like, spell. Maya, Media. Let's just do Dia now. I'm gonna run out Dia. Okay, which one have we not been to yet? Oh, we've been all the way down there. Wait, no. Where we going? Oh my god, chat, I don't want to fail on this one. We're so fucking close. Fuck, where is it's over here? Okay, it's over there. Up and right. Oh my god. I don't know, chat, it doesn't look good. Is it down here? Showroom, where? Right there. Nope, no dice, and it wastes time every time we have to go into one of these. Or somehow Maya has to look around even though there's nobody here. All right. Running out of time. And like I said, chat, this labyrinth is labyrinthing pretty hard. It's a very labyrinthy labyrinth. Oh my god, what else is there? Where else can we go? Up. Yeah, north is right. Wait, do you know this game, Neo Pragas? Oh my god, get the fuck away. We got no time for this shit. We're straight up running away. Straight up retreat. I thought I had an item that made retreating easier too. Wow. Oh my god, so annoying. Let's retreat. Retreating. Okay, retreated. Retreated means you don't get eated. Okay, keep going, keep going, keep going. Up north, up north, up north. There we go. What? Is that it? What even else is there? There's other shit on this floor. We've been there. I mean, there's an item right there. I see how to get the item, but I don't know where the fucking thing is. We're gonna run out of time. We're gonna run out of time. Okay, chat. It has been, oh my god, very fun. Oh no, it's right over there. It's way to the, like, east. Oh, we're not gonna get there. We're not gonna get there though, chat. We're not gonna get there. Do we have to see like a very bad cutscene now? I have a feeling they're gonna give us a very bad cutscene. Okay, it's nice to at least learn where things are. Yep. Is that west? That's west. You're right. I should know. I live in the west. I live in the extreme west, or the extreme east, as the case may be. But I used to live in the extreme west of the U.S. All right. Chat, we've got our save right outside of this thing. I mean, you're supposed to do this all at once. I am so sorry I could not bring you, I guess, what will be the first battle with King Leo. But, you know, I remember this one being hard. I've been streaming for, almost 10 hours now, so there is not even a thought of what I gotta do at this point. It is one thing and one thing only, and that is end the stream and try to get to sleep. Try to do some reproductive labor, so streaming tomorrow will be fairly easy, and I'll be able to be here on time. But yeah, I don't know, maybe we'll cover the Noah Samson thing. Who knows? It's a possibility. It's a strong possibility. All right. I don't think that Brandon has really started yet, but we're gonna raid and oh no, Brandon is on. Brandon is on. No, not this music, not this music, not this music, not this music. Talk over the music, talk over the music. Talk over the music. No. God damn it. I mean, like, that music will get me clapped, right? Although with this one, it's hard. The Atlas copyright claims so much shit. All right, well, thank you, those of you who stuck around through the whole 10 hours of the stream. I am gonna close the game right now without saving. There we go. Ducknado is over for tonight. And, yeah, we're going to be back tomorrow. Not sure what we're covering. Hopefully we're done with Platner. I'm so done with Platner. I might try to sneak in an extra video game stream this week, because that was a little frustrating. If I can figure out a time to do it, chat. Yeah, tomorrow I don't have Thai class, or if I do, like, I don't know. I'm going to figure something out, chat, because I feel like we've got so much in the kitty that I got to start playing these faster, and it sort of sucks to, like, fail on that one. I think I know how to win next time. So rating you out if you're watching on Twitch. I'm also going to, at the same time, shout out my Patreons, because every stream, at the beginning and end of each stream, I shout out everyone who supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above. Speaking of which, shouts out to Neo Burgos, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Owl of the Cake Remix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverwood, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerix. Chat, make sure to like the stream on your way out if you have not already. We're trying to get to 100 likes. That would be really peachy keen if we could do that. Awesome stream tonight. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for helping me out, and also everybody who supported me on Twitter. There's lots of ways that you can support the stream, even at no cost to you, and I like to point those out and let you know that those are some of the biggest, like, I appreciate those things almost more than anything, right? Liking the stream is very helpful. Spreading the word on Twitter is very helpful. So yeah, much love, everyone. Seriously, take care of yourself and each other. It is a scary world out there, even without crazy pyromaniacs like trying to, burn everybody in sky museums. All right. We're going to get to see a little bit next time we play Persona 2. We're going to get to see a little bit of Maya's driving skills, right? Which is a point of, I don't know if that's misogynistic, right? that Maya's a great driver. Maya's apparently a really good driver, first-class driver, great at driving, doesn't need a license, can drive all manner of machines and vehicles, and she's just awesome. That's all there is to it, chat. So we're going to get back to that next week. I might even try to get back to it sooner. We've still got 317 points on the video game, Kitty. And yeah, I'm gonna get to sleep now, and I'm gonna take care of myself because I'm giving that advice to you. I should do it myself. So yeah, much love, everyone, and bye-bye.